What if Izuku rescued every girl from the multiverse? The Multiverse Vanguard. Act 1. Chapter 1, The Crack in the Sky. The night UA Academy nearly lost its newest first year to a headache that was not a headache. Nobody else was awake to see it happen. Izuku Midoriya sat cross-legged on his dormitory bed with his notebook open across his knees, the pages dense with his usual scrawl of Quirk analysis and hero theory. He had been trying, for the better part of an hour, to work out a training regimen that would let him push one for all to 20% without shredding his tendons in the process. It was tedious work. It was the kind of work he loved. Then the migraine hit, and it did not feel like a migraine at all. It felt like a hand closing around the inside of his skull, and behind his eyes, where there should have been only darkness, a seam of light tore open. He dropped his pencil. He gripped the edge of his desk hard enough that the wood groaned. And for 3 full seconds, Izuku Midoriya was not in his dorm room anymore. He was standing in a UA courtyard he almost recognized, except the buildings were wrong, scorched black and long claw-like streaks, and half of the central building had collapsed into a crater that still smoked faintly at the edges, months or years after whatever had caused it. The sky above was the color of a healing bruise, yellow-green and sick. There was no birdsong. There was no wind. There was only silence, the particular silence of a place where something terrible had already finished happening. Then it was gone, and he was back in his room, gasping, his notebook slid halfway off his knees onto the floor. He sat very still for a long moment, waiting for his heart to slow down enough that he could trust his own hands. That wasn't a dream, he whispered to the empty room. That was somewhere. He did not sleep again that night. He sat awake turning the vision over and over, cataloging every detail the way he cataloged everything, quirks and villains and the small tells that separated a real threat from a manageable one. By the time dawn broke pale gold over the dormitory rooftops, he had filled 4 pages of his notebook with a single, underlined word repeated at the top of each, why. It happened again 2 nights later, and this time he was ready for it, or as ready as a person can be for something that defies every rule he understands about how the world works. The migraine came first, the same closing fist behind his eyes. Then the seam of light. And this time, instead of a burned courtyard, he found himself looking down into what had once been the city block outside UA's front gates, except the storefronts were gutted and the streets were empty of everything except overturned cars gone to rust, and standing in the middle of that dead street, alone, was a girl. She was tall in a way that suggested she'd grown into an adult body somewhere he hadn't watched happen. Her hair was longer than he remembered it, pulled back in a rough, practical braid, and she wore what looked like a heavily modified version of a hero costume, patched in a dozen places with mismatched fabric, plates of makeshift armor strapped over her shoulders and forearms. She was scanning the rooftops with the flat, exhausted vigilance of someone who had not felt safe in a very long time. He knew her. Even changed, even hardened, even carrying herself like a soldier instead of a student, he knew the particular set of her jaw and the way she stood with her weight balanced evenly on both feet, ready to move in any direction. Uraraka, he breathed, and the word came out cracked. She went rigid. Her head turned, slowly, toward the empty air where he was standing, except he wasn't standing there, not really, he was a presence without a body, a window without a door, and there was no possible way she could have hurt him. And yet her eyes found the exact spot he occupied, wide and stunned and disbelieving, and her lips moved, shaping a word he couldn't hear but could read easily enough. Deku. Then the vision snapped shut like a door slamming, and he was on his knees on his dormitory floor, one hand pressed flat against his chest like he could hold his own heart in place. He didn't sleep that night either. By the 3rd occurrence, he understood enough to stop being afraid of the migraine itself and start being afraid of what it meant. He requested a meeting with Principal Nizu the following afternoon, skipping lunch to type up as coherent a report as he could manage, complete with sketches of the ruined courtyard, transcriptions of everything he remembered, and a working theory he was almost too embarrassed to write down. Nizu listened to the entire account without interrupting once, his small paws folded on the desk, his black eyes bright and utterly serious in a way that made Izuku's stomach drop, because Nizu did not do serious for small things. You are describing, Nizu said at last, a rudimentary form of dimensional perception. Given your lineage of Quirk, and the nature of one for all as an accumulated inheritance of will and power, It is not impossible that a new vestige has awakened. One that does not augment your body, but your awareness. You mean, Izuku said slowly, one for all is letting me see into other worlds. Other timelines. I mean it is a hypothesis, Nizu corrected gently, and a frightening one, because if it is true, then what you are seeing is not fiction, Midoriya. It is real. Somewhere, in some fold of possibility adjacent to our own, there is a world where Yue fell. Where the people you saw are living through the aftermath of a war we won and they lost. Izuku's hands curled into fists on his knees. Uraraka was there. She recognized me. She said my name. Then it is not merely perception, Nizu said, and for the first time in the conversation, something like alarm crossed his small furred face. It is a connection. And connections, Midoriya, have a way of becoming doors. He named it that night, alone in his room, writing the words down because writing things down was how he made them real enough to fight. Dimension breach. The vestige did not behave like the others. It did not want to be summoned in the heat of battle, did not respond to the desperate reaching for more that had unlocked Black Whip or the others before it. Instead it came when he was quiet. When he was still. When some part of him, the part that had spent his whole life unable to walk past someone in trouble without stopping, reached out into the dark and asked, without words, is anyone out there who needs help? Over the following 2 weeks, training around his classes and his patrol assignments in stolen hours before dawn, he learned to call it on purpose. It cost him. Every use left him drained in a way that had nothing to do with muscle fatigue, a hollowed-out feeling behind his sternum like he'd given away something he wouldn't get back for free. All Might noticed at first, the shadows deepening under his successor's eyes, and cornered him after a training session with a look that brooked no evasion. Izuku told him everything. All Might listened the way he always listened to Izuku, with his full and undivided attention, and when the story was finished he was quiet for a long moment, his gaunt post-retirement frame seeming, briefly, to carry the full weight of every year he'd spent as a symbol. Young Midoriya, he said finally, one for all is not merely power. It is the accumulated wish of everyone who has held it before you, to protect what they could not save. If this new vestige has given you sight into worlds where that wish failed, I do not think it is an accident. I think it is asking you the same question it has always asked. What will you do, knowing what you now know? I have to go get her, Izuku said. His voice did not shake. Uraraka. Whoever else is over there. I have to go get them out. All Might's expression, for just a moment, was pride so fierce it looked almost like grief. Then we had better figure out how you're going to open that door all the way. It took Nizu, power loader, recovery girl, and 3 sleepless nights of collaborative research to build something they cautiously called a stabilization anchor, a bracer-like device fitted to Izuku's left forearm that would, in theory, let dimension breach's window widen into a doorway he could physically step through, and more importantly, step back from. Nizu was blunt about the risk. We do not know what happens to a human body that crosses between branches of possibility, he said, adjusting a final component with tools too small for Izuku to properly see. This anchor is our best guess. It is not a guarantee. I understand, Izuku said, and he did, and he was still going to go. They agreed, after considerable debate, that he would not go alone, not because Izuku wanted company but because Nizu flatly refused to authorize a solo mission into an unknown dimensional space, no matter how many times Izuku pointed out that the anchor was built for one. In the end it was Aizawa who volunteered to be the anchor's tether point, staying behind in the workshop with his eyes fixed on the readouts, ready to yank the emergency recall if anything went wrong, and it was All Might who insisted on being the one standing beside Izuku when the door opened, retired or not. A symbol doesn't retire from the moment someone needs saving, the older man said, when Izuku tried to argue. Not while I've still got breath to argue with you about it. They chose the world of the ruined courtyard on purpose, the one where Uraraka had looked at him and said his name. Whatever had happened there, whatever had broken that timeline, it was the one place Izuku knew for certain someone was waiting, even if she didn't know it yet. At 11 that night, in a workshop lit by humming monitors, Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes, reached for the ache behind his sternum, and pulled. The seam of light did not close this time. It widened, silent and terrible and beautiful all at once, a vertical tear in the empty air that showed, on the other side, not a still image but a living, breathing world, wind moving through broken windows, ash drifting like slow snow. Midoriya, Aizawa said from behind the monitors, his voice flat with the effort of staying calm, readings are stable. You've got a window. Go, before it isn't. Izuku looked at All Might. All Might looked back, and nodded once, the ghost of his old fighting spirit rising up through the tired lines of his face. They stepped through together. Chapter 2, The Girl Who Did Not Sleep. The other side of the tear was cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Izuku's boots hit cracked asphalt, and the doorway behind him sealed itself down to a thin, humming seam that Nizu's readouts had promised would remain tethered for exactly 40 minutes before it required active recharging from Aizawa's end. 40 minutes to find her. 40 minutes to explain the unexplainable. He had no idea, yet, whether that was going to be enough time. Beside him, All Might straightened to his full height, and even diminished by his injury, even years past his prime, there was something in the set of his shoulders that made the wrecked street around them feel, for just a moment, less hopeless. This way, Izuku said, already moving. He didn't know how he knew, except that dimension breach seemed to hum louder the closer he got to true north, an instinctive pull toward the one person in this dead world who had looked back at him. She's close. They found her in the shell of what had once been a convenience store, the shelves stripped bare, the windows boarded from the inside with salvaged plywood. She had a fire going in a metal drum, small and carefully smokeless, and she came up off the ground the instant the door groaned open, her hand already glowing pink at the fingertips, years of survival instinct making her fast in a way Izuku's Uraraka, his Uraraka, had never needed to be. Don't move, she said, and her voice was rougher than he remembered, worn down at the edges like a stone in a river. I don't know what you are, but I've killed things that looked exactly like people before. Uraraka, it's me, Izuku said, both hands raised, empty, open. It's really me. Izuku. From another world. I saw you. 2 weeks ago, I saw you standing in the street outside UA, and I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I built a way to come find you. She didn't lower her hand. Her eyes, though, flicked from his face to All Might's, and something in her expression cracked open, just slightly, at the sight of the older man standing tall and alive behind him. All Might is dead, she said. Not a question. A fact she had lived inside for a long time. He died protecting the last evacuation route out of the city. I watched it happen. I'm not your All Might, the man said gently. But in my world, I'm still standing, still trying to protect people, same as always. And this young man beside me, Uraraka, he came all this way because he couldn't stand the thought of you carrying this alone. Her hand trembled. The pink glow flickered and died. Prove it, she said, her voice cracking down the middle. Prove you're really him. Prove this isn't some trick, some quirk, some I've seen things that looked like people before. I've seen worse than that. Izuku swallowed hard, and did the only thing he could think of. He told her things only she would know how to verify, not facts, not passwords, but memory, the specific texture of a shared history no impersonation could fake. The way she used to get travel sick on the bus to training camp and always sat by the window. The exact terrible pun she'd made after her provisional license exam, the one that had made Ida laugh so hard he'd nearly walked into a wall. The conversation they'd had on the roof after the sports festival, when she told him, half joking and half not, that she was going to be a hero so her parents never had to worry about money again, and he'd told her that was one of the best reasons he'd ever heard. By the time he finished, she had sunk down onto an overturned shelf, both hands pressed over her mouth, her whole body shaking with the effort of not falling apart in front of a stranger who wasn't a stranger at all. It's really you, she whispered, and the words broke apart halfway through. Deku. It's really you. He crossed the ruined store in 3 steps and knelt in front of her, and when she reached out and grabbed the front of his jacket with both hands, fisting the fabric like she thought he might disappear if she let go, he didn't tell her to calm down, didn't tell her it was going to be okay. He just stayed there, steady, letting her hold on. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you, he said quietly. You didn't even know I existed until 2 weeks ago, she managed, half a laugh and half a sob. Idiot. That's not how time works. I know, he said. I'm still sorry. It took the better part of an hour, well past the point where Aizawa's voice crackled urgently through the small comm unit clipped to All Might's caller warning that the window was destabilizing, for Ochako Uraraka to tell them what had happened to her world. The attack had come during what should have been an ordinary provisional license renewal exam, a coordinated strike from a coalition of villains that history, in Izuku's world, had never allowed to form, because in his world the heroes who might have united against them had been caught and stopped in time. Here, they hadn't been. The exam site became a slaughterhouse in under 10 minutes. Half her graduating class had died in the first assault. UA had fallen not long after, its symbolic collapse the final blow to a hero society already staggering under years of attrition. The surviving students had scattered, gone underground, formed small desperate cells of resistance that struck where they could and hid where they couldn't. Most of Class 1A is gone, Ochako said, staring into the low fire, her voice gone flat and clinical in the specific way of someone reciting facts too painful to feel anymore. Ida. Kirishima. Zero. Each name landed like a stone dropped into still water. Some of them didn't die in the first attack. They died later, trying to protect people who couldn't protect themselves, because that's what we were trained to do and none of us knew how to stop, even after everything. She looked up, and her eyes were dry, burned past the point of easy tears. Some of them are still out there. Scattered. I lost contact with the others months ago. Izuku's chest ached like something inside it had physically torn. Others. There are others alive. I think so. I hope so. She wrapped her arms around herself. I've been trying to find them ever since. It's why I'm still moving. If I stop moving, I have to think about the ones I already lost, and I can't do that and keep going at the same time. All Might crouched down to her eye level, his expression carrying the particular gravity of a man who had spent a lifetime learning how to hold other people's grief without flinching from it. Young lady, he said, in my world, in the world Midoriya is asking you to come to, your friends are alive. Ida is alive. Kirishima is alive. Every name you just said belongs to someone eating breakfast in a dormitory 100 meters from where this young man sleeps at night. You will not be walking into an empty world. You will be walking into the one where everyone you loved got to keep living. Ochako made a sound that wasn't quite a word, both hands pressed to her face, and Izuku understood, watching her shoulders shake, that this was the first time in longer than he wanted to imagine that she had been allowed to cry without immediately having to get up and keep running. There's a version of me there, she said finally, muffled behind her hands. Isn't there? A version of me who never had to become this. There is, Izuku said honestly. And there's room for both of you. I promise. She lowered her hands. Her face was wrecked, tear tracks cutting clean lines through old grime, but underneath the wreckage there was something steadying, some decision settling into place behind her eyes. Take me to my friends, she said. Please. Whatever's left of them. Whoever's still out there in this world that I haven't found yet. Can you go back for them too? Can this thing you built find more than one person? Izuku looked at All Might. All Might looked back at him, and something passed between them, an understanding that this was never going to be a single rescue, that the moment they'd opened that door they had made a promise bigger than one person, whether they'd meant to or not. Yes, Izuku said. I don't know how many trips it'll take. I don't know how much this is going to cost me. But yes. I'm not leaving anyone behind that I can reach. The comm unit crackled again, more urgently this time. Midoriya, windows collapsing in 90 seconds, you need to move now. Ochako Uraraka stood, wiped her face with the back of one scarred hand, and for the first time since they'd found her, something that was almost a real smile flickered across her mouth. Then let's go home, she said. Before your door slams shut and strands both of us here. Chapter 3, The Weight of One More Door. The return trip through the seam felt like being turned inside out and back again in under a second, a nauseating compression that left Izuku on his hands and knees on the workshop floor, one for all roaring hollow and spent through every nerve in his body. Beside him, Ochako Uraraka hit the ground on her hands and knees as well, gasping, staring at the fluorescent lights overhead like she'd forgotten such an ordinary, undamaged ceiling could exist. Aizawa was already moving, scanning her with the flat clinical focus of a teacher assessing a threat before he allowed himself to process her as a person, and then, apparently satisfied she was no danger, some of the tension went out of his shoulders. "Welcome to the world where UA is still standing," he said, in the driest voice Izuku had ever heard him use, and it was, weirdly, exactly the right thing to say, because it startled a wet, disbelieving laugh out of Ochako that sounded more like relief than humor. Recovery Girl swept in a moment later, fussing over both travelers with a competence that made the whole workshop feel briefly, blessedly normal, and it was in the middle of that fussing that the door to the workshop opened and a very familiar voice said, uncertainly, "Deku? Is that why does Recovery Girl need the emergency kit, what's going on?" The Ochako of this world, dorm clothes, and easy posture and a face that had never once had to learn the particular flatness of a survivor, stopped dead in the doorway. The two of them looked at each other across the workshop, and the silence that followed was the loudest thing Izuku had ever sat through. "Oh, the dorm world," Ochako said finally, her voice very small. "Oh, that's me. That's really me." "Hi," the other Ochako said, equally quiet, equally lost. I guess I'm you too." From somewhere it went a lot worse. Neither of them moved for a long moment. Then the dorm world Ochako crossed the room in quick, decisive steps and pulled her hardened counterpart into a hug fierce enough to make the other girl stiffen in startled surprise before, slowly, carefully, she let herself be held, both arms coming up to grip the back of the other girl's shirt like a drowning person grabbing a rope. "I don't know what happened to you," the dorm world Ochako said into her shoulder, "but I'm so sorry, and I'm so glad you're here, and you don't have to explain anything you don't want to explain, and you're staying here where it's safe, okay?" The battle-hardened Ochako made a sound that broke apart into something like a sob, and buried her face against her double's shoulder, and for a long moment nobody in the workshop said anything at all, because some things didn't need narration. Izuku, watching from where Recovery Girl was still dabbing disinfectant along a scrape on his knuckles he hadn't noticed getting, felt the exhaustion in his bones settle into something that wasn't quite pain and wasn't quite relief, but sat somewhere close to both. One rescue. He already knew, with a certainty that felt less like a decision and more like a vow, that it wasn't going to be the only one. The following morning, Principal Nizu called an emergency staff meeting, and by the end of it, the shape of what was coming had become impossible to ignore. "Dimension breach is not a one-time anomaly," Nizu said, standing on his chair at the head of the conference table so he could see over its surface, his tail flicking with the particular agitation he reserved for problems large enough to interest him. "Young Midoriya's connection to these branch timelines appears to strengthen with use rather than weaken, which suggests it will only continue expanding its reach. We are, whether we intended to be or not, now the custodians of a doorway between worlds. I do not think it is a doorway we can responsibly close." "You're saying we let him keep going," Aizawa said. It wasn't quite a question. "I am saying," Nizu replied, "that somewhere out there are more versions of children we already love, living through horrors we prevented here by nothing more than the accident of a slightly different timeline. I do not believe any of us, looking that fact in the eye, could in good conscience tell him to stop." All Might, seated at the far end of the table with his hands folded, spoke without looking up. "He wouldn't stop even if we told him to. You all know that as well as I do." Nobody argued the point, because nobody could. They spent the rest of the meeting hammering out the practical shape of what they were now, unofficially and then officially, calling the Vanguard Initiative, a standing protocol for identifying viable rescue windows, stabilizing extraction routes, and the part that made even Nizu go quiet for a long moment, housing and integrating the survivors they brought home. UA's dormitory wing had unused capacity. Recovery Girl volunteered to head a quiet, trauma-informed intake process. Present Mike, when he heard, immediately offered to run informal orientation sessions, his booming enthusiasm dialed down to something gentler for the occasion. Even Principal Nizu, not a being known for sentiment, spent an unusual amount of time that afternoon reviewing psychological support frameworks with a focus that bordered on protective. Izuku sat through most of the meeting in a haze of exhausted gratitude, watching adult after adult quietly reorganize their professional lives around the promise he'd made to one girl in a burned-out convenience store, and understood, for the first time, the actual scale of what he'd started. This was not going to be a rescue. This was going to be an army, built one impossible doorway at a time, out of every girl who had refused to stop fighting even after her world told her there was nothing left worth fighting for. He found her that evening, the world-worn Ochako, sitting alone on the dormitory rooftop with her knees pulled up to her chest, watching the sun go down over a city that had never learned to burn. "Mind if I sit?" he asked. She shifted over without a word, making room. They sat in silence for a while, the good kind, the kind that didn't need filling. Below them, the lights of the dormitory were coming on one by one, ordinary and warm, students moving between rooms with the unhurried carelessness of people who had never had to learn to move any other way. "It's so loud here," Ochako said finally. "Not the sound. The safety of it. I forgot what that felt like. Being somewhere loud with normal, stupid, unimportant noise. You don't have to get used to it fast," Izuku said. "There's no deadline on healing." She was quiet for another moment, turning something over. "Then, you're going to keep going, aren't you? Through that door. To find more of us?" "Yes," he said, without hesitation. "There are worlds out there where people I care about are living through the worst thing that could have happened to them. I saw your world by accident, and I still can't sleep some nights thinking about how many I haven't seen yet. I can't know that and do nothing." Ochako looked at him for a long moment, something complicated moving behind her tired eyes, grief and hope and a fierce, protective determination all tangled together. "Then I'm not staying behind in the dorms while you do it," she said. "I know this door better than anyone alive in this world. I know what it costs to survive on the other side of it. Let me help you find the others. Let me help you bring them home." Izuku looked at her, at the scars along her forearms that recovery girl's Quirk could smooth but couldn't quite erase, at the flat readiness in her stance that no amount of dormitory safety had unwound yet, and understood that she wasn't asking his permission so much as informing him of a decision already made. "Okay," he said. "Then welcome to the Vanguard." For the first time since he'd found her in that dead convenience store, Rogue Uraraka smiled, and it reached all the way to her eyes. Chapter 4, The Engineer Who Never Ran. The second doorway did not open where Izuku expected it to. He had assumed, in the 2 weeks of careful preparation that followed Ochako's arrival, that dimension breach would keep pulling him back toward variations of his own world, other broken UAs, other fallen versions of the classmates he already knew. Instead, on the night he next reached for the vestige with Ochako standing at his shoulder as both anchor and translator of what survival looked like from the inside, the vision that answered him was somewhere else entirely. A workshop. Vast, industrial, lit by the cold blue glow of arc reactor-style lighting rigs, its walls lined with half-finished exosuits and shattered support armor, every surface coated in a fine film of dust that suggested nobody had swept the place in a very long time. And in the middle of the wreckage, welding torch in one gloved hand, hunched over a mechanical leg brace with the singular focus of someone who had learned that stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant remembering, was a young woman with wild blonde hair pulled back under a bandana and burned scars mapping one side of her jaw. "Melissa," Izuku breathed, and the recognition hit him like a physical blow, because he'd only met her a handful of times, at international symposiums and support item conferences. But he remembered her sharp mind and her easy laugh, and neither of those things were visible anywhere in the exhausted, hollowed-out woman in front of him now. "Who's Melissa?" Ochako asked quietly, watching the vision over his shoulder in the workshop's dim monitor glow. "Melissa Shield. David Shield's daughter, All Might's old friend from his exchange year in America. She runs support item development, or she did, in every version of the timeline I've ever heard about. She's brilliant. She's supposed to be the one who builds the next generation of hero equipment." He swallowed hard, watching the woman on the screen set down her torch and press both hands flat against the workbench, shoulders shaking with an exhaustion that had nothing to do with physical labor. Something happened to her world too. They opened the door within the hour. The workshop, up close, was even worse than the vision had suggested, littered with broken prototypes and cannibalized parts, a bunker as much as a laboratory, windows bricked over from the inside, every exit reinforced with mechanisms Izuku recognized, with a jolt of grim admiration, as genuinely brilliant defensive engineering. Melissa's shield came up off her stool the instant the scene tore open, And unlike Ochako's raw survival instinct, her reaction was cold and calculated, her hand already closing around a device on her belt that Izuku's danger sense flagged, correctly, as some kind of weaponized support gear. Identify yourselves, she said, her American accented Japanese clipped and precise, or I put you both down before you finish that sentence. Melissa, my name is Izuku Midoriya, he said, hands raised, I'm a student at UA in a different branch of the timeline. I have a quirk that lets me see into other worlds, and I saw you, and I came to help. Her eyes narrowed, but the device on her belt didn't lower. UA fell here almost 3 years ago. If you're really from a version where it's still standing, prove it. Tell me something only someone who actually knows my father's work would know. Izuku's mind raced, cataloging every scrap of support item history and David Shield trivia he'd ever crammed into his notebooks. Your father designed the original prototype for All Might's support suit using a redundant power distribution system he based on parallel circuit theory he adapted from American infrastructure engineering, because he said single points of failure were how good heroes died doing good work. He used to sign every finished prototype with a tiny engraved DS on the interior seam, so small most people never noticed it. I read his old technical papers when I was 12. I basically taught myself early support theory off his margin notes. Something in Melissa's face cracked, just slightly, the device on her belt lowering half an inch. That's not public information. Almost nobody outside the company knew about the DSC mark. I told you. I'm a fan, Izuku said, with the particular helpless earnestness that had disarmed strangers his whole life. A huge one. I've admired your father's work since I was a kid, and everything I've heard about you says you're just as brilliant. I came because I couldn't stand the idea of that brilliance dying alone in a bunker nobody's coming to save. Melissa's composure, held together for what was clearly a very long time through sheer force of will, finally gave way, her shoulders dropping, the device slipping from suddenly nerveless fingers to clatter against the workbench. Nobody's supposed to know I'm still here, she said, her voice unsteady for the first time. I've spent 3 years making sure nobody could find this place. And you just walked in through a hole in the air. I know it doesn't make sense, Izuku said gently. But I promise you, it's real, and I'm not the only one who came looking. He glanced at Ochako, who stepped forward with the specific, weary solidarity of someone who recognized a fellow survivor on sight. I'm from a world like this too, Ochako said quietly. Or I was. He found me first. There's a place on the other side of that door where it's safe. Where you don't have to weld your own leg brace alone at 3 in the morning because there's nobody left who'd notice if you didn't. Melissa's shield looked between the two of them for a long moment, her engineer's mind visibly working through the problem the way she must have worked through every problem that had kept her alive this long, weighing risk against the growing, aching want visible underneath her exhaustion. My father, she said finally, quietly. Is he in your world, is he? Alive, Izuku said immediately. Working with All Might, actually, on next-generation support tech. He talks about you sometimes, at conferences. He's so proud of you it's almost embarrassing to watch. Melissa made a sound that was half laugh, half something breaking, and pressed the back of her wrist hard against her mouth. Okay, she said, once she'd gotten her voice back under control. Okay. Give me 10 minutes. There are things in this bunker I'm not leaving behind. The 10 minutes stretched to nearly 30, Melissa moving through the wreckage of her workshop with brisk, economical efficiency, salvaging a hard drive here, a half-finished prototype there, a photograph in a cracked frame that she tucked inside her jacket without comment. Izuku understood, watching her work, that this was not indecision. This was someone saying goodbye to a life on her own terms, for possibly the first time in 3 years of simply surviving whatever came next. When she finally straightened, drive and prototype and photograph secured, she looked around the bunker one last time with an expression that held more grief than relief, and Izuku thought, not for the first time since Ochako, that rescue and loss were not opposites so much as two names for the exact same door. I'm ready, Melissa said. The calm crackled. Aizawa's voice, tight with the specific tension of a closing window. Whatever you're doing, do it now. They ran for the scene together, and stepped through into the light. Chapter 5, The Army That Refused to Lose Him Twice. Melissa Shield's reunion with her father did not happen quietly, And nobody who witnessed it in UA's front courtyard that evening pretended otherwise. David Shield, summoned from his current consulting post at the request of a suspiciously vague message from Nizu, took one look at the exhausted, scarred, achingly familiar young woman standing beside Izuku Midoriya and went white to the lips before crossing the courtyard in a dead run, and the sound Melissa made when her father's arms closed around her was not composed, was not measured, was not anything close to the careful control she'd maintained through every minute of her escape. It was simply relief, loud and unashamed, echoing off the courtyard walls. All Might, watching from a respectful distance with Izuku at his side, put a hand on his successor's shoulder, heavy and warm. "Two," the older man said quietly. "Two brought home, young Midoriya. How does it sit with you?" Izuku watched Melissa bury her face against her father's shoulder, watched Ochako standing nearby with her arms crossed and her expression unreadable except for the faint, fierce softness around her eyes, and thought about the burned courtyard he'd first glimpsed weeks ago, and the countless others he hadn't seen yet, waiting in the dark on the other side of doors he hadn't opened. "It sits like a promise I haven't finished keeping," he said honestly. All Might huffed something that was almost a laugh, almost pride, almost grief for every version of these children he could not reach himself. "That sounds about right for a successor of mine." Word of the Vanguard initiative spread through UA's staff and, carefully, selectively, through its student body over the following days, and Izuku braced himself, half expecting resistance, half expecting fear of the unknown, half expecting someone in the administration to decide the risk was too great and shut the whole project down before it could grow any further. What he got instead, from almost everyone, was something closer to determination. Momo Yaoyorozu, when she heard, spent an entire evening in the library researching multiversal theory from every scientific angle she could access, showing up at his door the next morning with a folder of notes and a quiet, steady offer to help design better stabilization equipment. Tenya Ida, upon learning that a version of himself might be among the dead in some fallen world, went very still for a long moment and then asked, with the particular formal intensity he reserved for matters of real importance, how he could help ensure no one else's counterpart met the same fate unnecessarily. Even Bakugo, gruff and reflexively dismissive on the surface, cornered Izuku in the training gym 2 days later and demanded, with more restrained concern than his tone let on, to know exactly how dangerous the process was for him personally, and whether Recovery Girl was monitoring it properly. "You look like hell every time you use it," Bakugo said, arms crossed, refusing to quite meet Izuku's eyes. "Don't be an idiot and burn yourself out trying to save everyone at once. Pace yourself, or I'll drag you out of that workshop myself." "Since when do you care that much?" Izuku said, half teasing, entirely touched. "Since never," Bakugo said flatly, which both of them understood to mean the opposite, and stalked off before the conversation could get any more sincere than that. Ochako found Izuku on the training field that evening, running him through a modified sparring routine Recovery Girl had cleared as safe conditioning for the strange new drain dimension breach left in his system, quiet efficient exercises meant to keep his body resilient without pushing him past what his recovering reserves could handle. "You're thinking too loud," she said, catching his wrist mid-strike and holding it there, studying his face with the particular sharpness of someone who had learned, the hard way, to read exhaustion in other people before it became a liability. "What's going on in that head of yours, Deku?" "There are so many worlds," he admitted, lowering his arm, some of the tension he'd been carrying all week finally slipping out in the confession. "I don't know how many. I don't know how many of them are like yours, or Melissa's. I don't know if I can reach all of them in time, before whatever's hunting them there finishes what it started." Ochako's grip on his wrist tightened, grounding rather than restraining. "You can't save everyone all at once," she said, gently but without softening the truth of it. "You'll break yourself trying, and then you won't be able to save anyone at all. But you don't have to do this alone anymore. That's the whole point of everyone who heard about this and decided to help. Yaoyorozu building better equipment. Ida coordinating logistics like it's his personal mission in life. Bakugo pretending he doesn't care while showing up to every single briefing." She smiled, small and real. "Me. Melissa, once she's had a few weeks to breathe, is going to want to build something to help too, I guarantee it. You started this because you couldn't stand the thought of someone suffering alone on the other side of a door you could open. Well, neither can any of us, now that we know it's real. Izuku looked at her for a long moment, at the steadiness that had grown back into her stance over just a handful of weeks of safety, at the fierce, protective determination that had replaced the flat exhaustion of their first meeting, and felt something in his chest ease, just slightly, under the weight of a promise that no longer felt like his to carry alone. An army, he said quietly, half to himself. An army, Ochako agreed. Built out of everyone who's ever loved you enough, in any world, to refuse to lose you twice. Get used to it, Deku. It's only going to grow from here. Above them, the UA campus lights burned steady against the gathering dark, ordinary, and unbroken, a world that did not yet know how many more doors its favorite hero in training was about to open, or how many girls from how many shattered timelines were about to come walking through them, scarred and exhausted and fiercely, finally, safe. Somewhere behind Izuku's sternum, faint but unmistakable, Dimension Breach hummed, patient and waiting, already reaching toward the next fold of the multiverse where someone needed him to come find them. He closed his eyes, took a slow breath, and let it pull. Chapter 6, The Next Door. 3 weeks into the Vanguard initiative, UA's East Dormitory wing had quietly transformed into something between a sanctuary and a war room, and Izuku found he could no longer walk its halls without being stopped at least twice by someone with a new idea, a new concern, or a new piece of the growing puzzle they were all building together. Melissa's shield, true to Ochako's prediction, had lasted exactly 9 days of enforced rest before commandeering a corner of Power Loader's workshop and beginning, with her father's delighted blessing, work on a second-generation stabilization anchor, one designed to widen Dimension Breach's tether window from 40 minutes to nearly 2 hours. The bottleneck isn't the doorway, she explained to Izuku one evening, sleeves rolled up, a smear of grease along her jaw that made her look, for the first time since he'd met her, genuinely happy in her work rather than merely occupied by it. It's you. Your reserves cap out fast because the anchor's pulling raw stabilization energy straight from your quirk instead of buffering it through an intermediary system. If I build a proper capacitor array, we can front-load most of the energy cost before you ever open the seam. You'd still feel it, but you wouldn't feel like you'd run a marathon in full gear every single time. You built that in 9 days, Izuku said, more than a little stunned, flipping through her schematics. Melissa shrugged, though the corner of her mouth twitched upward. I had 3 years of nothing to do but build things that kept me alive. Turns out that skill set transfers pretty well to building things that keep other people alive too. She paused, her expression sobering slightly. Besides, I know what it's like on the other side of one of those doors, waiting for someone to notice you're still breathing. If I can make it easier for you to reach more of us faster, I'm not going to sit around not doing it. It was, Izuku reflected, becoming a familiar shape to the way this was unfolding. Everyone he brought home did not simply arrive and rest. They arrived, grieved, healed as much as healing allowed in a matter of weeks, and then, almost without exception, turned the fierce, hard-won competence that had kept them alive toward making sure the next rescue went a little easier than theirs had. Ochako had taken to coordinating directly with Aizawa on tether monitoring protocols, her instincts for reading a dangerous situation sharpened by 3 years of surviving one, proving so useful that Aizawa, a man not given to easy praise, had started deferring to her judgment on live extraction calls without hesitation. Melissa was rebuilding the anchor from the ground up. Between the two of them and the growing circle of Class 1A students quietly read into the project, the Vanguard was stopping being one boy and a vestige and starting to become something closer to what All Might had called it in that first staff meeting, an institution. The vision that found him on the 22nd night was different from anything Dimension Breach had shown him before, not a single glimpse but a slow, unfolding sequence, as though the vestige itself had grown strong enough to show him more than a frozen moment. He was sitting on the workshop floor, Melissa's half-finished capacitor array humming quietly on the bench beside him, when the migraine built behind his eyes with a pressure that felt different from before, less like a door creaking open and more like a door being kicked, hard, from the other side. What answered him was not a ruined street or a hidden bunker. It was a battlefield, or what remained of one, a vast cratered expanse that might once have been the outskirts of a city, and moving across it in a loose, disciplined formation were 6 figures in matched combat gear, mismatched only in the small personal modifications each had made to their own armor, moving with the coordinated economy of people who had fought beside each other for a very long time. He recognized every one of them, even scarred, even hardened, even carrying themselves with a grim professionalism his own gentle, chaotic classmates had never needed to develop. An older Kirishima, a jagged scar bisecting one eyebrow, hardened skin permanently cracked in places that never fully smoothed back. An older Yaoyorozu, her once elegant fighting style honed down into something brutally efficient. Tsuyu, Jiro, Tokoyami, all of them moving like a single organism built out of years of loss and survival layered one on top of the other. And at the front of the formation, calling quiet, precise commands that the others obeyed without question, was a woman he almost didn't recognize at first, not because her face had changed so much as because of what had been carved into it by time and grief and the particular authority of someone who had, at some point, stopped being a student and started being the person everyone else looked to when the world came apart. Momo Yaoyorozu, older, harder, leading what remained of an entire fallen generation of heroes. The vision held longer than any before it, long enough for Izuku to watch them clear a collapsed building with brutal, practiced efficiency, long enough to hear, faintly, snatches of the commands the older Momo issued, tactical and clipped and utterly without the softness he associated with her voice. Long enough to see, in the last few seconds before the migraine finally released him, the way she paused at the edge of the crater, looked up at a sky the color of old bruises, and said, quietly, to no one in particular, just a little longer. We just have to hold a little longer. The vision snapped shut, and Izuku came back to himself on the workshop floor with tears he hadn't noticed forming spilling hot down his face, and Melissa's hand gripping his shoulder, steadying him, her expression already shifting from concern into the sharp, focused readiness of someone who had learned to move fast when it mattered. What did you see? She said. Not a question. A summons to action. Class 1A, Izuku said, his voice rough. All of them. Or what's left? They're still fighting. They're still out there, and it's not one rescue this time, Melissa. It's 6. Maybe more. He pressed the heel of his hand against his eyes, forcing his breathing to steady. Momo's leading them. She's not a student anymore. She's a commander. She's kept them alive for years. Melissa was already moving toward the comm panel, already pulling up the schematics for her half-finished second-generation anchor with the brisk, decisive focus of an engineer who had just been handed the only motivation she needed to finish a project ahead of schedule. Then we're not waiting for this thing to be perfect, she said. We're finishing it tonight. However long it takes. She glanced back at him, and something fierce and protective moved behind her tired eyes, an echo of the same look Ochako wore whenever the subject of unreached survivors came up. You said it yourself, Izuku. You're not leaving anyone behind that you can reach. 6 of them, holding a line somewhere on the other side of a door you already know how to open. So we build the door wider. Tonight. By the time dawn broke over UA's campus, the workshop looked like a small, controlled storm had passed through it, tools scattered across every surface, 3 pots of coffee reduced to sludge in their carafes, and in the center of the wreckage, a new stabilization anchor, sleeker and more heavily reinforced than its predecessor, humming with a steady blue light that Melissa declared, with the exhausted satisfaction of an engineer who had just pulled off the impossible, ready for field testing. Nizu arrived not long after, summoned by an early message from Aizawa, and took one long look at the new anchor, the exhausted but determined faces of everyone still standing in the workshop, and the tremor that hadn't quite left Izuku's hands since the vision the night before, and did not, for once, raise a single objection about proper protocol or measured pacing. 6 students, he said quietly, turning the anchor over in his small paws with careful curiosity. An entire fallen generation, still fighting on the other side of a door we now know how to widen. He looked up at Izuku, his dark eyes unusually solemn. Midoriya. This will be the most dangerous extraction the Vanguard has attempted. Are you prepared for what it might cost you to bring an entire class home? Izuku thought of Momo's voice in the vision, worn thin with years of holding a line she never should have had to hold alone. He thought of Kurishima's scarred face, of Tsuyu's exhausted eyes, of every name Ochako had listed in that burned-out convenience store weeks ago, finally close enough to reach. Whatever it costs, Izuku said, it's cheaper than what it's costing them to keep fighting without us. Nizu studied him for a long moment, and then, slowly, nodded, setting the anchor down on the workbench with the careful reverence of a man handing over something far heavier than its physical weight. Then let us not waste the door you've already been given, he said. Prepare the extraction team. Tonight, Midoriya, you go get your class back. Outside the workshop windows, the sun climbed fully over UA's rooftops, gilding the dormitory wing where Ochako and Melissa now slept safe, where Bakugo trained too early and Ida ran logistics drills with a fervor that hid how much he needed this project to succeed, where an entire school full of ordinary hope was quietly reorganizing itself around one impossible, unbreakable promise. Somewhere on the other side of a door not yet fully open, 6 exhausted heroes were still holding a line they no longer believed anyone was coming to relieve. Izuku Midoriya intended to prove them wrong before the day was through. The briefing that afternoon filled Nizu's conference room past its usual capacity, chairs dragged in from adjoining offices, standing room claimed along the back wall by students who had, over the past 3 weeks, quietly earned their place in a project that was no longer any kind of secret within UA's walls. Izuku stood at the front of the room beside a projected schematic of the new anchor, Melissa at his shoulder ready to field the technical questions his exhausted mind might fumble, Ochako on his other side with a tactical overlay of everything her own 3 years of survival had taught her about reading a hostile world at a glance. 6 confirmed survivors, Izuku said, tapping through the projection to a rough sketch he'd made from memory the moment the vision released him. Yaoyorozu is leading. From what I saw, she's been leading for a long time. Kirishima, Tsuyu, Jiro, Tokoyami, and at least one more voice I heard over comms in the vision but didn't get a clear look at. Possibly Shoji, based on the formation spacing. The window Melissa's built US should hold for close to 2 hours, Aizawa said, arms crossed against the back wall, his tired eyes sweeping the room with the flat authority that had kept generations of students alive long enough to graduate. That is not 2 hours to be careless. That is 2 hours to get in, confirm the survivors, and get every single one of them through the seam before it collapses. Nobody goes in without a clearly assigned role. Nobody improvises without clearing it through Midoriya or myself first. I'll go through with him, Ochako said, before anyone could suggest otherwise. I know what it looks like out there. I know how a group that's been fighting that long thinks, how they'll react to strangers showing up out of nowhere. They won't trust words alone. They'll need someone who's lived it to vouch for what's real. Bakugo, seated near the front with his arms crossed and his expression set in its usual scowl, spoke up without waiting to be called on, which surprised approximately no one in the room. I'm going too. Bakugo Izuku started. Don't, Bakugo cut him off. You're walking into a war zone to pull out 6 people who've been fighting for their lives for years. You want backup that can actually fight if something goes wrong on the other side of that door, not just talk nice and hope for the best. I'm not asking permission. I'm telling you I'm coming. Aizawa, who had clearly anticipated exactly this argument, didn't even look up from his tablet. Approved. Kirishima's counterpart is confirmed among the survivors. Having someone who already knows how to fight beside a hardening type quirk user in formation is tactically sound, whatever your actual motive is. Bakugo's ears went faintly red, and he said nothing further, which everyone in the room correctly interpreted as confirmation that his motives were exactly what they appeared to be. Izuku looked around the crowded conference room, at Melissa double-checking her calculations one final time, at Ochako's steady, determined focus, at Bakugo's stubborn readiness, at Ida in the back already running logistics for 6 additional dormitory rooms, at Momo Yaoyorozu, his Momo, sitting very still near the front with her hands folded tightly in her lap and an expression that suggested she was bracing herself to meet a version of her own future she had never asked to imagine. Thank you, Izuku said quietly, and found, for once, that the words felt too small for what he actually meant. All of you. I couldn't do any of this alone. I don't think I was ever supposed to. None of us were, All Might said from the doorway, arriving in time to catch the tail end of the sentiment, his gaunt frame nonetheless carrying itself with the old, easy authority that still made every head in the room turn toward him without conscious thought. That's the whole point of the vestige you carry, young Midoriya. One for all was never meant to be wielded by a single set of hands. It has always been the accumulated strength of everyone willing to reach out and catch someone falling. Tonight, you simply have more hands reaching with you than any of your predecessors ever did. The room was quiet for a moment, the weight of that settling over every person present. Then Nizu, perched on his chair at the head of the table, clapped his small paws together twice, brisk and businesslike, breaking the solemnity with the particular efficiency of someone who understood that grief and determination both needed a task to hold on to. Then let us stop being sentimental and start being prepared, he said. Extraction team, final equipment checks. Support team, stand by the anchor. Midoriya, get some food in you before you open that door. A hero on an empty stomach is a hero who makes mistakes, and tonight is not a night for mistakes. The room broke into motion, chairs scraping back, voices rising into the low, focused hum of a team readying itself for something that mattered. Izuku caught Momo's eye across the room, and she offered him a small, steadying nod, the kind of quiet solidarity that needed no further words. 6 students were waiting on the other side of a door that had not yet fully opened, holding a line they no longer believed anyone was coming to relieve. By nightfall, Izuku intended to prove, once and for all, that they had been wrong to give up hope. He ate. He checked his gear. He stood at the center of the workshop as Melissa's new anchor hummed to life around his forearm, brighter and steadier than its predecessor, and when Aizawa gave the signal that the tether was stable, Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes, felt 6 lives waiting on the other side of the dark, and pulled the door open as wide as it would go. Act 2. Chapter 7, The Line They Were Holding. The scene tore open wider than it ever had before, and the world on the other side of it hit Izuku like a physical wave, heat and smoke and the distant percussion of something exploding several blocks away. He stepped through with Ochako at his left shoulder and Bakugo at his right, boots landing on cratered asphalt still warm from whatever battle had scorched it, and for one disorienting second the sheer scale of the devastation stole the breath out of his lungs. This was not a quiet, abandoned ruin like Ochako's convenience store or Melissa's buried bunker. This was a live battlefield, dust still hanging in the air, the acrid tang of ozone from a recent Quirk discharge stinging the back of his throat. Contact, Ochako said sharply, already dropping into a low, ready stance that looked nothing like the bubbly girl Izuku had grown up beside in the dorms and everything like the survivor who had spent 3 years learning to read danger before it fully arrived. 20 meters, behind that collapsed overpass. Multiple heat signatures. Bakugo's palms were already crackling, small sparks popping between his fingers in restless anticipation. Friendly or not? Only one way to find out, Izuku said, and raised his voice, pitching it to carry without quite shouting, the way Aizawa had drilled into all of them during joint training exercises meant for exactly this kind of uncertain contact. We're not hostile. My name is Izuku Midoriya, I'm looking for Yaoyorozu Momo and her unit, I have a way to get you somewhere safe. The silence that answered him stretched long enough that he started to wonder if the vision had led him wrong, if this was some other version of the ruined city entirely, some world where nobody was left alive to hear him at all. Then a voice, flat and clipped and utterly unlike the gentle, thoughtful cadence he associated with his classmate, called back from behind the collapsed overpass. Identify your quirk. Now. Or we open fire. One for all, Izuku called back immediately. Strength augmentation, originally inherited, currently at approximately 8% output control. I also carry a secondary vestige called dimension breach, that's how I'm here at all. I'm not lying to you. I don't have time to lie to you. There's a door back to a version of this world where none of this happened, and I came a long way to find you before I ran out of time to open it. Another long pause. Then, slowly, a figure emerged from behind the wreckage of the overpass, moving with the careful, economical caution of someone who had survived by never trusting a first impression. Momo Yaoyorozu, older, harder, her once elegant fighting uniform replaced by scavenged, heavily reinforced armor plating, her hair cropped short and practical instead of the long ponytail Izuku knew, one eye tracking him with cold, assessing focus while the other never stopped scanning the surrounding wreckage for a trap that might still be coming. Midoriya, she said, and something flickered behind her guarded expression, quick and complicated, gone almost as fast as it appeared. There's no version of you in this world anymore. Hasn't been for 6 years. The words landed like a blow, and Izuku understood, with a sick lurch, exactly what she meant. In this world, he hadn't survived. Whatever had broken this timeline had taken him too early, before he ever had the chance to grow into whatever this Momo had needed him to become. I know, he said quietly, because there was no version of that sentence that could be softened, and pretending otherwise would only cost her trust he desperately needed. I'm not him. I'm a different branch of the same choice, from a world where things went differently. But I promise you, Momo, I'm here because a version of me refused to stop looking until I found you. Her jaw tightened, some old grief flickering across her scarred face before she visibly shut it back down, the mask of command sliding back into place with practiced ease. Prove it, she said. Same as I demand of anyone claiming to be someone they're not. Ochako stepped forward before Izuku could answer, pulling back the sleeve of her jacket to show a thin, faded scar along her forearm, the kind recovery girl's quirk hadn't fully been able to erase. Momo, she said, and her voice cracked slightly on the name. It's me too. Uraraka. I was where you are now, 3 years ago, in a different fallen world. He found me. He brought me home. I know exactly what it costs to trust a stranger who says those words, so I'm not asking you to trust him. I'm asking you to trust me, one survivor to another. This is real. I promise you, on everything I lost getting here, this is real. Something in Momo's rigid posture finally cracked, her single unobstructed eye going wide, fixed on Ochako's face with a hunger for the possibility that was almost painful to witness. Ochako, she whispered, and for just a moment, the years of hardened command fell away entirely, leaving underneath it a young woman who had clearly buried this specific grief so deep she'd stopped letting herself feel it. You're alive. You made it out. I made it out, Ochako confirmed, closing the distance between them, and when Momo's composure finally broke entirely, it was Ochako who caught her, holding her upright through the sudden collapse of 6 years of held-together command. And now it's your turn. Yours, and everyone still holding that line with you. Momo did not, in the end, need much more convincing, though she insisted, with the exacting caution of someone responsible for other people's lives, on bringing Izuku and Ochako back to the rest of her unit before agreeing to anything. They found the others sheltering in the ruins of what had once been an underground parking structure, 5 more figures arranged in a defensive perimeter around a small, carefully hidden supply cache, and the reaction to Izuku and Ochako's arrival rippled through the group in a wave of disbelief, grief, and slowly dawning hope. Kirishima, hardened skin cracked and scarred along one entire side of his face, came up off the ground so fast he nearly overturned the crate he'd been sitting on, his eyes darting between Izuku and Bakugo, who had followed them down into the shelter with his usual scowl, doing very little to hide the way his hands had gone unsteady at the sight of his old friend's counterpart. No way, Kirishima said, his voice rough with disuse. No way, that's really Bakugo, isn't it? Man, you got old and ugly. You look like hell, Bakugo shot back, and his voice cracked on the second word in a way he clearly hated, and the two of them stared at each other across the shelter for a long, charged moment before Kirishima crossed the distance and pulled Bakugo into a hug so fierce it lifted him half off the ground, and Bakugo, red-faced and sputtering protests that nobody in the shelter believed for a second, did not actually pull away. Tsuyu watched the reunion with her usual flat, observant calm, though her wide eyes were suspiciously bright, and Jiro had both hands pressed over her mouth, and Tokoyami's dark shadow had curled protectively around his shoulders in a way that suggested even the sentient Quirk understood the gravity of the moment. The 6th figure, tall and multi-armed, confirmed as Shoji, stood a little apart from the others, watching with quiet, careful attention, one of his extra hands resting lightly on the hilt of an improvised weapon he had not yet decided to set down. You're saying there's a door, Momo said, once the initial wave of shock had settled into something closer to cautious hope. A door to a world where UA didn't fall. Where all of us are still alive, Izuku finished gently. Every single name on your unit roster, Momo. I've seen it myself. Ida's alive. He runs logistics for a project built entirely around bringing people like you home. Yaoyorozu, the version of you in my world, has been helping design the equipment that got us here at all. Momo's breath caught audibly, and for a moment she looked less like the hardened commander who'd nearly opened fire on him 20 minutes ago and more like an exhausted 20-something who had spent 6 years being strong for other people and had never once been allowed to put that weight down. How long do we have? She said finally, her voice steadying back into command even as her eyes stayed wet. before the door closes. Izuku checked the readout on Melissa's second-generation anchor, the numbers ticking down steadily but with far more margin than the old bracer had ever afforded him. A little over 90 minutes still. But I don't want to push it. If everyone's ready to move, I'd rather we go now than cut it close. Momo turned to her unit, and the transformation back into command was instant and absolute, 6 years of keeping people alive folding neatly back over her grief like armor. Grab only what you can't leave behind, she said. We move in 5 minutes. Nobody gets left on this side of that door. Am I understood? The answering chorus of assent was immediate, and underneath the discipline of it, Izuku could hear something else entirely, the raw, disbelieving hope of 6 people who had genuinely never expected to hear rescue offered to them again. Chapter 8, Everyone Comes Home. The extraction did not go entirely without complication. They were 4 minutes from the seam's location, moving in the same disciplined formation Izuku had watched from the vision, when the first of the pursuit found them, a lumbering, heavily mutated shape crashing through a collapsed storefront with a roar that shook loose debris from the surrounding ruins. Contact rear. Shoji called, already interposing himself between the creature and the rest of the group with the flat, practiced calm of someone who had done this exact maneuver more times than he could count. That's not a person, Bakugo said, palms already crackling, and there was something dark and furious in his voice at the realization. What the hell happened to this world? Later, Momo snapped, already forming a heavy reinforced barrier out of thin air with the ease of 6 years of desperate practice, her quirk's precision honed to a razor's edge by necessity. Kirishima, Shoji, hold the rear. Everyone else, keep moving, we are not losing this window. Izuku fell into step beside her without being asked, one for all humming warm and ready beneath his skin, and when the mutated shape broke through Momo's barrier with a snarl, he was already moving, closing the distance in a burst of full cowl-augmented speed and driving a controlled, precisely calibrated strike into its exposed flank that sent it crashing sideways into a collapsed support pillar. Go, he said, breathing hard, already turning to check on the others. I've got this one, keep the group moving toward the seam. You're not the only one who can fight, Midoriya, Momo said, already forming a second barrier, her expression fierce and focused in a way that reminded Izuku, sharply and painfully, of the gentle, thoughtful Momo waiting back home who had never had to learn to fight like this. But thank you. Let's finish this together. Between the two of them, the creature went down within another 30 seconds, and the group resumed its push toward the seam with only a handful of scrapes and no serious injuries to show for the delay, though Izuku noted, with quiet concern, the way Tsuyu favored one leg slightly, an old injury flaring under the strain of the run. The seam itself, when they reached it, hung in the air like a tear of pure light against the ruined backdrop of the city, and the sight of it seemed to hit every member of Momo's unit at once, 6 years of grinding survival crashing headlong into the sudden, overwhelming reality that safety was, after everything, still possible. Go, Momo said, her voice thick, ushering her unit toward the light with the same fierce protectiveness she'd shown throughout the entire extraction. All of you, go, I'll be right behind you. Kirishima went first, then Jiro, then Tokoyami with dark shadow curled tight and quiet around his shoulders, then Shoji, each of them stepping through the seam and vanishing into the light with expressions caught somewhere between terror and disbelieving hope. Tsuyu paused at the threshold, glancing back at Momo with an unspoken question in her wide, tired eyes. Go, Tsu, Momo said gently. I promise. I'm right behind you. Tsuyu went. That left Momo, Izuku, Ochako, and Bakugo at the seam's edge, the readout on Izuku's forearm ticking down toward its final minutes. Your turn, Izuku said. Momo looked back one final time at the ruined world behind her, at the city she had spent 6 years defending with everything she had, and something in her expression settled, grief and relief tangled together into a decision she had clearly been waiting years to be allowed to make. I held that line as long as I could, she said quietly, more to herself than to anyone else. I don't have to hold it anymore. She stepped through the seam, and the light swallowed her whole. The workshop, when Izuku and the others stumbled back through the closing seam, erupted into a controlled chaos of relief, Recovery Girl already moving between the 6 new arrivals with brisk, competent efficiency, Melissa monitoring the anchor's post-extraction readouts with fierce concentration, and Nizu standing at the center of it all with an expression of quiet, profound satisfaction. But it was the sight that greeted them in the hallway outside the workshop. Once the initial medical checks had cleared everyone for a few minutes of reunion before the real work of settling in began, that made the whole extraction worth every risk they'd taken. The dorm world Momo Yaoyorozu stood frozen in the corridor, having clearly been summoned the moment word reached the dormitories, staring at her older, scarred counterpart with an expression of complete and total disbelief. "That's," dorm world Momo started, and then stopped, her composed, elegant bearing utterly failing her for the first time Izuku had ever witnessed. "That's me," older Momo finished for her, her own composure cracking simultaneously, the two of them staring at each other across the corridor with matching expressions of stunned, aching recognition. Neither of them moved for a long moment. Then dorm world Momo crossed the distance in quick, decisive steps, exactly the way her counterpart in Ochako's reunion had done weeks before, and pulled her scarred, exhausted double into a fierce, careful hug. "I don't know what you went through," dorm world Momo said, her voice unsteady, "but you don't have to lead anyone through it alone anymore. You're safe. You're staying here, where it's safe, and I am going to make absolutely certain of that personally." Older Momo's composure, held together through 6 years of relentless command, finally broke completely, and she wept into her counterpart's shoulder with the specific, overwhelming release of someone who had not been allowed to stop being strong in longer than she could remember. Down the hallway, similar scenes were unfolding in overlapping waves. The dorm world Kirishima had already dragged his scarred double into an enthusiastic, careful bear hug, both of them talking over each other in a rapid babble of shared references and half-formed questions. Tsuyu's counterpart had simply taken her double's hand and was walking her, quietly, toward the dormitory kitchens, murmuring something about hot food and warm blankets. Jiro's counterpart had produced a pair of headphones and was already showing her double a playlist with the shy, hopeful earnestness of someone offering the simplest, most ordinary comfort she could think of. Tokoyami's counterpart and Shoji's counterpart stood a little apart from the noise, speaking in low, careful voices, the particular quiet solidarity of two reserved people finding common ground without needing to perform their relief loudly. Izuku, watching from the edge of the corridor with Ochako at his side, felt the exhaustion of the extraction finally catch up to him all at once, his knees going faintly unsteady, and it was Ochako's steadying hand at his elbow that kept him upright. "You did it," she said quietly. "All 6 of them." "Home. We did it," he corrected, watching Bakugo, of all people, standing a careful, awkward distance from the reunion, his expression doing something complicated and unguarded that he would never in 1,000 years have admitted to in front of anyone else. "I didn't do any of that alone." Chapter 9, Settling In. The days that followed the extraction settled into a rhythm UA's staff had, by now, grown quietly practiced at managing, though 6 new arrivals at once tested the limits of even recovery girls' carefully developed intake process. Momo Yaoyorozu, older, scarred, and utterly unaccustomed to being anything other than the person responsible for everyone else's survival, proved to be the most difficult to settle, not because she caused trouble, but because she seemed constitutionally incapable of simply resting. Izuku found her on the 3rd morning standing in the training gym at 5 in the morning, running through a combat drill with a precision that left the equipment rattling, her expression fixed in the same grim focus he'd watched her wear across a cratered battlefield days before. "You're supposed to be sleeping," he said carefully, leaning in the doorway. Momo didn't stop moving, her form snapping through the drill with mechanical efficiency. "I don't sleep well anymore. Better to be useful than lie awake doing nothing." "You don't have to earn your place here," Izuku said gently. "Nobody's keeping score. You already gave 6 years of everything you had to people who needed you. You're allowed to just exist for a while." That finally made her stop, her breath coming hard, her scarred hands trembling faintly at her sides. "I don't know how," she admitted, quiet and raw in a way the hardened commander from the battlefield had never allowed herself to be. "I don't know how to just exist, Midoriya. Every hour I'm not doing something useful feels like an hour someone else is paying for." "Then let's find you something useful that doesn't cost you your health to do," Izuku said. "Melissa's been drowning in support item requests since the extraction. Ida's coordinating logistics for an entire wing of new arrivals with basically no help. There's real work here, Momo. Important work. It just doesn't have to come with the same price it did before." Something in her expression eased, fractionally, the ghost of the thoughtful, gentle young woman underneath the hardened commander finally surfacing for just a moment. "I'd like that," she said. "Being useful without it costing me everything. I don't remember what that feels like." "Then let's find out together," Izuku said. "Come on. I'll introduce you to your counterpart properly. She's been dying to talk shop with someone who actually understands advanced material creation theory at her level." The introduction, when it happened later that morning in Melissa's workshop, produced one of the more unexpectedly delightful scenes UA's staff had witnessed since the Vanguard initiative began, the two Momos falling into an intense, technical conversation about Quirk-based material synthesis within minutes, their voices overlapping in an easy, familiar rhythm that suggested some fundamental core of who Momo Yaoyorozu was remained stable no matter what world had shaped the rest of her. "You've been reinforcing your lattice structures wrong this whole time," older Momo said, peering over her counterpart's shoulder at a half-finished prototype with the same critical focus she'd once applied to defensive fortifications. "You're wasting almost 30% of your material output on structural redundancy you don't need if you calibrate the molecular density correctly first." "Show me," Dorm World Momo said immediately, sliding over on her stool to make room, and the two of them bent over the workbench together, and by the time Izuku checked back in an hour later, they had produced a working prototype twice as efficient as anything the workshop had managed before, and both Momos looked, for the first time since the extraction, entirely and unself-consciously happy. Similar small, hopeful scenes unfolded across the dormitory wing over the following days. Kirishima's counterpart, once cleared by Recovery Girl for light physical activity, spent an entire afternoon in the training gym with his dorm world double comparing hardening techniques, the two of them trading increasingly ridiculous demonstrations of durability that ended, inevitably, with Bakugo storming over to yell at both of them for being reckless idiots while very clearly enjoying every second of the display. Tsuyu's counterpart gravitated quickly toward the dormitory kitchens, finding a quiet, steady comfort in cooking that her exhausted body had been denied for years, and within a week had become something of a fixture there, teaching her own counterpart recipes she'd learned to improvise from whatever scavenged ingredients survival had offered. Jiro's counterpart found her footing through music, spending long evenings in the common room with her double, the two of them working through old songs and new ones with a shared, easy fluency that needed almost no words at all. Tokoemi and Shoji's counterparts, both naturally reserved, settled more slowly, but no less surely, into the quiet rhythms of dormitory life, finding comfort less in loud reunion and more in the simple, accumulating evidence that safety, here, was not a temporary reprieve but an actual, sustainable fact. It was nearly 2 weeks after the extraction when Izuku found Ochako on the rooftop again, in the same spot she'd claimed for herself since her earliest days in this world, watching the sunset paint the dormitory windows gold. "They're settling in well," he said, sitting down beside her without needing to ask permission this time. "They are," she agreed. "Better than I expected, honestly. Having 6 of them arrive together instead of one at a time alone, I think it helps. They've got each other, on top of everyone here." She glanced at him sideways. "You look tired, Deku." "I am tired," he admitted. Dimension breach doesn't seem to be slowing down. If anything, it's getting louder. More insistent. I think it knows how many more doors there are to open, and it's not interested in letting me forget that." Ochako was quiet for a moment, turning something over. "Do you regret it? Any of it? The cost it's taking on you?" "No," Izuku said, immediately and without hesitation. "Never. Every time I think about the cost, I think about Momo standing at the edge of that seam, saying she didn't have to hold the line anymore. I think about you, that first night, grabbing the front of my jacket like you thought I might disappear. Whatever this costs me, it's worth it. It'll always be worth it." Ochako studied his face for a long moment, something warm and fierce and entirely unguarded moving behind her eyes, and then, without quite seeming to decide to do it, she reached over and took his hand, lacing her fingers through his with the easy, steadying confidence of someone who had already decided, a long time ago, exactly how much she was willing to fight for him. "Good," she said simply. "Because we're not done. Not even close. And I intend to be standing right beside you for every single door you open, whatever it costs either of us." Izuku squeezed her hand, and for a moment, watching the sun go down golden warm over a campus full of people who had, against every possible odd, found their way home, the weight behind his sternum eased just enough to let him breathe. Somewhere, faint and patient and utterly relentless, Dimension Breach hummed, already reaching toward the next fold of the multiverse. Chapter 10, The Rogue Signal. The vision that found him next did not arrive gently. It came nearly a month after the 6-person extraction, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon training session, without warning, without the familiar building pressure of a migraine easing him into it. One moment Izuku was sparring with Kirishima's older counterpart, who had taken with real enthusiasm to helping condition the students still adjusting to life at UA, and the next, the world dropped away entirely, replaced by something that hit his senses like a physical shock. Fire. Not the controlled, contained fire of a training exercise, but something wild and enormous, consuming an entire skyline he didn't recognize, buildings collapsing in slow, terrible cascades under the weight of flames that seemed to move with a will of their own. And cutting through the chaos, moving with a speed and violence that made his blood run cold, was a figure in a tattered, modified hero costume, gravity manipulation crackling visibly around her hands as she tore through a squad of what looked like heavily armored soldiers with brutal, unrestrained efficiency. He recognized her instantly, and the recognition landed like a blow, because this was not the careful, controlled Ochako shape he'd learned to expect from these visions. This Uraraka fought like something unleashed, her expression twisted into cold, focused fury, blood streaking one side of her face from a wound she didn't seem to notice, and the soldiers she tore through did not get back up. No, Izuku heard himself say, distantly, aware of his own body swaying on the training mat, aware of Kirishima's counterpart's hands catching his shoulders as his knees buckled. No, that's not her, that's not right. The vision held, brutal and unrelenting, long enough for him to watch her finish the squad, long enough to hear her, breathing hard over the bodies at her feet, snarl a single word in a voice gone rough and cold with something that had burned away everything gentle it had once carried. Next. Then it released him, and Izuku came back to himself on the training mat gasping, Kirishima's counterpart's face hovering over him with genuine alarm, Recovery Girl already crossing the gym at a dead run in response to the sudden collapse. Midoriya, what did you see? She demanded, dropping to her knees beside him, her healing quirk already working to ease the raw drain visible in his trembling hands. Uraraka, Izuku managed, his voice unsteady in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. Another one. A rogue. Something happened to her world, something worse than what happened to ours, and whatever she's become on the other side of that door, she's not. He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence, unable to voice the fear sitting cold and heavy in his chest. She's not the girl I know anymore. She might not want to be found. Ochako, alerted by the commotion, arrived at a run moments later, and the sight of her own face reflected in Izuku's shaken description hit her visibly hard, her hand pressed flat against her mouth as she listened to him recount what he'd seen. She's still out there, Ochako said finally, her voice steady despite the visible tremor in her hands. Whatever she's become, whatever that world did to her, she's still out there, and if there's any chance she can still be reached. I don't know if she can, Izuku admitted, honest even though it cost him. I don't know what's left of her under whatever's driving her right now. I don't know if walking through that door means bringing home a survivor, or walking into something that's forgotten how to trust anyone at all. Ochako knelt down in front of him, taking both his hands in hers, her expression fierce and unwavering despite the fear still visible underneath it. Then we go anyway, she said. Because whoever she is now, she used to be me. And if there was any chance at all, that someone would come find me before I turned into whatever's waiting on the other side of that door, I would have wanted them to take it. I'm not letting her become something she can't come back from. Not while there's still a door left to reach her through. Izuku looked at her for a long moment, at the fierce, unshakable determination in her eyes, and felt the familiar, aching weight of the promise he'd made settle back over his shoulders, heavier this time, sharper with the specific fear of a rescue that might not go the way any of the others had. Okay, he said quietly. We go. But we go careful. Whatever's waiting on the other side of that door, it's not going to be like anything we've faced yet. Behind his sternum, Dimension Breach hummed low and insistent, already straining toward a door that promised to be the hardest one yet to walk through. Chapter 11, What Survival Costs. Preparation for the extraction took longer than any before it, 3 full days of planning that left Izuku feeling the strain of dimension breaches growing insistence like a low, constant pressure behind his ribs, a reminder that the vestige did not care how carefully they planned, only that the door stayed reachable. Nizu called an expanded briefing on the second day, the conference room fuller than it had ever been, every member of the Vanguard's growing support structure present to weigh in on a rescue that carried risks unlike anything they'd faced before. "We are not walking into a rescue in the conventional sense," Nizu said, standing on his chair with his paws folded, his expression graver than Izuku had seen it since the initiative began. Based on Midoriya's account, the individual in question has likely undergone significant psychological trauma compounded by prolonged, unrelieved combat exposure. It is entirely possible she no longer perceives rescue as a concept that applies to her. We must be prepared for the reality that this extraction may require restraint before it can offer comfort. "You're talking about subduing her," Bakugo said flatly, arms crossed, his expression darker than usual. "Subduing a version of Uraraka. I am talking about the possibility that we may need to protect her from herself, and ourselves from a version of a friend who may no longer recognize either category," Nizu corrected gently. "I do not say this to discourage the attempt. I say this so that no one in this room walks through that door unprepared for what waits on the other side of it." Ochako, seated near the front with her hands folded tightly in her lap, spoke without looking up. "I'll go first. Alone, if that's what it takes to get close enough to talk to her before anyone else moves. If she's anything like I would have become, seeing a stranger's face first, especially a hero's face, might make her go straight to violence. But if she sees me—" "You're not going in alone," Izuku said immediately, and something in his voice, quiet but absolutely immovable, made Ochako finally look up at him. "I understand why you want to. I understand it's your world too, in every way that matters. But we're not repeating the mistake of thinking one person should carry this alone. That's exactly the mistake that broke her world in the first place." Ochako held his gaze for a long moment, something complicated moving behind her eyes, grief and fierce protectiveness and, underneath both, a reluctant, grateful acknowledgement that he was right. "Fine," she said finally. "But I go first through the seam. She needs to see my face before she sees anyone else's. Whatever's left of her under all that fury, I think that's the one thing that might still get through." Nizu looked between the two of them for a long moment, and then nodded, slowly. "Then that will be the plan. Uraraka leads contact. Midoriya provides support and, if necessary, physical restraint calibrated to protect rather than harm. Bakugo and Kurishima's counterpart will hold a defensive perimeter in case the environment itself proves hostile, given the scale of destruction Midoriya described." His dark eyes moved to Recovery Girl, seated near the door with an expression of quiet, steady resolve. "And you will be standing by the moment she comes through, whatever condition she arrives in." "I've been standing by for every arrival so far," Recovery Girl said. "I'm not about to stop now." The third day was spent almost entirely on Melissa's contribution to the plan, a modified restraint mechanism built into a new set of support gauntlets, designed, she explained with careful precision, to redirect rather than resist a gravity-based Quirk's output, giving Izuku a way to physically de-escalate a confrontation without risking serious injury to either himself or the person he was trying to reach. "I hate that we need this," Melissa admitted quietly, fitting the final component into place on the workbench, her expression troubled in a way Izuku hadn't seen since her own rescue. "I hate that helping people sometimes means building something that could be used to restrain them. But I hate the alternative more. If this keeps both of you safe long enough to get through to her, then it's worth building, whatever it says about the world that made it necessary." "It's not about her being dangerous," Izuku said, turning the gauntlet over in his hands, feeling the careful weight of Melissa's engineering settle into his grip. "It's about her being hurt in a way that's made her dangerous. Those aren't the same thing. I need this to protect her from doing something in the moment that she wouldn't want to have done, once she's safe enough to feel the weight of it again." Melissa's expression eased, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. "That's exactly why I built it that way. Redirect the force, don't fight it head-on. Same principle as talking someone down instead of shouting over them." She met his eyes, something steady and sure in her gaze. "You're going to reach her, Izuku. I don't know how I know that. But I do. They opened the door at dawn the next morning, the workshop quiet with the particular tension of a mission everyone understood carried more uncertainty than any before it. The world on the other side of the seam hit them immediately with the acrid smell of old smoke. The skyline Izuku had seen in the vision reduced now to blackened, skeletal ruins under a sky the color of ash. The fire he'd witnessed had clearly burned itself out days or weeks before their arrival, leaving behind a silence that felt heavier and more final than anything they'd encountered in previous extractions. She's close, Izuku said quietly, dimension breaches pull sharpening the further they moved into the ruins, tugging him toward a location with an intensity that made his chest ache. This way. They found her in what had once been a rooftop garden, now reduced to blackened planters and shattered glass, sitting alone at the very edge of the building with her legs dangling over a drop that would have killed anyone without her particular control over gravity, staring out at the ruined skyline with an expression of hollow, exhausted emptiness that was somehow more frightening than the cold fury Izuku had witnessed in his vision. Ochako stepped forward first, exactly as planned, her hands raised, empty, visible. Hey, she said softly, her voice carrying easily in the ash-heavy silence. I know you don't know me. But I think, somewhere under everything this world's done to you, you might recognize this face. The woman on the ledge went very still, and then, slowly, turned. Her face was gaunt in a way that spoke of malnutrition alongside exhaustion, one eye ringed with old bruising that had never fully healed, her hair hacked short and uneven like she'd cut it herself with a blade rather than scissors. But underneath the hollow, haunted look in her eyes, Izuku could see it, unmistakably, the same face he'd fallen in love with slowly and completely over years of friendship, staring back at herself across an impossible gap. You're me, the Rogue Uraraka said, her voice a rasp, rough with disuse and something else, something that might once have been laughter and had long since curdled into something else entirely. Or you're a very good trick. I've stopped being able to tell the difference anymore. I'm you, Ochako confirmed gently, taking one slow step closer. From a world where this didn't happen. Where UA is still standing, where our friends are still alive, where I never had to become whatever this world made you become. She held out one hand, palm up, an offering rather than a demand. I know how impossible that sounds. I know exactly how impossible it sounds, because someone offered it to me once too, and I almost didn't believe him either. The Rogue Uraraka's gaze flicked past Ochako to Izuku, and something in her hollow expression cracked open, raw and immediate and painful to witness. Deku, she rasped, and the word came apart in the middle, 6 years or more of grief compressed into a single broken syllable. You're dead. You died first. You died trying to save people who couldn't be saved, and her voice broke entirely, her hands curling into fists at her sides, gravity crackling faint and unstable around her fingers. I stopped trying to save anyone after that. I just started making sure nobody who hurt us got the chance to hurt anyone else again. I know, Izuku said, his own voice thick, crossing the rooftop slowly, hands visible, careful not to trigger whatever instinct had kept her alive this long. I know, and I'm so sorry that's what this world asked of you. But I'm here now. Not the version you lost. A different one. And I'm asking you to let us take you somewhere none of this has to keep happening to you. Chapter 12, The One Who Stopped Fighting. The Rogue Uraraka did not move for a long, agonizing moment, gravity still crackling unstable around her clenched fists, her hollow eyes moving between Ochako's outstretched hand and Izuku's careful, open expression like she was trying to solve an equation that had no solution she trusted. Everyone who's ever told me things could be different has been lying, she said finally, her voice raw. The soldiers who came through here 6 months ago told my unit they'd offer terms if we surrendered. We surrendered. They didn't offer terms. Her jaw tightened, old grief and rage tangled together into something brittle and dangerous. Why should I believe 2 strangers wearing faces I used to trust? You shouldn't, Izuku said honestly, stopping several careful paces away, refusing to close the distance further without her invitation. Not on my word alone. I'm not going to stand here and tell you to just trust us because we look familiar. That's not fair to you, and it's not fair to everything this world has taught you to survive. He held her gaze, steady despite the ache in his chest. But I can show you. There's a door back there, still open for a little while longer. Walk through it yourself. See with your own eyes whether it's real, before you decide whether any of this is worth believing. Something in her hollow expression flickered, uncertain, and for the first time since they'd found her, the crackling gravity around her fists dimmed, fractionally, the tightly coiled violence in her posture easing by some small, hard-won degree. And if I walk through and it's a trap, she said, if it's just another version of soldiers lying about terms. Then I'll walk through first, Ochako said quietly, cutting her off. Right now. I'll go first, and you can watch what happens to me before you decide anything. If it's a trap, you'll see me caught in it, and you can run. But I don't think you're going to see that. I think you're going to see me walk into a world where our friends are alive and safe, because that's exactly what happened when I made the same choice you're being asked to make right now. The Rogue Uraraka stared at her double for a long, taut moment, something raw and desperate and half-buried moving behind the hollow exhaustion in her eyes, the ghost of a hope she had clearly given up allowing herself to feel a very long time ago. Do it, then, she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Show me. Ochako didn't hesitate. She turned, walked back toward the seam still humming faintly at the edge of the rooftop, and stepped through without looking back, trusting the moment completely to prove itself. The Rogue Uraraka watched the seam ripple and settle after Ochako's passage, her breath coming fast and unsteady, and Izuku, watching her, understood that this was the actual crux of the entire extraction, not force, not persuasion, but the simple, unbearable vulnerability of allowing herself to hope again after years of punishing herself for ever having hoped at all. She's fine, Izuku said quietly. You can see the seam settle when someone passes through safely. If it were a trap, you'd see it destabilize, and it hasn't. She's home right now. Probably already being fussed over by someone with a healing quirk who's going to be very upset she made it back with that eye still bruised. A sound came out of the Rogue Uraraka that might, in another life, have been a laugh, cracked and disused but unmistakably real. You always did talk too much when you were nervous, she said, something almost fond bleeding through the exhaustion in her voice. Even the version of you I lost did that. Rambled when he didn't know what else to do with his hands. Some things don't change, apparently, no matter how many worlds you check, Izuku said, allowing himself the smallest smile. Come home. Please. I know it doesn't erase what happened here. I know you're going to carry this with you no matter which world you're standing in. But you don't have to carry it alone anymore, and you don't have to keep fighting a war that's already over. Let it be over. Let yourself stop. The Rogue Uraraka looked at him for a long, final moment, and something in her exhausted, hollow expression finally gave way entirely, the tightly held violence that had kept her alive for years crumbling into something raw and unguarded and desperately tired. I don't remember how to stop, she admitted, her voice breaking. I've been fighting so long I don't know what's left of me underneath it. Then let us help you find out, Izuku said gently, closing the last of the distance between them and holding out his hand, the same open, patient offer Ochako had made minutes before. There's no deadline on it. Nobody's going to ask you to be fixed by any particular date. You just have to be willing to try. She looked at his outstretched hand for a long moment, and then, slowly, hesitantly, like the motion itself cost her something enormous, she reached out and took it. Her grip was fierce, almost painfully tight, the grip of someone who had learned that letting go of anything meant losing it forever. Izuku didn't flinch, didn't pull away, just held on, steady, until her breathing began to even out. Okay, she whispered. Okay. Take me home. They walked to the seam together, and when she stepped through into the light, Izuku felt something in his chest finally unclench, a tension he hadn't fully realized he'd been carrying since the vision first found him weeks before. The reunion on the other side was quieter than the ones before it, not because it mattered less, but because everyone present understood, instinctively, that this particular survivor needed gentleness more than celebration. Recovery Girl guided her immediately to a private recovery room rather than the crowded workshop, her healing quirk working slow and careful over the visible wounds while the deeper ones waited for time and patience rather than any quirk's quick fix. The dorm world Ochako sat with her through the initial hours, saying little, simply present, offering the specific, wordless comfort of someone who understood exactly what it meant to need company without needing conversation. Izuku checked on her periodically over the following days, always careful, always patient, never pushing for more than she offered on her own. It was nearly a week before she spoke to him again beyond brief, guarded acknowledgements, finding him in the training gym during one of his early morning conditioning sessions and standing in the doorway for a long moment before finally stepping inside. "I've been watching them," she said without preamble, her voice still rough but steadier than it had been on that ash-covered rooftop. "The other me. The other Momo. The other Kirishima. They're not pretending everything's fine. They're just letting themselves be here anyway. Even with everything they went through." She crossed her arms, something uncertain and searching in her expression. "I don't know how to do that yet." "You don't have to know how yet," Izuku said, setting down the weights he'd been working with, giving her his full attention. Nobody expected them to know how immediately either. Ochako still has nights where the dormitory feels too loud, even after all this time. It's not a race. It's not something you're failing at just because it's slow. She was quiet for a long moment, studying him with an expression that was starting, cautiously, to hold something other than exhaustion. "Thank you," she said finally, the words visibly difficult, like a muscle she hadn't used in a very long time. "For coming back for me. Even though the version of you in my world already died trying to save people, and even though you had no reason to think I was worth the risk of a rescue that could have gone wrong, you were always worth it," Izuku said simply. "Every version of you, in every world I've ever found. That's not going to change no matter how many doors I open." Something in her hollow, careful expression eased, just slightly, the first genuine warmth Izuku had seen in her since the rescue. "I think," she said slowly, "I'd like to learn how to be more than just someone who survived. Eventually. Not today. But eventually." "Eventually is enough," Izuku said. "Take whatever time you need. We're not going anywhere." That evening, Izuku found both Ochakos on the rooftop together, an image that still struck him, weeks later, with a strange, aching wonder, two versions of the same soul sitting side by side in the dying light, one healed enough to offer comfort, the other still learning to accept it. He didn't join them, not this time, understanding instinctively that this particular conversation belonged to the two of them alone. He watched from the doorway instead, long enough to see the Rogue Uraraka lean, hesitantly, into her counterpart's shoulder, and to see the dorm world Ochako wrap an arm around her without hesitation, steady and unwavering. Behind his sternum, Dimension Breach hummed, quieter than it had in weeks, as though even the vestige itself understood that some doors needed time to close gently before the next one could open. He knew it wouldn't stay quiet for long. There were still more worlds out there, more girls who had refused to stop fighting even when hope had abandoned every reasonable argument for continuing. But for tonight, watching two versions of someone he loved finally sit together in the same safe light, Izuku allowed himself, just for a moment, to simply be grateful for how far they'd already come. Tomorrow, the door would call again. Tonight, he let it wait. Chapter 13, The Army Grows. By the 2-month mark of the Vanguard initiative, UA's East Dormitory wing no longer resembled anything close to its original modest capacity, expanded now with Nizu's careful administrative maneuvering into a small, thriving community of survivors learning, each at their own pace, what it meant to simply live without the constant weight of a war they hadn't chosen. Izuku found himself, some mornings, standing at the edge of the dormitory courtyard just to watch it function, the ordinary, precious chaos of it settling into his chest like something he never wanted to take for granted. Momo and her counterpart debating material synthesis theory over breakfast. Kirishima's two versions sparring good-naturedly in the courtyard while Bakugo shouted increasingly creative insults from the sidelines that fooled absolutely no one about how much he cared. Melissa running calibration tests on a third-generation anchor with her father's proud, delighted assistance. The two Ochakos, walking the dormitory halls together most mornings now, one steady and healed, the other steadier every week, both of them fierce in a way that had started to look, unmistakably, like the same person simply wearing two different kinds of strength. "You built something rare here, young Midoriya," All Might said one evening, finding him at the edge of the courtyard watching the last light fade over the dormitory rooftops. "Not just a rescue operation. A home. I don't think even Nizu anticipated quite how thoroughly you'd manage that part." "I didn't build it alone," Izuku said, the same correction he'd offered more times than he could count over the past 2 months. Every single person who came through that door helped build it into what it is now. I just opened the first one. A door is nothing without someone brave enough to open it, All Might said, and nothing sustains itself without people willing to walk through and make a home on the other side. You did both, Izuku. Let yourself be proud of that, even for just a moment. Izuku allowed himself the moment, watching the courtyard settle into the easy quiet of evening, the accumulated weight of 2 months of impossible rescues resting, for once, lighter on his shoulders than it had in weeks. It didn't last. The vision that found him that night arrived with a different quality than any before it, not the sharp, sudden intrusion of migraine and light, but something that felt, disturbingly, like being watched back. He was in his dorm room, notebook open across his knees exactly as it had been on the very first night this had all begun, when the familiar pressure built behind his eyes, and the seam of light that opened this time did not show him a single figure or a single ruined world. It showed him a map, vast and branching, an impossible tangle of glowing threads stretching outward in every direction, each one a world, each one a fold of possibility he had not yet reached, and moving through that tangled web with slow, deliberate purpose was a shape he could not quite resolve into a clear form, dark and formless and unmistakably aware of him, watching back across the boundary between worlds with an attention that made his blood run cold. A voice, distorted and layered like it was speaking from 100 directions at once, reached him across the impossible distance. You are not the only one who has learned to walk between worlds, little hero. The vision released him violently, and Izuku came back to himself on his dormitory floor, gasping, cold sweat soaking through his shirt, his heart hammering against his ribs with a fear that had nothing to do with the physical drain dimension breach usually cost him and everything to do with the certainty, absolute and bone deep, that whatever had just spoken to him across the multiverse had not been friendly, and had known, with terrible clarity, exactly who he was. He didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, he was already in Mizu's office, recounting every detail of the vision with hands that hadn't fully stopped shaking, and Mizu, listening with his paws folded and his expression graver than Izuku had ever seen it, did not offer easy reassurance. If what you describe is accurate, Mizu said slowly, then dimension breach is not merely a passive window. It may be a two-way connection, and if something on the other side has learned to perceive you as clearly as you perceive it, then the Vanguard's work has just become significantly more dangerous than a series of rescues. His dark eyes were unusually solemn. We may not simply be finding survivors anymore, Midoriya. We may have drawn the attention of whatever it was that broke their worlds in the first place. Izuku sat with that for a long moment, the weight of it settling cold and heavy over everything the past 2 months had built, every rescue, every reunion, every fragile, hard-won piece of safety they'd assembled one door at a time. Then we keep going anyway, he said finally, his voice steadier than he felt. Whatever's watching from the other side, however dangerous this just became, there are still people out there waiting on doors I haven't opened yet. I'm not going to stop reaching for them just because something dangerous noticed I was reaching. Mizu studied him for a long, searching moment, and then, slowly, nodded, something like grim pride settling into his small, sharp features. No, he agreed quietly. I did not imagine for a moment that you would. Then let us prepare the Vanguard for a war we did not know we were fighting until last night. Whatever is out there, watching, Midoriya, it is about to discover that you did not build an army of survivors merely to comfort them. You built one to stand beside you when the door you opened finally opens back. Outside Mizu's office window, the UA campus stirred awake into another ordinary morning, unaware that somewhere in the vast, branching dark between worlds, something had finally noticed the boy who kept opening doors, and had decided it was time to start opening a few of its own. Word of the vision spread quickly through the small circle read into the full scope of the Vanguard's operations, and the reaction, Izuku noted with a complicated mixture of gratitude and guilt, was not fear so much as a fierce, immediate closing of ranks. Momo Yaoyorozu, both versions of her working in near-perfect tandem now, redirected the workshop's focus within a day toward defensive applications for the anchor technology, theorizing quietly but urgently about ways to shield the seam itself from outside interference. Bakugo, predictably, wanted specifics on what exactly he was supposed to be preparing to fight, and took the admission that nobody yet knew with the particular scowling intensity of someone already running worst-case scenarios in his head. Kirishima's counterpart, who had spent 6 years learning to read the shape of a threat before it fully arrived, spent an entire evening walking Izuku through everything his hardened instincts picked up from the description of the vision, useful fragments Izuku hadn't thought to examine on his own. But it was Ochako, both of her, who found him last that night, standing together in the doorway of his dorm room with matching expressions of unshakable resolve. "Whatever's out there," the healed Ochako said, "watching you back through that door, it picked the wrong hero to notice." "It's going to find out," the rogue Ochako added, her voice steadier than Izuku had heard it since her rescue, something of her old fire finally beginning to surface through the healing, "that every single person it ever broke, in every world it ever touched, is standing behind you now. That's not a small thing to be facing down. That's an army built out of everyone who refused to stay broken." Izuku looked between them, at the two halves of the same fierce, unbending soul standing shoulder to shoulder in his doorway, and felt something steady settle back into his chest, the fear from the vision not gone, but no longer standing alone. "Then let's make sure it regrets ever looking this way," he said. Behind his sternum, dimension breach pulsed once, low and steady, no longer merely a door waiting to be opened, but something closer, now, to a line being drawn, and held, on both sides of the dark between worlds. Later, once the dormitory had settled into the quiet hum of a campus finally easing toward sleep, Izuku sat alone at his desk with his notebook open, the same battered notebook that had been sitting on his knees the very first night dimension breach made itself known, and found himself writing not analysis this time, but something closer to a promise. 2 months ago, he wrote, "I thought this was going to be about finding people. I still believe that. But I think it's becoming something bigger than that too. Every door I open changes both worlds it touches, the one I'm leaving and the one I'm arriving in. Every person I bring home doesn't just get saved. They start saving other people too, the moment they're strong enough to try." Momo taught her counterpart better engineering. Ochako is teaching another Ochako how to breathe again. Even Bakugo, in his own stubborn way, is teaching Kurishima's counterpart that he never actually stopped being someone worth caring about. "Whatever's out there watching me back through that door, it's going to have to get through all of that too. Not just me. All of us." He closed the notebook, set down his pencil, and looked out his window at the dormitory lights still glowing warm across the courtyard, an entire small world of hard-won safety that had not existed 2 months ago and now felt, impossibly, permanent. Tomorrow, there would be more doors. Tomorrow, there would be more danger, more grief carried home from worlds that hadn't been as fortunate as his own. But tonight, watching the lights burn steady against the dark, Izuku Midoriya let himself believe, just for a moment, that whatever waited on the other side of every door still left to open, it would not be facing him alone. It would be facing all of them. Act 3. Chapter 14, The Name at War. The weeks following the vision of the watching thing passed in a strange, taut rhythm, the Vanguard's daily routines continuing largely unchanged on the surface while underneath them, quietly and urgently, an entirely new discipline took shape. Nizu had insisted, over Izuku's initial objections, that no further extractions be attempted until they understood more about what had noticed him reaching through the dark between worlds. For 9 days, Dimension Breach remained deliberately unused, its low hum banked down as far as Izuku could manage, while Momo's 2 counterparts worked alongside Melissa to develop what they eventually termed a threshold ward, a defensive layer woven into the anchor's design meant to obscure the signature of an open seam from anything attempting to track it from the other side. "We are, in effect, building a lock for a door we do not yet fully understand how to defend," Nizu explained during one of the increasingly frequent strategy sessions that had, by the second week, become a fixture in the conference room. "Which means our first priority is not rescue. It is reconnaissance. We need to know what we are actually facing before we send anyone through a door it might be waiting on the other side of." It was Melissa, hollow-eyed from 3 consecutive nights with too little sleep, who finally proposed the solution that broke the deadlock. "We don't send a person," she said, spreading a set of schematics across the table with the brisk energy of an engineer who had just solved a problem that had been eating at her for days. "We send a probe. A small, self-contained sensor array, keyed to Izuku's vestige signature but without a living passenger. If whatever's out there notices it, we lose a piece of hardware. We don't lose a person." The probe took another 4 days to build, a compact, heavily shielded device roughly the size of a dinner plate, studded with sensors calibrated to record everything from atmospheric composition to, at Momo's insistence, a full-spectrum Quirk energy scan capable of detecting the kind of signature Izuku had described from the vision. They sent it through on a quiet Tuesday evening. The entire senior staff and a good portion of the Vanguard's inner circle crowded into the workshop to watch the readouts, Izuku's hand steady on the anchor as the seam tore open just wide enough to admit the small, humming device before sealing back down to a monitored trickle. For 11 minutes, the probe transmitted nothing but ordinary environmental data, the muted, ashen quiet of some fallen, unnamed world drifting past its sensors in an unremarkable stream of numbers. Then, on minute 12, every reading spiked at once, and the feed died. The silence in the workshop afterward was absolute. It found it, Bakugo said finally, flat and grim. Or it found the probe. Same difference, I guess. Nizu, studying the last burst of corrupted data with a focus so intense his small paws had gone still on the table, spoke slowly, choosing each word with visible care. The final readings, before the feed cut out, register a Quirk energy signature unlike anything in our existing database. Not merely powerful. Structured differently. As though whatever generated it does not experience quirks the way we do, as an individual trait, but as an ambient condition of its entire being. He looked up, his dark eyes grave. I believe, based on this data, that we are no longer dealing with a person who happens to possess a powerful quirk. I believe we are dealing with something that has, in some sense, become the disaster it moves through. So what do we call it? Ochako asked quietly, arms crossed, her expression tight with the particular fear of someone who had already lived through one world's ending and had no intention of watching it happen to another. It was, unexpectedly, the Rogue Uraraka who answered, her voice rough but steady, drawing on some fragment of memory she had clearly been turning over in private since the vision was first described to her. In my world, she said slowly, before everything fell apart completely, there were rumors. Refugees from other collapsed cities, talking about something that moved ahead of the worst attacks, something that wasn't quite a villain and wasn't quite a natural disaster. They called it the Severance. Her jaw tightened. Because everywhere it went, it didn't just destroy things. It cut them off. Isolated survivors from each other, isolated worlds from any hope of outside help arriving in time. I always thought it was just wartime folklore. A story people told to explain why help never came. She looked up, meeting Izuku's eyes. But if something out there has learned to move between worlds the way you do, Midoriya, and if it's already found ways to cut worlds off from rescue before any hero can reach them, then we may be looking at the actual cause behind every fallen world we've encountered so far, Nizu finished grimly. Not merely parallel tragedies born of small divergences. A predator, moving through the branches of the multiverse, ensuring that certain worlds never receive the help that might have saved them. The weight of that settled over the workshop like a physical pressure, and Izuku, standing at the center of it with the anchor still humming faintly against his forearm, felt something in his chest harden into a resolve sharper and more focused than anything he'd carried since this all began. Then it's not just about rescue anymore, he said quietly. It's about making sure it can't keep doing this to anyone else. Chapter 15, The Hero Who Wouldn't Kneel. The vision that finally broke the 9-day silence arrived exactly 1 week after the probe's destruction, and this time, Izuku noted with grim relief, it carried none of the watching, aware quality of the encounter that had frightened him so badly. It felt, instead, like the visions before it always had, a window rather than a mirror, and what it showed him made his breath catch with a different kind of urgency entirely. A woman fought alone against overwhelming odds in the ruins of what had once been a major hero agency headquarters, her white furred ears flattened against her skull, blood matting one side of her face, moving with a speed and ferocity that even exhaustion and injury couldn't fully blunt. She fought like something cornered and unwilling to accept the fact of it, taking down attacker after attacker with brutal, economical kicks even as her own stamina visibly frayed at the edges. Mirko, Izuku breathed, recognition hitting him hard, because even changed by whatever horrors this world had put her through, that fighting style was unmistakable, the same relentless, unshakable will he'd admired from a distance since his earliest days as a hero in training. The vision held long enough for him to watch her finally drop the last of her immediate attackers, staggering, one arm hanging useless at her side, clearly broken, and even then, even bleeding and exhausted and alone, she did not kneel. She stood, swaying, glaring at the ruined skyline around her like she was daring the entire fallen world to try her again. "Come on then," she snarled, to no one and everyone, her voice carrying raw and defiant across the wreckage. "I'm still standing. I'm always going to still be standing. You hear me? I don't know how to do anything else." The vision released him, and Izuku came back to himself in the workshop with his hands already curling into fists, a fierce, protective urgency burning through the lingering fear the severance had left behind. "We're going," he said, before anyone could raise the question of caution. "She's alone. Completely alone, fighting something she can't possibly win against by herself, and I am not leaving her out there one more day than I have to." Nizu, for once, did not argue the point, though his expression carried the same grave caution it had held throughout the preceding week. "The threshold wards are as complete as we can make them without further field testing. I do not say this to discourage you, Midoriya. I say this so you understand precisely what risk you are choosing to accept." He met Izuku's eyes steadily. "Go carefully. Go prepared. But go." They opened the door 2 hours later. The extraction team expanded this time to include both Ochako's, Bakugo, Momo's hardened counterpart, and, at her own fierce insistence, Melissa, whose new field portable stabilization equipment made her presence a genuine tactical asset rather than a liability. The world on the other side hit them with the specific, gutting silence of a place recently and thoroughly devastated, the ruined agency headquarters stretching out around them in a wreckage of shattered concrete and twisted rebar, smoke still curling faintly from several collapsed sections. "There," older Momo said sharply, pointing toward a cratered courtyard where a lone, white-furred figure lay slumped against a fallen pillar, unmoving. They reached her at a dead run, and up close, the extent of her injuries was worse than the vision had shown, her broken arm swollen and discolored, a gash along her scalp still sluggishly bleeding, exhaustion and blood loss having finally, inevitably, caught up with a will that had refused to yield to anything else. She was still conscious, barely, one eye cracking open at their approach with a flash of raw, defiant readiness that even her depleted state couldn't fully extinguish. "Get away from me," she rasped, trying and failing to push herself upright. "I don't care how many of you there are. I'm not done yet." "We're not here to hurt you," Izuku said quickly, dropping to his knees beside her, hands raised, careful. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm a hero, from a different branch of this world's timeline, and I came to get you out of here." Mirko's exhausted glare didn't waver, though something in it flickered, uncertain. "Midoriya." There was a Midoriya. Green hair, big heart, way too reckless for his own good. Died trying to hold a collapsing evacuation route 2 years ago. Her working hand curled into a fist against the rubble. "You look a hell of a lot like a ghost I already buried." "I'm not him," Izuku said gently. "I'm sorry. I know that's not the answer you wanted. But I promise you, I'm real, and there's a door back to a world where none of this happened, where you don't have to keep fighting alone." Mirko studied him for a long, pained moment, her breathing ragged, blood loss visibly starting to blur the sharp edges of her focus. "Even if I believed you," she said finally, her voice fraying, "I'm not exactly in fighting shape to walk through any doors right now." "You don't have to walk," Ochako said, kneeling on her other side, already assessing the worst of her injuries with the practiced calm of someone who had learned battlefield triage the hard way. "We'll carry you. Just let us." For a moment, something raw and vulnerable moved behind Mirko's exhausted glare, the visible, aching effort of a hero who had never once in her life allowed herself to be carried by anyone, weighing that resistance against a body that had finally, undeniably, run out of options. "Fine," she rasped finally, the word costing her something enormous. "Fine. But if this is a trick, I swear on everything I've got left, I will make every single one of you regret it." "Fair enough," Izuku said, and there was something almost like a smile in it, relief and fierce protectiveness tangled together. "Let's get you home." Chapter 16, The Rabbit Who Learned to Rest. The extraction back through the seam went smoothly, no pursuit, no complication beyond the straightforward, careful work of getting a badly injured woman through a narrow tear in reality without worsening her wounds, and by the time they stumbled back into the workshop, Recovery Girl was already moving, her expression sharpening into focused urgency the moment she took in the extent of Mirko's injuries. Broken arm, blood loss, mild concussion at minimum, she said briskly, already directing 2 support staff to help transfer Mirko onto a gurney despite the woman's weak, reflexive protest that she could walk fine on her own. You're lucky these young heroes found you when they did, dear. Another few hours out there and blood loss alone would have finished what your attackers couldn't. Mirko, even flat on a gurney and visibly fading toward unconsciousness, managed one last flash of her old, unshakable defiance. I had it handled, she muttered, before her eyes finally slid shut, exhaustion claiming her completely. Of course you did, Recovery Girl said, not unkindly, already moving her healing quirk to work on the worst of the internal damage. You heroes always say that right before you collapse. Mirko slept for the better part of 2 days, Recovery Girl's healing quirk mending the physical damage far faster than the exhaustion underlying it, and when she finally woke on the 3rd morning, disoriented and instinctively defensive in the unfamiliar surroundings of UA's recovery ward, it was Izuku who happened to be sitting quietly nearby, having taken to checking on new arrivals during their first waking hours whenever his schedule allowed it. Where, Mirko started, already tensing, both ears flattening in wary alertness before her gaze landed on him and something in her posture eased, fractionally, recognition surfacing through the fog of waking. UA, Izuku said gently. Recovery ward. You're safe. Nobody here is going to hurt you, and nothing here is trying to finish what those attackers started. Mirko stared at the ceiling for a long moment, processing, her working hand flexing experimentally, testing the healed, no longer broken arm with visible surprise. That healer, she said finally. She fixed this in 2 days? That's not possible. Not with the kind of damage I was carrying. Recovery Girl's quirk is pretty incredible, Izuku said. But even she needed the 2 days. You were in bad shape. I've been in worse, Mirko said automatically, the old reflexive bravado surfacing even through obvious exhaustion, before something in her expression flickered, reconsidering. Actually. No. That might have genuinely been the worst. I don't usually let myself think about it in those terms. She sat up slowly, testing her balance, and looked at Izuku with sharp, assessing focus. You really did it. Pulled me out of that mess through some kind of door between worlds. Dimension breach, Izuku confirmed. It's a vestige of one for all. Lets me see into branch timelines, and with some engineering help, lets me actually travel to them and back. Mirko was quiet for a long moment, turning that over with the same sharp, analytical focus she'd clearly once applied to every fight she'd ever won. And you've been doing this a while. Pulling people out of worlds that went wrong. A few months now, Izuku said. You're not the first. You won't be the last, if I have anything to say about it. Something in Mirko's expression shifted, sharp calculation giving way, slowly, to something warier and more vulnerable. Why, she said finally. Why keep doing it? Every rescue's got to cost you something. I can see it in how tired you look, even now, sitting here doing nothing but talking. Why keep opening doors into worlds that are just going to break your heart every single time? Izuku considered the question seriously, the way he considered every question that actually mattered. Because the alternative is knowing someone's out there, still fighting a war they've already lost, and choosing not to reach for them anyway. I don't think I could live with that. Not when I have a way to help and choose not to use it. Mirko studied him for a long, searching moment, and something in her sharp, exhausted eyes softened, just slightly, an old, hard-won respect surfacing through the wariness. You're either the biggest idiot I've ever met, she said finally, or the kind of hero the world doesn't produce nearly often enough anymore. Possibly both. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, testing her balance with more confidence this time. Either way. Thank you. I wasn't going to last another day out there, and I was too stubborn to admit it to myself before you showed up. You don't have to thank me, Izuku said. Just, take the recovery seriously. Rest when Recovery Girl tells you to rest. I know that's probably not your natural instinct. Mirko huffed something that was almost a laugh. You have no idea. I don't think I've stopped moving voluntarily in over 2 years. She looked around the recovery ward, taking in the ordinary, undamaged walls, the sunlight slanting warm through the windows, with an expression of complicated, aching wonder. Guess it's about time I figured out how. Mirko's integration into the Vanguard's growing community proved, unsurprisingly, to be a study in restless, stubborn adjustment. She chafed visibly against Recovery Girl's insistence on a full week of restricted activity, spent most of that week pacing the recovery ward like a caged animal, and on the second day of her medical clearance, promptly challenged 3 different pro heroes on staff to sparring matches in rapid succession, apparently unable to conceive of any other way to process the surplus of restless energy 2 years of unrelenting survival had built into her bones. It was Bakugo, of all people, who found the most effective way to channel that energy, recognizing in her the same restless intensity he'd spent years learning to manage in himself. "You're going to burn yourself out trying to run from whatever's still living in your head," he told her bluntly, during one training session that had devolved into an intense but carefully controlled sparring match. "Trust me. I know exactly what that looks like from the inside." Mirko, breathing hard, wiped sweat from her brow and regarded him with sharp, assessing interest. "You talk like someone who actually gets it." "I don't do the sob story thing," Bakugo said flatly. "But yeah. I get it. Point is, the fighting doesn't fix what's actually eating you. It just buys you a few hours where you don't have to feel it. Eventually you gotta deal with the actual thing." "And what, you're offering therapy now?" Mirko asked, one eyebrow raised, though there was no real hostility in it. "Hell no," Bakugo said. "I'm offering a sparring partner who won't treat you like you're made of glass, and enough respect to tell you the truth instead of coddling you. Take it or leave it." Mirko studied him for a long moment, and then, unexpectedly, grinned, sharp and genuine, and the first real flash of her old fire since her arrival. "Deal," she said. "Same time tomorrow. Don't hold back just because I've had a rough couple years, Explosion Boy." "I'll know if you do." "Wouldn't dream of it, Rabbit," Bakugo shot back, and something in the easy, sparring rhythm of the exchange suggested, to anyone watching, that this particular friendship was going to be built on exactly the kind of blunt, unflinching honesty that neither of them had realized they needed until they found it in each other. Chapter 17, The First Strike. It was nearly 3 weeks after Mirko's arrival, in the middle of an otherwise ordinary evening, that the Severance made its first direct move against the Vanguard, and the warning came not through Dimension Breach's familiar vision, but through Melissa's threshold ward monitors, screaming an alert that brought half the workshop staff running within seconds. "Something's pushing against the ward," Melissa said, her hands flying across the monitoring console, her voice tight with focused urgency. "Not trying to open a seam from our side. Trying to force one open from the other side. It's found us, Izuku. It's actually trying to come through." Nizu arrived at a dead run, taking one look at the spiking readouts before issuing orders with crisp, immediate authority. "Full lockdown on the workshop. Every available staff member to defensive positions. Midoriya, do not, under any circumstances, attempt to reach out through Dimension Breach until we understand exactly what we're facing." The pressure against the ward built steadily over the next several minutes, the workshop's lights flickering under the strain, a low, resonant hum building in the air that made Izuku's teeth ache and the old scar tissue behind his sternum throb with a pain unlike anything Dimension Breach had cost him before. "It's testing the barrier," older Momo said, her fighting instincts sharp and immediate despite months removed from active combat, already forming defensive plating around the most vulnerable sections of the workshop. "Looking for weak points. This isn't a random attack. This is reconnaissance." The pressure spiked one final time, hard enough to send a visible ripple through the air at the center of the workshop, a brief, terrible glimpse of something vast and formless pressing against the boundary between worlds, before Melissa's ward held, barely, and the pressure receded as abruptly as it had arrived, leaving the workshop in ringing, exhausted silence. For a long moment, nobody spoke. "It's gone," Melissa said finally, her hands shaking as she checked the final readouts. "Ward held." But Izuku, she looked up, her expression grim. "It knows where we are now." "Not exactly, not enough to open a seam directly into this room. But close enough that this isn't going to be the last time it tries." Izuku stood at the center of the workshop, the ache behind his sternum still throbbing faintly, and felt the full weight of what they were actually facing settle over him with terrible clarity. This was no longer a story about opening doors to save the people trapped on the other side of them. This was a war, one that had apparently been happening in the dark corners of the multiverse long before he'd ever stumbled into it, and one that had just, decisively, noticed him standing in the middle of it. "Then we get ready," he said quietly, his voice steadying even as his hands remained unsteady at his sides. "Whatever it's planning next, we don't wait for it to catch us unprepared again." Nizu, watching him with an expression that mixed grave concern with unmistakable pride, nodded slowly. "Agreed. I believe, Midoriya, that the scope of this initiative is about to expand well beyond anything we originally anticipated." His dark eyes swept the assembled staff and survivors, every one of them standing a little straighter, a little more resolved, in the wake of the attack. "We are no longer merely rescuing survivors from fallen worlds. We are, whether we intended to be or not, becoming the first line of defense against whatever has been ending them." Across the workshop, Izuku caught Mirko's eye, her sharp, exhausted expression already hardening into the same fierce, unshakable readiness he'd first glimpsed in the vision that brought her home, and beside her, Bakugo's restless energy had gone still and focused in the specific way it always did right before a real fight. Ochako, both of her, crossed the workshop to stand beside him without a word, their combined presence steady and unwavering, and Momo's two counterparts fell into step at his other side, already murmuring low, urgent calculations about reinforcing the ward's next iteration. An army, built one impossible rescue at a time, standing shoulder to shoulder against a threat none of them had chosen but all of them, without exception, were ready to face. "Let it come," Izuku said quietly, and behind his sternum, despite the lingering ache, Dimension Breach pulsed once, steady and defiant, an answer of its own. Whatever the Severance was planning next, it was about to discover exactly what it meant to threaten a family that had already refused, once, to lose him. It was not going to get a second chance. Chapter 18, The Third Year Who Kept Smiling. The ward held for 11 days after that first probing attack, though the entire Vanguard settled into a new, sharper vigilance during the interim. Extractions paused once more while Melissa, both Momos, and a rapidly assembling team of support engineers worked to reinforce every weak point the Severance's assault had exposed. It was during this tense, watchful lull that Dimension Breach, apparently indifferent to the danger swirling around its use, delivered a vision that Izuku almost missed entirely, arriving not with the familiar migraine but as a faint, persistent tug at the edge of his awareness during a late-night strategy session, so subtle he mistook it at first for simple exhaustion. He excused himself to his dorm room to investigate properly, and the moment he was alone, the vestige surged forward with sudden, startling clarity, showing him a scene that struck him with an ache different from any rescue vision before it. A young woman sat alone atop a ruined rooftop, her long, wavy hair matted and uneven, her once bright eyes dulled with an exhaustion that seemed to have worn away something essential underneath her visible physical wounds. She was humming, faintly, a tune Izuku didn't recognize, her fingers tracing idle patterns in the dust beside her as though the small, ordinary motion was the only thing keeping her tethered to herself at all. "Nijire," Izuku breathed, recognition arriving with a fresh stab of grief, because even from this distance, even hollowed out by clearly years of accumulated loss, there was something unmistakably, achingly familiar in the particular restless energy still visible beneath her stillness. The ghost of the endlessly curious, endlessly warm upperclassman he remembered from UA's Big Three. The vision lingered longer than most, long enough for him to watch her look up suddenly, some old reflex alerting her to danger before it fully arrived, her exhausted expression sharpening instantly into wary readiness even as her body swayed with visible fatigue. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice rougher than he remembered, though something of her old, curious lilt remained underneath the wariness. "I can feel you. Whatever you are. You're not like the others." The vision released him before he could answer, but the word stayed with him, a strange confirmation that whatever connection Dimension Breach had built between him and the worlds he glimpsed, it was not entirely one-directional, not entirely invisible to the people on the other end. He brought the vision to Nizu within the hour, and though the older strategist's caution about further extractions during the ward's reinforcement remained firm, something in Izuku's description of Nijire's fading, hollowed-out state clearly weighed on him. "She is not, from your description, in immediate mortal danger the way Mirko was," Nizu said carefully. But prolonged psychological deterioration of that kind, left unaddressed, becomes its own kind of danger eventually. I do not like the choice you're asking me to make, Midoriya. But I do not think we can responsibly delay much longer either. The ward held against the first attack, Melissa said, looking up from the reinforcement schematics spread across the table, exhaustion evident but her voice steady. We're not at full strength yet, but we're stronger than we were 11 days ago. If we move fast, keep the extraction tight and short, I think the risk is manageable. Nizu studied the room for a long moment, weighing the assembled, resolute faces of everyone who had, without exception, chosen to keep standing at Izuku's side through every escalation the Vanguard had faced so far. Then we move fast, he said finally. One extraction. Minimal exposure window. And Midoriya, his dark eyes fixed on Izuku with grave intensity. The moment anything feels wrong, anything at all, you abort and come home. This is not a mission where we take unnecessary risks to be thorough. Do you understand me? I understand, Izuku said, and meant it. They found her exactly where the vision had shown her, still perched on the same ruined rooftop, and this time, she was waiting for them, her exhausted, weary gaze fixed on the seam the moment it tore open, no surprise in her expression at all. Knew it, she said, pushing herself upright with visible effort, though something bright and fragile flickered behind her tired eyes at the sight of them. Knew something was reaching for me. Took you long enough to actually show up, whoever you are. Nijai or Hato, Izuku said gently, stepping through with Ochako close behind him. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I'm a hero from another branch of this world's timeline. I've been reaching out to worlds like yours for a few months now, bringing people home. I felt you, in the vision. I think, somehow, you felt me too. Nijai studied him for a long, searching moment, her head tilting slightly in a gesture so familiar to the version Izuku knew that his chest ached at the sight of it. Midoriya. There was a Midoriya here, once. Sweet kid. Died protecting a group of evacuees from a building collapse, back before things got this bad. Something wistful and grieving flickered across her exhausted face. You're not him. But you feel like him. Same kind of stubborn warmth underneath everything. I get that a lot, Izuku admitted. I know it doesn't undo whatever you lost here. But there's a door back there, still open, to a world where things went differently. Where you don't have to keep surviving this alone. Nijai was quiet for a long moment, her gaze drifting past him toward the ruined skyline stretching out in every direction, years of hollowed-out survival visible in the tired slope of her shoulders. I used to ask so many questions, she said finally, softly, almost to herself. About everything. Quirks, people, the way the world worked. I haven't wondered about anything in so long I almost forgot what it felt like. She looked back at Izuku, something fragile and hopeful finally breaking through the exhaustion. Is it true? Really true? A world where I get to be curious about things again, instead of just trying to survive them? It's true, Ochako said, stepping forward, her own healed, steady presence a quiet reassurance. I promise you. There's a whole campus full of people over there who'd love nothing more than to answer every single question you've got saved up. Something in Nijai's exhausted face finally, fully cracked open, tears welling in eyes that had clearly forgotten how to cry from anything other than grief, and when she nodded, wordless, and reached out to take Izuku's offered hand, her grip was fierce and grateful and utterly without hesitation. Then let's go, she said, her voice unsteady but bright, the first genuine flicker of her old, endless curiosity surfacing through the wreckage. I've got about 6 years of questions saved up, and I am not wasting one more day not asking them. They made it back through the seam with nearly 20 minutes to spare, the ward holding steady throughout the entire extraction, and when Nijai stumbled through into the workshop's warm, ordinary light, blinking against the sudden brightness, the sound she made, half sob and half delighted laugh, was one of the most purely hopeful things Izuku had heard since the Vanguard began. Chapter 19, Questions Worth Asking. Nijai's integration into UA's community moved faster than almost any before her, her restless, endless curiosity reasserting itself with startling speed once safety had a chance to settle properly into her bones, and within a week of her arrival she had already cornered half the support staff, several members of Class 1A, And Nizu himself with an avalanche of questions about everything from advanced Quirk theory to the exact specifications of Melissa's threshold ward. "You're seriously telling me," she said one afternoon, perched on a workbench in Melissa's workshop, watching the engineer calibrate a fresh batch of sensors with rapt fascination, "that you built a way to shield an entire dimensional anchor from outside detection using nothing but modified support tech principles? That's insane. That's genuinely one of the coolest things I've ever heard, and I used to study under some of the best analytical minds at UA." Melissa, clearly delighted by an audience who matched her own enthusiasm for the underlying theory, launched into an eager, detailed explanation that left half the workshop staff quietly smiling at the easy, unguarded joy in both their voices. It was, Izuku reflected, watching the exchange from the doorway, becoming one of his favorite parts of the Vanguard's slow, ongoing work, watching each new arrival find their footing not merely through rest and safety, but through rediscovering whatever essential piece of themselves the fallen worlds they'd survived had tried hardest to strip away. Momo had found it in engineering. Ochako had found it in steady, fierce protectiveness. Mirko had found it in Bakugo's blunt, unflinching respect. And Nijire, it seemed, was finding it in the simple, precious freedom to be endlessly, unapologetically curious about the world again. "You did good, bringing her home," Ochako said quietly, joining him in the doorway, watching Nijire's animated hands sketch some enthusiastic theoretical diagram in the air while Melissa nodded along, equally engaged. "We did good," Izuku corrected, the same familiar refrain, though this time it came with less exhausted weight behind it and more simple, settled gratitude. "I couldn't do any of this without everyone who's chosen to stand behind me through it." Ochako leaned against his shoulder, comfortable and easy in a way that had grown, over months of shared danger and shared hope, into something neither of them needed to name aloud to understand completely. "The ward's holding," she said. "Nijire's home safe. Mirko and Bakugo are out there right now beating the stuffing out of each other in the training gym and somehow calling that friendship. For today, at least, I think we're allowed to just be a little bit happy about how far we've come." Izuku let himself lean into that, just for a moment, the accumulated weight of months of danger and rescue and grief settling into something that, for once, felt almost peaceful. It didn't last, of course. It never did, not for long. But he had learned, over these past months, to treasure the moments of peace precisely because they were fleeting, to hold them fully rather than spending them worrying about the next threat waiting on the other side of whatever door came next. Tonight, watching Nijire's delighted, animated hands sketch impossible theories in the workshop light, he simply let himself be glad. Chapter 20, The Line in the Dark. The piece lasted exactly 6 days. It ended on a training evening much like any other, Izuku sparring with Momo's hardened counterpart while Mirko and Bakugo traded blows nearby and Nijire peppered Melissa with an endless stream of enthusiastic questions from the sidelines, when every light in the training gym flickered violently, and the temperature in the room dropped, all at once, by what felt like 20 degrees. "Ward breach," Melissa's voice crackled urgently through the emergency comm system a heartbeat later, sharp with barely controlled alarm. "It's not testing the barrier this time. It's pushing through. Everyone, defensive positions, now." The air at the center of the training gym rippled, once, violently, and then tore, not with the clean, controlled seam of Izuku's own vestige, but with something jagged and wrong, a wound in reality rather than a doorway through it, and through that terrible opening came a presence that made every instinct in Izuku's body scream danger before his conscious mind could fully process what he was looking at. It had no fixed shape, shifting between something vaguely humanoid and something formless and vast, and where it moved, the air itself seemed to curdle, colors draining from everything nearby, sound dampening into a heavy, suffocating silence that made Izuku's ears ache. "You found doors I did not open," the Severance said, its voice arriving not through the air but directly inside every skull in the room, layered and discordant, 100 voices speaking as one. "You gathered what I meant to leave broken. This is not permitted. Get back." Older Momo's voice cut through the paralysis gripping the room, already forming heavy defensive plating with desperate speed, and the training gym erupted into sudden, chaotic motion, every hero present falling into hard-won combat instincts even as the sheer wrongness of their opponent made every strategy feel inadequate before it was even attempted. Bakugo was first to engage, twin explosions roaring toward the shifting mass of the Severance with reckless, furious speed, and where the blast connected, the creature's form rippled and dispersed, only to reform a heartbeat later, unbothered, closer than before. "It's not solid," Mirko shouted, already moving, kicks aimed with lethal precision that passed through the Severance's shifting mass without apparent effect. "Or it's solid everywhere at once, I can't tell, nothing's landing right." Izuku felt one for all surge hot and desperate through his veins, full blazing green-gold light across his skin as he moved to intercept the creature's advance toward Nijire and Melissa, both of them scrambling for the cover of the workshop's reinforced walls. "Stay behind me," he shouted, planting himself between the Severance and the two of them, one for all roaring at full output as he drove a devastating strike toward the creature's shifting mass. The impact connected, and for one brief, triumphant moment, the Severance's form fractured, scattering into drifting motes of dark, wrong light. Then it reformed, closer, and inside Izuku's skull, the layered, discordant voice spoke again, colder this time, almost curious. "Interesting. You carry the accumulated will of many. I have unmade wills like yours before. It has never stopped me." "Then you haven't met this many of us at once," Ochako snarled, both versions of her moving in perfect, furious tandem, gravity manipulation crackling around their combined efforts as they wrenched a section of the training gym ceiling loose and hurled it, with devastating precision, directly into the Severance's shifting mass. The impact staggered it, visibly, for the first time since it had torn through into their world, and in that brief, precious opening, Nizu's voice cut through the emergency comms with crisp, urgent authority. "Full evacuation of non-combat personnel, now. Midoriya, the ward's counter seal is nearly ready, we need 30 more seconds to force it back through its own breach point, hold the line." "Copy that," Izuku gasped, already moving back into position alongside Momo's hardened counterpart, Bakugo, and Mirko, all of them forming a desperate, unified front against a threat that defied every rule of combat they'd ever trained for. 30 seconds, standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone who had already refused, once, to let him fight alone. He could hold that long. He had to. Behind his sternum, Dimension Breach roared, wild and furious and fully awake for the first time since this had all begun, and Izuku Midoriya, surrounded by an army built out of every survivor who had ever refused to stay broken, planted his feet, raised his fists, and held the line. Chapter 21, The Counter Seal. The 30 seconds stretched into the longest stretch of Izuku's life, every strike he landed against the Severance's shifting mass costing more than it seemed to accomplish, every member of the defensive line running on fumes and sheer stubborn will alone. 15 seconds. Melissa's voice crackled through the comms, strained with the effort of channeling every ounce of power the workshop systems could spare into the counter seal, sweat beading along her hairline as she fought to stabilize a mechanism never designed to be pushed this hard, this fast. The Severance surged forward, and this time, instead of simply advancing, it lashed out with something that felt, to Izuku's danger sense, less like a physical attack and more like an attempt to simply unmake the space around it, colors bleeding out of the training gym walls, sound dampening into a suffocating, muffled silence that made his ears ring. "You cannot hold a line against erosion, little hero," it said, its layered, discordant voice pressing directly against the inside of his skull. "Everything I touch eventually comes undone. Your world will be no exception." "Wrong," Izuku snarled, and threw everything he had left into a single, desperate strike, one for all screaming through his arm at an output he'd never dared push before, augmented by the sheer, furious refusal of everyone standing beside him. "You've never met a world that fought back with an army built out of everyone it refused to lose." The strike connected, and this time, instead of simply scattering and reforming, the Severance's mass fractured violently, a visible ripple of pained, discordant sound tearing through the room as its form struggled to hold together against the combined force of the entire defensive line's final, desperate push. "Now!" Melissa screamed, and the workshop's counter seal activated with a blinding flash of golden light, the jagged, wrong tier the Severance had forced open suddenly, violently, snapping shut, dragging the creature's fractured, screaming form back through the collapsing breach point with it. "Interesting," the voice said one final time, fading, furious and strangely almost amused, even as the tier sealed fully closed behind it. "You have built something I did not account for. I will remember this, little hero. This is not finished." Then it was gone. The training gym plunged into sudden, ringing silence, every light flickering back to normal, the temperature slowly climbing back towards something survivable, and for a long moment, nobody moved at all, the entire defensive line standing frozen in the aftermath of a fight that had, by every reasonable measure, very nearly gone catastrophically wrong. Report, Nizu's voice finally broke the silence through the comms, tight with barely controlled urgency. Is everyone accounted for? The answering roll call came in ragged, exhausted, but whole, every voice present and accounted for, and the wave of relief that swept through the training gym in its wake was almost as overwhelming as the fight itself had been. Izuku sank to his knees on the training mat, one for all's aftershock leaving every muscle in his body trembling, and it was Ochako, both of her, who reached him first, steadying hands under his arms, holding him upright through the sudden, total collapse of adrenaline that followed. We held, she said, her voice unsteady with relief. Deku, we actually held. Barely, Izuku managed, breathing hard, watching Bakugo help Mirko upright nearby, both of them scraped and exhausted but grinning at each other with the fierce, giddy relief of survivors who'd faced something impossible and come out the other side together. It's not gone for good. It said this wasn't finished. Then we'll be ready for it next time too, Momo's hardened counterpart said, her voice steady despite visible exhaustion, already assessing the training gym for structural damage with the same practiced calm she'd once applied to a battlefield that had asked far more of her than this one had. We held it back once. We can do it again, however many times it takes. Nizu arrived minutes later, taking in the scorched, dented state of the training gym with an expression that mixed grave concern with unmistakable, fierce pride. You held the line, he said quietly, once the immediate chaos had settled into the exhausted, careful work of checking for injuries and structural damage. Against something that has, by every indication, ended entire worlds before now. I confess, I did not fully anticipate we were prepared for a direct confrontation of this magnitude. His dark eyes swept the assembled, battered heroes, every one of them still standing, still whole, still fiercely unwilling to have lost anyone tonight. I believe, Midoriya, that whatever the Severance intended by this attack, it has instead confirmed something rather important about what you have built here. What's that? Izuku asked, still catching his breath, Ochako's steady grip the only thing keeping him fully upright. That an army built out of love and stubborn refusal is not so easily unmade, Nizu said, something almost gentle in his usually clipped, analytical tone. Rest, all of you. Tend your wounds, hold each other close tonight. Tomorrow, we begin preparing properly for the fact that this war has only just begun. Later that night, once Recovery Girl had finished tending the worst of the scrapes and bruises and the training gym's emergency repairs were underway, Izuku found himself back on the familiar rooftop, both Ochakos beside him, Nijire and Melissa not far off comparing notes on the counter-seal's performance with the restless, adrenaline-fueled energy of two engineers who'd just watched their own work save every life in that room. It's not over, Izuku said quietly, watching the stars emerge slowly over UA's dormitory rooftops, the ordinary, undamaged sky a strange, precious contrast to the violence of just hours before. It said this wasn't finished. It's going to come back, probably stronger, probably smarter about how it tries next time. Then we'll be stronger too, the healed Ochako said, leaning into his shoulder with the same steady, unwavering presence she'd offered since the very beginning. Every single person you brought home so far has made this family fiercer, not weaker. That's not going to stop just because the threat got bigger. She's right, the rogue Ochako added, her voice steadier now than it had been in months, the hollow exhaustion of her rescue slowly giving way to something fiercer and more settled. You didn't just build an army to fight the Severance, Deku. You built a family that refuses to let anyone it loves face anything alone. That's not something a thing like that is built to understand, let alone defeat. Izuku let the words settle over him, the exhaustion of the battle slowly easing under the weight of a truth he was only now beginning to fully believe himself. Somewhere out there, in the vast, branching dark of the multiverse, more doors waited, more worlds where girls just as fierce and just as worth saving were still fighting battles they believed no one was coming to help them win. And somewhere out there too, the Severance was already regrouping, already planning its next move against the family that had, against every reasonable expectation, stood its ground and refused to break. Behind his sternum, Dimension Breach settled into a low, steady hum, patient and unafraid, ready for whatever came next. Let it come back stronger, Izuku said quietly, looking out over the dormitory lights burning warm and unbroken against the night. It's going to find all of us waiting. Chapter 22, What the Family Built. In the days following the attack, UA's administration moved with a speed and seriousness that made clear, even to the students not yet fully read into the Vanguard's operations, that something significant had shifted in the scope of what the initiative now represented. Nizu authorized an expanded task force, pulling in additional pro-heroes from outside UA's immediate staff, all of them vetted carefully and briefed on the reality of a threat that had, until now, existed only in whispered theory. All Might himself, despite his retired status, took on a more active advisory role, spending long hours in strategy sessions alongside Nizu and Aizawa, drawing on decades of experience facing seemingly impossible odds to help shape a defense capable of withstanding whatever the Severance attempted next. We are no longer a rescue operation with occasional complications, Nizu said during the first of these expanded strategy sessions, the conference room now barely large enough to hold everyone with a stake in what came next. We are, as of 3 nights ago, an active front in a conflict whose full scope we do not yet fully understand. I do not say this to frighten anyone in this room. I say this because the survivors we have brought home, every one of them, deserve to know precisely what they have chosen to stand and fight for, and precisely what it might still cost them. Nobody in the room flinched from that honesty. If anything, Izuku noted, watching the assembled faces, both hardened and healing, both new arrivals and long-standing staff, the honesty seemed to settle something steadier into the room rather than shaking it loose. We already know what it costs to lose everything, older Momo said quietly, speaking for more than herself. We know what happens when nobody comes. I think every person in this room would rather stand and fight for a chance at keeping what we've found than go back to not having anything worth fighting for at all. The sentiment rippled through the room in a chorus of quiet, resolute agreement, and Izuku, sitting at the center of it, felt the weight of the coming conflict settle differently across his shoulders than it had in the immediate aftermath of the attack, less like a burden he carried alone and more like a line held collectively, by choice, by everyone who had already decided this fight was worth having. Training intensified in the weeks that followed, every member of the Vanguard's growing roster folded into a rigorous new regimen designed not merely to sharpen individual combat skill, but to build the kind of seamless, coordinated response that had barely held against the Severance's first direct assault. Mirko took to the new training with predictable, restless enthusiasm, pushing herself and everyone around her harder than Recovery Girl entirely approved of, though even she couldn't argue with the results. Momo's 2 counterparts developed an increasingly sophisticated shorthand for coordinating defensive barriers under pressure, their combined efficiency growing sharper with every drill. Nijire, once cleared for combat training, brought an unexpected tactical creativity to the group, her restless curiosity translating into inventive, unconventional approaches to problems the rest of the team had approached the same way for months. And Ochako, both of her, became something the rest of the Vanguard began, quietly and without official designation, to treat as its emotional center of gravity, the healed version offering steady reassurance to every new arrival still finding their footing, the rogue version offering the harder, more clear-eyed honesty of someone who understood exactly what it cost to keep fighting when hope felt impossibly far away. Izuku, watching it all take shape around him, found himself thinking often of that very first night, alone in his dorm room with a migraine that wasn't a migraine at all, utterly unprepared for the scale of what a single, impulsive act of compassion would eventually grow into. He had set out to save one person. He had ended up building, without ever quite intending to, a family fierce enough to stand against something that had, by every indication, already ended more worlds than any of them could bear to imagine. You've gone quiet again, Ochako said one evening, finding him in the workshop long after most of the others had turned in for the night, still turning over strategy schematics with the particular restless focus that had become familiar to everyone who knew him well. Just thinking, Izuku admitted, setting down the schematic. About how far we've come from that first night. About how much further we've still got to go. Both things can be true at once, Ochako said, settling into the seat beside him with easy familiarity. You can be proud of everything we've already built and still know there's more work ahead. That's not a contradiction, Deku. That's just what it looks like to keep growing. He looked at her for a long moment, at the steady, unshakable warmth that had carried both of them through every impossible turn this journey had taken so far, and felt something settle, finally, fully, into place. Whatever the severance throws at us next, he said quietly, we're ready. Not because we're not scared. Because we've got each other, and that's turned out to be worth more than anything it can throw at us. Ochako smiled, small and certain, and reached over to lace her fingers through his, exactly as she had that first night on the rooftop, months and worlds ago. Then let's go find whoever's still out there waiting for a door, she said. There's still more family to bring home. Behind his sternum, Dimension Breach hummed, steady and patient, already reaching toward the next fold of the multiverse, toward the next girl fighting a battle she believed no one was coming to help her win. Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes, and let it pull. The vision that answered his reaching, that same night, arrived gently, none of the violent urgency of the severance's own intrusions, and what it showed him settled into his chest with a familiar, aching pull. A vast, snow-covered training ground stretched out beneath a pale winter sky, and moving across it in careful, deliberate patrol formation was a lone figure wrapped in layers of scavenged winter gear, her breath fogging in the cold air, a frog-like Quirk unmistakable in the careful, economical way she leapt between icy outcroppings to scan the horizon for threats. Tsuyu, Izuku realized, recognition arriving warm and immediate despite the visible hardship etched into her posture, though this version carried herself with a quiet, watchful solitude that suggested she had, unlike the others, chosen to face whatever had broken her world entirely alone. The vision held only a few seconds longer, long enough for him to watch her pause at the crest of a snow-covered ridge, her wide, tired eyes scanning the horizon with the patient, unhurried vigilance of someone who had long since stopped expecting rescue and had simply decided, instead, to keep watch anyway, because someone had to. Then it released him, and Izuku opened his eyes in the quiet workshop, Ochako's hand still warm in his, the ache behind his sternum settling into familiar, purposeful resolve. Another one, he said softly. Alone this time. Somewhere cold. Then we'd better bring warm coats, Ochako said, already rising, already ready, exactly as she had been every single time before. Come on, Deku. Let's go find her before the cold takes anything else from her that we can still save. Outside the workshop windows, the UA campus slept on, unaware, warm and safe and unbroken, while somewhere beyond the reach of any ordinary door, one more girl kept a lonely, patient watch over a world that had long since stopped believing help was coming. She was wrong. It was already on its way. Act 4. Chapter 23, The Watch She Kept Alone. The world on the other side of the seam hit them with a cold so absolute it stole the breath from Izuku's lungs the instant he stepped through, a vast, snow-buried landscape stretching in every direction beneath a sky the color of bruised pewter, the wind carrying with it a fine, biting sting of ice crystals that found every gap in even the heaviest cold-weather gear Melissa's workshop had managed to assemble in time. This is worse than I expected, older Momo said through chattering teeth, already forming a heavy insulated barrier to break the worst of the wind for the extraction team clustered behind her. Whatever happened to this world, it wasn't just villains. Something changed the climate itself. Focus, Izuku said, though his own voice shook slightly with the cold, Dimension Breach's familiar pull sharpening steadily as they pushed deeper into the frozen wasteland. She's close. I can feel it getting stronger. They found her exactly where the vision had shown her, atop a wind-scoured ridge overlooking a valley buried in drifted snow, and up close, the toll of what was clearly years of solitary survival in this brutal environment was etched into every visible inch of her, chapped skin, cracked lips, a frame gone gaunt with the particular hunger of a world that no longer offered easy sustenance. Tsuyu turned at their approach with the unhurried, watchful calm Izuku remembered from his own world, though something in the set of her wide eyes carried a weariness that had nothing to do with the cold. You're not from here, she said simply, her voice flat and quiet, carrying easily across the wind. I've been watching this ridge for 3 years. Nobody comes from the direction you just came from. There's nothing there but the border of what's already fallen. You're right, Izuku said, stepping carefully closer, hands visible despite the numbing cold. We're not from this world at all. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I came through a door between worlds to find you. Something flickered behind Tsuyu's exhausted, watchful gaze, not quite surprise, more a kind of tired, careful curiosity, the reaction of someone who had trained herself, out of necessity, to greet every unexpected thing with caution rather than hope. Midoriya, she repeated slowly. Ribbit. There was a Midoriya, once. He died in the second wave, trying to hold an evacuation route through the mountain pass north of here. I watched it happen from a distance. I couldn't reach him in time. Her expression didn't change, but something in her voice carried an old, carefully buried grief. You look like him. Sound like him a little too. I'm not him, Izuku said gently, the same admission he'd made so many times now it had worn smooth with repetition, though it never grew easier to say. I'm from a different branch of the timeline. One where things went differently. I've spent the last several months finding people like you, people who survived worlds that fell, and bringing them somewhere safe. Tsuyu studied him for a long, silent moment, her gaze moving between him and the rest of the extraction team huddled against the wind behind him, cataloging every detail with the same patient, careful attention Izuku remembered from her time in his own Class 1A. Why alone, she said finally. The others I've heard stories about, the survivors who banded together, they had each other. I've been alone up here for 3 years, Ribbit. Why? The question landed with unexpected weight, and Izuku understood, watching the careful stillness in her expression, that this was not idle curiosity. This was something closer to a test, a question whose answer would determine whether she believed anything else he said. I don't know your specific story, he admitted honestly. But I know you well enough, from the version of you I grew up beside, to guess. I'd guess you chose to keep watch alone because it meant fewer people you could lose. Because grief taught you that the safest thing to love is something you don't have to watch die. Something in Tsuyu's careful composure cracked, just slightly, her wide eyes going bright and unsteady in the harsh, cold light. The others I traveled with, she said quietly, they died defending a shelter I wasn't fast enough to reach in time. After that, I decided it was better to watch from a distance. Easier to survive what I couldn't stop if I never let myself get close enough to try stopping it again. That makes sense, Izuku said, and meant it, no judgment in the words, only the same steady, patient understanding he'd offered every survivor before her. But you don't have to keep choosing that. Not anymore. There's a place on the other side of that door where you don't have to watch anyone die alone in the distance ever again. Tsuyu was quiet for a long moment, the wind howling around them, snow drifting steadily across the ridge, and when she finally spoke again, her voice had gone soft and uncertain in a way that suggested the careful walls she'd built over 3 years of solitary survival were, slowly, beginning to shift. I don't remember how to let myself be close to people, she admitted. I've spent so long keeping distance that I'm not sure I know how to stop. Then let us help you remember, Ochako said gently, stepping forward, her own scars, both visible and invisible, evidence enough of her understanding. Nobody's going to ask you to be ready for that on day 1. You just have to be willing to try, whenever you're ready to. Tsuyu looked between them for a long, final moment, the wind cutting cold and relentless across the ridge, and then, slowly, deliberately, she nodded, some old, exhausted tension finally easing out of her shoulders. Okay, she said quietly. Ribbit. Take me somewhere warm. Chapter 24, Learning to be Close. The extraction back through the seam went smoothly, the cold, brutal world fading behind them into the warm, ordinary light of Yue's workshop, and Tsuyu's first reaction to the sudden change in temperature was a full-body shudder that had nothing to do with distress and everything to do with a body finally, gratefully, allowed to stop fighting the cold. Recovery Girl moved quickly to address the visible signs of prolonged malnutrition and exposure, her healing quirk working steadily over the coming days to repair what years of brutal survival had worn down, and Tsuyu, true to the careful, watchful nature Izuku remembered, accepted the care with quiet, wary gratitude rather than the more visible emotional collapses of some of the earlier rescues. It was her counterpart, the dorm world Tsuyu, who found the gentlest way through that careful reserve, approaching not with an immediate embrace but with the same patient, unhurried respect for space that both versions of her clearly shared as a fundamental trait. You don't have to talk about any of it until you're ready, dorm world Tsuyu said, settling into a chair near the recovery bed with a quiet, easy presence that asked nothing. I just wanted you to know I'm here. However long that takes. The rescued Tsuyu studied her counterpart for a long moment, something complicated moving behind her tired eyes. "You don't know what I did to survive," she said finally, quiet and careful. "The choices I made. The people I couldn't save because saving them would have meant risking myself. I don't need to know all of it right now," Dorm World Tsuyu said gently. "Whatever you did it to survive something none of us here ever had to face. I'm not going to judge choices I never had to make." She paused, something thoughtful crossing her expression. "But if you ever do want to talk about it, I'll listen. Whenever that is." "There's no deadline on it." Something in the rescued Tsuyu's careful composure finally, quietly broke, not the dramatic collapse of some earlier rescues, but a slow, steady release, tears sliding down her face without the accompanying sobs, the particular grief of someone who had spent so long holding herself apart from feeling anything fully that even relief arrived muted, careful, still learning how to be fully felt. "Thank you," she managed. "For not asking me to be different than I am right now. You never have to be anyone other than exactly who you are here," Dorm World Tsuyu said. "That's kind of the whole point of this place, I think." Over the following weeks, Tsuyu's integration into the Vanguard's growing community unfolded with the same careful, unhurried pace that defined everything about her, less dramatic than some of the earlier arrivals but no less profound in its quiet, steady progress. She gravitated, unexpectedly, toward Nijire, the two of them forming an easy, comfortable friendship built on Nijire's endless, gentle curiosity and Tsuyu's patient, observant calm, a pairing that seemed, on the surface, an unlikely match but proved, in practice, exactly the kind of steady counterbalance both of them needed. Nijire's relentless questions gave Tsuyu safe, low-stakes practice at engaging without the pressure of deeper emotional vulnerability, while Tsuyu's calm, grounded presence gave Nijire's restless energy somewhere steady to land. "You're good for her," Izuku observed one afternoon, finding the two of them sitting together in the dormitory courtyard, Nijire animatedly explaining some theory about Quirk resonance while Tsuyu listened with quiet, genuine interest. "She's good for me too," Tsuyu said simply, watching Nijire with something soft and unguarded in her expression. "She doesn't need me to talk about things I'm not ready to talk about. She just needs me to listen to her theories and occasionally tell her they're interesting. It's easy." "Easy is good, right now." "Easy is good," Izuku agreed. "You don't have to rush any of the harder parts." Tsuyu was quiet for a moment, her gaze drifting toward the dormitory windows, warm light spilling out into the gathering evening. "I think," she said slowly, "I'm starting to remember what it felt like, before I decided distance was safer than closeness. It's strange. Like relearning a language I used to speak fluently." "That sounds like progress to me," Izuku said. "It is," Tsuyu confirmed, something almost like a smile touching her expression. "Slow progress. But progress." Chapter 25, The Severance Returns. The peace, as it always seemed to in the Vanguard's ongoing story, did not last uninterrupted for long. 3 weeks after Tsuyu's arrival, Melissa's threshold ward monitors flared with the same violent, urgent alert that had preceded the Severance's first direct assault, though this time, the readings carried a different, more calculated quality that Nizu, studying the data with grim focus, identified almost immediately. "It's not testing the barrier this time," he said, his small paws moving swiftly across the monitoring console. "It's attempting to open a breach point somewhere other than the workshop. Somewhere it believes we're less prepared to defend." The location, when Melissa finally isolated it from the surrounding data noise, sent a fresh wave of alarm through the assembled staff. "The dormitory wing," she said, her voice tight. "It's trying to breach directly into the dormitory wing. Where everyone's sleeping." The response was immediate and coordinated, months of preparation finally paying dividends as every member of the Vanguard's combat-ready roster moved into position with practiced, urgent efficiency, Nizu issuing rapid-fire instructions that had every available defender stationed at the dormitory's most vulnerable points within minutes. Izuku reached the dormitory's central courtyard just as the air above it began to ripple and tear, the same jagged, wrong wound in reality that had marked the Severance's first assault, and this time, he was ready, one for all already blazing hot and ready beneath his skin as he took position at the front of the defensive line alongside Mirko, Bakugo, and both versions of Momo. The Severance emerged through the widening tier with the same shifting, formless malevolence as before, though something in its manner this time carried a colder, more deliberate quality, less testing reconnaissance and more calculated, focused threat. You built walls around your gathering place, it said, its layered voice pressing directly against every mind present. Walls do not stop what has already been let in. What does that mean? Older Momo demanded, already forming defensive plating with sharp, urgent precision. The severance's shifting mass rippled, and from within it, a second, smaller shape began to emerge, indistinct at first, then sharpening into something horribly, unmistakably familiar. A distorted, twisted echo of Izuku's own vision memory, a fragment of the ruined worlds he had glimpsed given terrible, corrupted form, its features shifting unstably between the faces of villains he'd fought in his own timeline and things that belonged to no world he recognized at all. I have learned to carry pieces of what I unmake, the severance said, almost conversational in its cold, layered malice. I thought you might appreciate meeting one. The corrupted shape lunged, and the defensive line surged to meet it, the courtyard erupting into chaotic, desperate combat as every hero present threw themselves into a fight against something that seemed to shift and adapt with unnerving speed, learning from every strike landed against it. It's copying our fighting patterns, Mirko shouted, ducking beneath a wild, twisted strike that had, disturbingly, echoed the exact form of one of Bakugo's signature attacks. The longer this fight goes, the better it gets at predicting us. Then we stop giving it patterns to learn, Izuku called back, already recalculating, drawing on months of increasingly sophisticated tactical training. Momo, can you generate something it hasn't seen yet, something none of us have used in combat before? Give me 10 seconds, older Momo said, already forming complex material structures with rapid, focused precision, her engineering mind racing through possibilities even mid-battle. The 10 seconds stretched taut and dangerous, the defensive line holding the corrupted shape at bay through sheer, coordinated stubbornness, every hero present drawing on reserves built through months of shared training and shared trust, until Momo's improvised weapon finally materialized, an unconventional, unpredictable construct that caught the corrupted shape entirely off guard when Bakugo, seizing the opening without hesitation, drove it home with devastating force. The corrupted shape shrieked, a sound that seemed to come from a dozen directions at once, and dissolved back into the severance's main mass, and for a moment, the vast, formless entity seemed to recoil, its shifting form flickering with something that might, in a more conventional opponent, have registered as surprise. You're not the only one who's learned things since our last meeting, Izuku said, breathing hard, planting himself at the front of the defensive line once more. Get out of here. This isn't your world to unmake. The severance's layered voice, when it finally answered, carried something colder and more focused than its earlier, almost curious tone. This will not end with a single victory, little hero. I have unmade 1,000 worlds that believed themselves secure. Yours is merely the next in a very long line. Then, as abruptly as it had arrived, the tear in reality sealed itself shut, the severance withdrawing without further engagement, leaving the dormitory courtyard scorched and battered but, critically, with every defender still standing. Chapter 26, 1,000 Worlds. The aftermath of the second attack settled over UA with a different weight than the first, the initial shock giving way, this time, to something harder and more focused, an entire community reckoning openly with the scale of what they were actually up against. 1,000 worlds, Nizu repeated quietly, during the emergency strategy session convened within the hour, his small paws steepled in front of him, his expression graver than Izuku had ever witnessed. If the severance's claim carries any truth at all, then the survivors we have brought home represent only the smallest possible fraction of what it has already destroyed. The weight of that landed heavily across the assembled room, every survivor present understanding, with fresh and painful clarity, exactly how much loss existed beyond even their own considerable grief. Then we can't just keep reacting, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion still lingering in his bones from the fight. We have to find a way to actually stop it. Not just defend against it every time it decides to test us. Easier said than done, Aizawa said flatly, arms crossed, his tired eyes sweeping the room with characteristic bluntness. We don't even fully understand what it is yet, let alone how to permanently stop something that's apparently been doing this across 1,000 different worlds without anyone managing it before us. Maybe nobody's tried what we're trying, Melissa said slowly, an idea visibly taking shape behind her thoughtful expression. Think about it. The severance said it's unmade 1,000 worlds that believed themselves secure. But how many of those worlds had something like dimension breach? How many of them had a way to actually reach across the boundary and pull survivors out before it finished what it started? You're saying we might be the first world it's encountered that fights back across the boundary instead of just defending locally, older Momo said, understanding dawning in her expression. Exactly, Melissa confirmed. Every other world it's unmade probably just tried to survive within its own borders. We're the first one reaching back. That has to mean something. It has to be why it's escalating so quickly against us specifically. We're not playing by the same rules it's used to. Nizu's expression sharpened with focused, calculating interest. If that hypothesis holds, then our unconventional approach may be precisely what gives us an advantage it has not yet learned to counter. It has learned to adapt to combat patterns within a single engagement. It has not yet learned to adapt to an opponent capable of reaching across the very boundary it uses to attack. So what does that mean practically? Bakugo demanded, arms crossed, impatient as ever with anything that smelled like theory over action. You're saying we go on offense instead of just waiting for it to keep attacking us? I am saying, Nizu said carefully, that we may need to consider the possibility that the only way to truly end this threat is to follow it back to wherever it originates, rather than continuing to simply defend against its incursions here. His dark eyes moved to Izuku, grave and searching. Which would mean asking Dimension Breach to do something far more dangerous than opening a door to a fallen world. It would mean asking it to trace the Severance's own path back to whatever passes for its point of origin. The room went very quiet, the weight of that suggestion settling heavily over everyone present. That's not a rescue mission, Izuku said slowly. That's an invasion. Yes, Nizu confirmed simply. It is. And I would not ask it of you, or of anyone in this room, if I believed we had a safer alternative. But I do not believe we do. Not if the Severance's claim about 1,000 worlds carries any truth at all. Every day we spend merely defending is a day it may still be finding new worlds to unmake, worlds with no vanguard of their own to fight back. Izuku sat with that for a long, heavy moment, the enormity of it settling into his chest alongside the accumulated weight of every rescue, every reunion, every hard-won piece of safety the Vanguard had built so far. Then that's what we do, he said finally, his voice steady despite the fear threading through it. We don't just keep waiting for it to come to us. We find a way to go to it first. Around the room, one by one, every survivor who had ever refused to stay broken nodded in fierce, unwavering agreement, an army built out of love and stubborn refusal, ready, now, to carry that refusal all the way to its source. Chapter 27, The Cost of Tracing a Path. The plan, once it moved from grim hypothesis to active preparation, revealed itself to be far more complicated than anyone in that first strategy session had fully anticipated, and the following 2 weeks became a grinding, exhausting sprint of theoretical and practical work that tested every resource the Vanguard had built to that point. Dimension Breach doesn't naturally trace backward, Izuku explained, standing at the center of the workshop with Melissa, both Momos, and Nizu gathered close, a diagram of the vestiges' known behavior sprawled across the main table. Every vision, every doorway, it's always pulled me forward, towards someone who needs help. I don't actually know if it can be redirected to follow something back to where it came from instead. Then we find out, older Momo said, her tactical mind already turning the problem over with the same relentless focus she'd once applied to holding a defensive line for 6 years straight. You said the connection with the Severance felt different from every rescue vision before it. More aware. More mutual. If it's already reaching toward you as much as you're reaching toward the worlds you visit, there may be a residual thread we can use. A thread, Melissa repeated slowly, something clicking behind her thoughtful expression. Like a wake. Every time it's pushed against our ward, it's left some kind of signature behind, hasn't it? We've been treating those signatures as attacks to defend against. What if we started treating them as data instead? A trail to follow back to its source? Nizu's dark eyes brightened with the particular sharp interest he reserved for genuinely promising ideas. An elegant reframing, Ms. Shield. If the Severance's incursions leave a consistent signature, and if that signature can be isolated and amplified rather than merely defended against, it may indeed be possible to construct a viable trace. It will not be simple. It will require Midoriya to hold a connection open far longer, and far more precisely, than any extraction has demanded of him so far. How long? Izuku asked, though some part of him already suspected the answer would cost more than any single rescue had. I cannot say with certainty, Nizu admitted. But given the scale of the signature and the distances involved, I would estimate a sustained connection of several minutes at minimum, quite possibly longer, all while remaining stable enough to resist whatever countermeasures the severance deploys once it realizes what you're attempting. The room went quiet, the weight of that settling heavily over everyone present, and it was Ochako, standing near the back with her counterpart at her side, who finally spoke into the silence. You're talking about him holding a door open, alone, directly into whatever's on the other end of that thing, for minutes at a time, while it's actively trying to stop him, she said, her voice tight with barely restrained alarm. That's not a rescue. That's not even the fight we already survived. That's asking him to stand still and take everything it's got, on purpose, long enough to find out where it's coming from. Yes, Nizu said simply, no attempt to soften the truth of it. That is precisely what I am describing. Which is why I will not order it. I will only ask, and accept whatever answer Midoriya gives, and build whatever plan follows from that answer. Every eye in the workshop turned toward Izuku, and he felt the full weight of the decision settle onto his shoulders, the same familiar ache behind his sternum pulsing steady and expectant, as though even Dimension Breach itself understood exactly what was being asked of it. He thought of Tsuyu on her frozen ridge, 3 years of solitary vigilance because rescue had never come in time. He thought of Mirko, bleeding out alone in a ruined agency headquarters. He thought of the Rogue Uraraka's hollow, haunted eyes on that ash-covered rooftop, and the 1,000 worlds the Severance had claimed to have already unmade, each one, he now understood with sick clarity, almost certainly containing someone just like them, waiting for a door that had never come. I'll do it, he said quietly. Whatever it takes. If there's even a chance we can actually end this instead of just surviving the next attack, I have to try. Chapter 28, What Everyone Was Willing to Give. The preparation that followed consumed nearly every waking hour of the Vanguard's combined resources, Melissa and both Momos working in punishing, round-the-clock shifts to develop equipment capable of supporting a sustained connection unlike anything Dimension Breach had ever been asked to maintain, while Nizu, Aizawa, and All Might worked through increasingly elaborate contingency plans for every conceivable way the attempt might go wrong. It was Ochako who insisted, over Izuku's initial and immediate objections, that he would not be attempting the trace alone. You held the line with all of us standing beside you during both attacks, she said, arms crossed, her expression carrying the same unshakable determination that had defined her from the very first night he found her in that burned-out convenience store. You are not doing this one solo just because it's more dangerous. If anything, that's exactly the reason you need us there even more. I can't ask everyone to risk that kind of exposure, Izuku said, though even as he said it, he understood, watching the resolute faces gathered around him, that the argument had already been lost before he finished making it. You didn't ask, Mirko said flatly, arms crossed, her old restless energy channeled now into something focused and immovable. We're telling you. I've spent 2 years fighting alone because I thought that was the only way to actually protect anyone who mattered. I'm not making that mistake again, not when I've finally got people worth fighting alongside instead. One by one, the room affirmed the same fierce, unwavering commitment, every survivor the Vanguard had brought home, every counterpart who had chosen to stand and fight rather than simply heal in safety, declaring their intent to stand at Izuku's side for whatever came next, and the weight of that collective resolve settled into his chest not as an additional burden, but as something closer to the steadiest ground he'd stood on since this entire impossible journey began. Nizu, watching the declaration unfold with careful, measuring attention, finally spoke into the resolute silence that followed. Then we prepare accordingly. A full deployment, coordinated defense around Midoriya's sustained connection, contingencies for immediate extraction should the situation deteriorate beyond recoverable parameters. His dark eyes swept the room one final time. I want to be entirely clear with all of you. We are not merely planning a defense any longer. We are planning to walk, deliberately, toward the single most dangerous confrontation this initiative has ever attempted. I will not pretend the risk is small. I will only promise that every resource this institution possesses will be devoted to bringing every one of you home again. The following days blurred into a punishing rhythm of preparation, Melissa's team completing a third-generation anchor capable of supporting sustained connections far beyond anything attempted before, older Momo and Bakugo drilling increasingly sophisticated defensive formations with the rest of the combat roster, Nijire and Tsuyu working alongside the support staff to develop rapid battlefield medical protocols should the confrontation prove as costly as everyone privately feared it might. Izuku, in the rare quiet moments between preparation sessions, found himself returning often to the rooftop that had become, over these many months, something like a personal sanctuary, and it was there, on the night before the planned attempt, that both Ochakos found him one final time. Scared, the healed Ochako asked, settling beside him without needing an answer to know it already. Terrified, Izuku admitted honestly. Not just for me. For all of you. If this goes wrong, I'm not just risking myself. I'm risking everyone who's chosen to stand beside me. We already know that, the rogue Ochako said, settling on his other side, her voice steady despite the visible tension in her posture. We chose it anyway. Every single one of us has already lost worlds to something we couldn't stop. This is the first real chance any of us has had to actually do something about it, instead of just surviving whatever comes next. That's worth the risk, Deku. All of us believe that, or we wouldn't be standing here with you tonight. Izuku looked between them at the fierce, unbending resolve mirrored in both faces, and felt something steady itself finally, fully, in his chest. Tomorrow, then, he said quietly. Tomorrow, both Ochakos agreed, and the three of them sat together beneath the stars, steady and unafraid, until the night finally gave way to the dawn that would carry them toward whatever came next. Chapter 29, Holding the Thread. Dawn broke cold and clear over UA's campus, and by the time the sun had fully cleared the dormitory rooftops, the workshop stood ready, Melissa's third-generation anchor humming with a depth and steadiness that spoke to weeks of relentless, exhausted refinement, every member of the Vanguard's combat roster arrayed in careful, coordinated positions around the central chamber. Izuku stood at the center of it all, the anchor fitted snug against his forearm, one for all humming warm and ready beneath his skin, and around him, close enough to reach, stood every survivor who had ever refused to stay broken. Momo, both versions, engineering minds sharp and focused. Mirko, restless energy honed to a fine, patient edge. Bakugo, coiled and ready, his usual scowl unable to fully hide the fierce protectiveness underneath it. Nijire and Tsuyu, steady at the edges of the formation, ready to support however the confrontation demanded. Ochako, both of her, standing closest of all, hands ready to reach for him the instant anything went wrong. Whenever you're ready, Midoriya, Nizu said, his voice carrying clear and steady through the workshop's tense silence, though the careful stillness of his small frame betrayed the enormity of what he was authorizing. Izuku closed his eyes, reached for the familiar ache behind his sternum, and instead of simply pulling toward a vision, as he had every time before, he pushed back against it, reaching for the residual thread of the Severance's own incursions, following the cold, wrong signature it had left behind across two direct assaults. The connection, when it caught, hit him like nothing he had experienced before, not the gentle window of a rescue vision, not even the violent intrusion of the Severance's direct attacks, but something vast and endless, a sensation of falling through layer after layer of branching possibility, each one flickering past faster than his mind could fully process. Fragments of 1,000 fallen worlds bleeding together into an overwhelming, dizzying rush. He's holding, Melissa's voice reached him distantly, as though from very far away, monitoring readouts that had begun to spike and flicker with alarming intensity. Signature strengthening, we're getting a directional lock, just a little longer. Then the falling sensation slowed, and Izuku found himself standing, impossibly, somewhere that existed outside the branching structure of ordinary worlds entirely, a vast, colorless expanse stretching in every direction, threaded through with countless fine, glowing lines that he understood, with sudden, sick clarity, represented every timeline the Severance had ever touched. And at the center of that vast, threaded expanse, vast and formless and utterly, terribly aware, waited the Severance itself, no longer merely an intruder pushing against a defensive ward, but something ancient and hungry, spread thin across 1,000 unraveling worlds, finally, fully turning its complete attention toward the single, stubborn thread that had dared to trace its way back to the source. You should not have come here, little hero, it said, its layered voice no longer distant or discordant but total, surrounding him from every direction at once. This is not a place your kind survives. Maybe not, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the overwhelming, crushing weight of the space around him, one for all roaring hot and defiant beneath his skin even here, even in a place that felt fundamentally hostile to everything he was. But I'm not here alone. I never have been. Not since the very first door I opened. Behind him, faint but unmistakable, he felt it, the steady, anchoring presence of everyone standing with him back in the workshop, Ochako's fierce resolve, Momo's sharp engineering focus, Mirko's unbreakable will, Bakugo's protective fury, every survivor who had ever refused to stay broken, threading through the connection alongside him like a lifeline he hadn't fully realized he was still holding. The Severance's vast, formless presence seemed to recoil, just slightly, something in its ancient, hungry awareness registering, for the first time, genuine uncertainty. Interesting, it said again, the same word it had spoken after their first confrontation, though this time it carried less amusement and something closer to unwilling respect. You have brought all of them with you. I did not account for that either. You should have, Izuku said, and behind his sternum, dimension breach surged, wild and furious and fully, finally awake, the accumulated will of every survivor he had ever brought home lending its strength to a connection that had, moments before, felt like it might shatter him entirely. Because we're not done finding the doors you tried to close forever. And we're not leaving until you understand exactly what that means. Chapter 30, The Price of the Thread. The confrontation in that vast, colorless expanse stretched on with a quality of time that felt fundamentally wrong, seconds bleeding into something that might have been minutes or might have been hours, and Izuku, anchored only by the thin, precious thread of everyone waiting for him back in the workshop, felt the strain of holding the connection begin to fray at the edges of his awareness. The Severance pressed closer, its vast, formless presence coiling around the boundaries of his consciousness with cold, deliberate pressure, testing, probing, searching for the exact point where his will might finally give way. You carry the weight of everyone who stands with you, it said, its layered voice pressing directly against thoughts he hadn't chosen to share. But weight, carried long enough, becomes its own kind of unmaking. How long do you believe you can hold this thread, little hero, before it is you who breaks instead of me? Long enough, Izuku gritted out, though the strain was, undeniably, beginning to show, a fine tremor working through his projected form, the ache behind his sternum sharpening into something closer to genuine pain. I don't need to break you today. I just need to see where you're coming from. That's all this was ever supposed to accomplish. The Severance's presence shifted, something in its ancient, hungry awareness sharpening with fresh, calculating interest. Then you have already lost, it said. Because I do not intend to let you carry that knowledge back to your gathering place. If I cannot unmake you here, I will simply unmake the thread that connects you to everything you have built. Let us discover, together, whether your family survives losing you entirely. The pressure around Izuku's consciousness surged violently, and for one terrifying moment, he felt the connection anchoring him to the workshop, to Ochako's fierce resolve, to every survivor standing ready on the other side, begin to fray at the edges, the Severance's vast, formless will bearing down with focused, deliberate intent to sever it completely. No. The word tore out of him with everything he had left, one for all roaring in desperate, furious response, and behind that roar, faint but unmistakable, he felt the anchoring thread strengthen rather than break, Ochako's voice reaching him across the impossible distance, steady and fierce and utterly unwilling to let go. We're right here, Deku. Her voice arrived distorted, distant, but absolutely real, cutting through the Severance's cold, crushing pressure like a blade. You are not losing this connection. Hold on, just a little longer, we're pulling you back. Behind her voice, he felt the others too, Momo's sharp, focused engineering will bracing the connection from the workshop side, Mirko's fierce, unbreakable determination refusing to let the thread fray any further, Bakugo's protective fury burning hot and immovable, an entire family's worth of stubborn, unbending refusal to let him be unmade, threading together into something the Severance's ancient, hungry awareness had clearly never encountered before. Its formless presence recoiled, sharply, genuine alarm finally, unmistakably registering across its vast, layered consciousness. This is not possible, it said, and for the first time since Izuku had encountered it, something in its endless, discordant voice carried real uncertainty. A single connection should not sustain this density of resistance. What have you built, little hero, that an entire multiverse's worth of unmaking has never encountered before? A family, Izuku said, drawing on the last of his strength, the anchoring thread finally, decisively strengthening as Melissa's readouts, back in the workshop, spiked toward the successful lock they'd been straining toward this entire, agonizing confrontation. Not survivors who just endured what happened to them. People who chose, every single one of them, to stand up and fight for something worth protecting, together. You've spent this whole time unmaking worlds one broken person at a time. You never accounted for what happens when broken people find each other and refuse to stay that way. The directional lock finally, fully engaged, a bright, steady thread of golden light cutting through the vast, colorless expanse, marking, with sudden and absolute clarity, the exact origin point from which the Severance's endless hunger had first begun to spread. Got it. Melissa's voice cut through, triumphant and relieved even through the distance and strain of the connection. Full directional lock confirmed. Izuku, pull back now, we have what we need. The Severance's vast, formless presence surged forward one final time, furious and desperate, clearly understanding, in that instant, precisely what had just been accomplished at its expense. You will regret this, little hero, it said, its layered voice fracturing with something that might, in a more conventional being, have registered as genuine fear. I have unmade 1,000 worlds. I will not be the one unmade by a boy and his borrowed family. We'll see, Izuku said, and let the anchoring thread pull him home. Chapter 31, What They Brought Back. Izuku came back to himself on the workshop floor with a violence that left every nerve in his body screaming, one for all's aftershock roaring hollow and spent through muscles that felt, distantly, like they belonged to someone else entirely, and it was Ochako's arms, both versions of her, that caught him before he could fully collapse. I've got you, she said, her voice thick with relief and lingering fear, both Ochako supporting him between them as the rest of the workshop erupted into the controlled chaos of an extraction that had, against every reasonable expectation, actually succeeded. You did it, Deku. You're back. You're safe. Recovery Girl was already moving, her healing quirk working urgently over the visible strain evident in every line of his exhausted body, and it took several long minutes before Izuku's breathing finally began to steady, before the world around him stopped swimming at the edges and resolved back into the familiar, ordinary shapes of the workshop and the people who had stood with him through the entire, terrifying confrontation. The directional lock, he managed finally, his voice raw. Did we get it? Did we actually get it? We got it, Melissa confirmed, her own exhaustion evident but her expression bright with fierce, disbelieving triumph as she studied the readouts still glowing steady on her monitors. A full trace, back to what looks like an origin point buried deep in the multiverse's structure. We know where it's coming from now, Izuku. We actually know. Nizu, who had been monitoring the entire confrontation with the same grave, focused attention he'd carried throughout every stage of this initiative, finally allowed something like relief to show openly on his small, sharp features. You have accomplished something today that I confess I was not entirely certain was possible, he said quietly, moving to stand beside the recovery cot where Izuku still lay, catching his breath, Ochako's steady hands never once leaving his shoulder. You did not merely survive a direct confrontation with an entity that has, by its own admission, unmade 1,000 worlds. You traced its origin, and in doing so, you have given us something no other world it has encountered ever managed to produce. A target. What happens now? Izuku asked, though even exhausted, even aching in every fiber of his being, he could already feel the shape of the answer settling into place. Nizu's dark eyes swept the room, taking in every survivor present, every counterpart who had chosen to stand and fight rather than simply heal in safety, an entire family built out of love and stubborn refusal, still standing, still whole, still fiercely unwilling to let this fight end anywhere but in victory. Now, he said slowly, we prepare for the final confrontation. Not a defense. Not a trace. An actual assembled assault against the source of everything that has threatened this family since the moment it first noticed you reaching across the boundary between worlds. His gaze settled on Izuku, grave and unmistakably proud. You have given us the door, Midoriya. The question that remains is whether we are ready to walk through it together, and finish, once and for all, What the severance began when it decided your family was worth trying to unmake. Around the workshop, one by one, every exhausted, battle-worn face turned toward that question with the same fierce, unwavering resolve that had carried them through every impossible confrontation before this one, and Izuku, lying spent and aching on the recovery cot with Ochako's steady hand still holding his, felt something settle, finally and completely, into place. Then let's finish it, he said quietly. Together. However long it takes to heal enough to try. Outside the workshop windows, the sun climbed steadily toward midday, gilding the dormitory rooftops where an entire family of survivors, brought home one impossible door at a time, now prepared themselves for the final, decisive fight that would determine whether the multiverse's long, unanswered war against the severance finally, truly came to an end. Behind Izuku's sternum, even exhausted, even spent almost to nothing, Dimension Breach pulsed one final time before settling into a deep, patient quiet, gathering its strength, alongside every person who had ever refused to let him fight alone, for whatever still remained to be faced. Chapter 32, The Weight of Healing. The days that followed the Trace confrontation settled into a slower, gentler rhythm than anything the Vanguard had experienced since the severance first made itself known, Recovery Girl insisting, with a firmness that brooked no argument from even Izuku's most stubborn instincts, on a full week of enforced rest before any further planning began in earnest. He spent much of that week in the recovery ward, drifting in and out of exhausted sleep, and it became, almost without anyone officially arranging it, a kind of gathering point for the entire Vanguard, survivors and staff alike finding reasons to stop by, to sit with him for a while, to simply be present in the aftermath of something that had, by every reasonable measure, come far closer to catastrophe than any of them fully wanted to examine too closely. Momo, both versions of her, brought detailed technical updates on the ongoing analysis of the directional lock, delivered with the particular gentle patience of someone who understood that Izuku's restless mind needed something productive to hold on to even while his body demanded rest. Mirko dropped by with blunt, characteristic bluster that barely concealed real concern, informing him in no uncertain terms that she expected him back in fighting shape within the week because she wasn't about to let the final confrontation happen without him standing beside her. Nijire filled the quiet hours with an endless, gentle stream of questions and observations that asked nothing of him beyond simply listening, a comfort he hadn't realized he needed until he found himself smiling, genuinely, for the first time since the confrontation. Tsuyu sat with him in patient, comfortable silence more often than not, her calm, steady presence a grounding anchor that required no performance of wellness he didn't yet fully feel. And Ochako, both of her, rarely left his side at all, trading off careful, quiet shifts that ensured he was never once alone with the lingering aftershocks of what he'd faced in that vast, colorless expanse. You scared us, the healed Ochako admitted quietly, on the fourth night, sitting beside his bed in the dim, comfortable dark of the recovery ward. I've never felt that thread almost break before. I don't ever want to feel it again. I didn't want to let it break either, Izuku said honestly, his voice still carrying traces of the exhaustion that hadn't fully faded. I could feel all of you, the whole time. That's the only reason I made it back at all. Then let that be the lesson you actually take from this, the Rogue Uraraka said, settling on his other side with the same fierce, protective determination that had defined her recovery from the very beginning. Not that you have to be strong enough to face something like that alone. That you're strongest when you let all of us carry it with you. I lost that lesson once, in my world, and it cost me everything. I'm not going to watch you make the same mistake in this one. Izuku looked between them at the steady, unwavering warmth that had carried him through every impossible turn of this journey, and felt something settle, deep and certain, into the very core of who he understood himself to be. I won't, he said quietly. I promise. Whatever the final confrontation asks of us, I'm not walking into it thinking I have to carry it alone. Not anymore. Not ever again. Both Ochakos, in perfect, unspoken unison, reached for his hands, and the three of them sat together in the comfortable dark, steady and unafraid, while outside the recovery ward windows, UA's campus settled slowly toward another quiet, healing night. By the end of the week, Recovery Girl finally, grudgingly, cleared Izuku for light activity, and his first act upon regaining enough strength to move freely was to gather the entire Vanguard, every survivor, every counterpart, every member of staff who had built this fragile, fierce family one impossible rescue at a time, in Yue's largest courtyard for what Nizu had taken to calling, with characteristic dry precision, a full accounting. We know where the severance comes from now, Izuku said, standing at the center of the assembled crowd, his voice steadier than it had been in the immediate aftermath of the confrontation, though the weight of what remained ahead was evident in every careful word. We know it's real, we know it's ancient, and we know it's already made itself very clear that it intends to keep hunting worlds like ours until something finally stops it. He looked out across the courtyard, at every face that had, over these many months, become as familiar and precious to him as the family he'd grown up beside in his own unbroken world. Momo's steady, brilliant focus. Mirko's fierce, unbreakable will. Bakugo's gruff, protective loyalty. Nijire's endless, hopeful curiosity. Tsuyu's calm, patient strength. Melissa's relentless engineering genius. Both Ochakos, standing side by side, the same fierce heart wearing two different kinds of hard-won strength. I'm not going to pretend the fight ahead is going to be easy, he continued. I nearly didn't make it back from just tracing where the severance comes from. Whatever waits for us at the source, it's going to ask more of every single one of us than anything we've faced so far. He paused, drawing a steadying breath, the accumulated weight of the entire journey settling, finally, into something he could carry without breaking under it. But I also know, standing here right now, that I would rather face that fight beside every single one of you than face anything, ever again, alone. This family wasn't built by accident. It was built because every one of you chose, again and again, to stand up and fight for something worth protecting, even after the worlds you came from taught you that hope wasn't worth the risk of feeling it. Across the courtyard, one by one, every survivor present straightened, the accumulated resolve of an entire family built out of love and stubborn refusal settling into something that felt, in that moment, genuinely unbreakable. So here's what I'm asking, Izuku finished, his voice steady and certain. Not for anyone to follow me into the final fight because they feel obligated to. Only because they choose to, the same way every single one of you has chosen, every day since you came home, to keep standing back up. Whoever's ready to finish this, together, I'll see you in the workshop tomorrow morning. We're going to close this door for good. The answering roar of agreement that swept through the courtyard carried no hesitation at all, every voice present rising together in fierce, unified resolve, and Izuku, standing at the center of it, felt Ochako's hand find his, both versions of her steady at his sides, and understood, with complete and settled certainty, that whatever waited at the source of the severance's ancient, hungry unmaking, it was about to meet something it had genuinely never encountered before across 1,000 broken worlds. A family that had already decided, together, that it would rather stand and fight than ever let another door close on someone waiting to be found. Behind his sternum, dimension breach pulsed once, steady and resolute, already gathering its strength for the final door still left to open. Chapter 33, The Night Before. That evening, as the courtyard slowly emptied and the dormitory wing settled into the particular hush that came before something enormous, Izuku found himself once more on the rooftop that had, over these many months, borne witness to nearly every turning point of this impossible journey. He was not alone for long. One by one, the family he had built found their way there too, not in any coordinated arrangement, simply drawn by the same instinct that had always brought them together in moments that mattered. Momo arrived first, both versions of her settling nearby with quiet, thoughtful presence, still murmuring low technical observations to each other even now, though the words carried more comfort in their familiar rhythm than actual urgency. Mirko dropped down beside them with her usual restless energy, though tonight it had settled into something calmer, more grounded, the particular readiness of someone who had finally found people worth being calm for. Bakugo arrived last, predictably, claiming a spot slightly apart from the rest with his usual gruff reluctance to admit he'd come at all, though he stayed, which said everything his silence didn't. Tomorrow's going to be the hardest thing we've ever done, Nijire said quietly, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled over the rooftop, her usual restless curiosity subdued into something more thoughtful. I keep thinking about all the worlds it mentioned. 1,000. I keep wondering how many of them might still have people like us in them, still waiting, even now, for a door that's never going to come unless we actually manage to stop it. Then that's exactly why we go, Tsuyu said simply, her calm, steady voice carrying easily across the quiet rooftop. Not because tomorrow isn't going to be hard. Because somewhere out there, right now, someone's keeping a lonely watch on a frozen ridge, or hiding in a bunker, or holding a line they don't believe anyone's coming to relieve. If we don't finish this, that never stops happening. The rooftop fell quiet again, the weight of that settling over everyone present, not as a burden, but as something closer to shared purpose, the accumulated resolve of a family that had already proven, again and again, that it would rather stand together against impossible odds than let anyone else face them alone. Izuku looked around at all of them, at the fierce, hard-won family that had grown from a single act of impulsive compassion months ago into something vast and unbreakable, and felt the last of his fear settle into something steadier, something that felt, finally, like readiness rather than dread. Whatever happens tomorrow, he said quietly, I need all of you to know. None of this would have been possible without every single one of you choosing, over and over, to stand back up. I didn't build this family. You did. All of you, refusing to stay broken, refusing to let each other face anything alone. That's what's going to walk through that door tomorrow. Not just me and a vestige. All of us, together, exactly as we've always been since the very beginning. Ochako, both versions of her, moved to sit closer, their combined presence steady and warm against the cool night air, and one by one, the rest of the family drew closer too, until the entire rooftop had become a single, unbroken circle of people who had chosen, against every reasonable expectation, to become something unbreakable together. Above them, the stars burned steady and clear over UA's campus, indifferent to the vast, branching multiverse stretching endlessly beyond them, unaware that tomorrow, an army built out of love and stubborn refusal intended to walk straight into the heart of the darkness that had haunted 1,000 worlds, and finally, decisively, bring it to an end. Behind Izuku's sternum, dimension breach settled into a deep, patient quiet, gathering its strength alongside every person who had ever refused to let him fight alone, for the final door still left to open. Tomorrow, they would open it together. Act 5. Chapter 34, The Final Door. Morning broke gray and still over UA's campus, the kind of quiet, expectant stillness that seemed to hold its breath alongside every person gathered in the workshop, and Izuku, standing once more at the center of Melissa's third-generation anchor array, felt the weight of the coming confrontation settle over him not as dread, but as something closer to resolve finally crystallized into action. Final systems check complete, Melissa reported, her voice steady despite the visible tension in her shoulders, the anchor humming with a depth and power that spoke to weeks of relentless, exhausted refinement pushed now to its absolute limit. The directional lock is holding stable. Whenever you're ready, Izuku, the door's ready to open exactly where we traced it. Around him, the assembled vanguard stood arrayed in careful, coordinated formation, every survivor who had chosen, the night before, to walk this final path together now present and resolute. Momo, both versions, their combined engineering minds having spent the entire night refining contingency after contingency. Mirko, coiled and ready, her restless energy honed to its sharpest, most focused edge. Bakugo, silent and grim, his usual bravado set aside for something harder and more determined. Nijire and Tsuyu, steady support anchoring the formation's edges. Both Ochakos, closest of all, their combined presence the same fierce, unshakable ground Izuku had leaned on through every impossible turn of this journey. Nizu addressed the assembled team one final time, his small frame carrying an authority that belied its size. I want to be clear, one last time, about the nature of what we are attempting. We are not merely defending against an incursion. We are walking, by choice, into the heart of something that has unmade 1,000 worlds. I cannot promise you this ends in victory. I can only promise that whatever happens, this institution, and everyone in it, will not stop fighting for each and every one of you until the very end. His dark eyes swept the room, grave and unmistakably proud. Go, all of you, and bring each other home. All night, standing near the anchor with the same steady, unshakable presence he had carried through every stage of this initiative, placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, heavy and warm. Whatever waits on the other side of this door, young Midoriya, he said quietly, you do not walk toward it as the boy who first felt a migraine that wasn't a migraine at all. You walk toward it as the leader of a family that has already proven, again and again, that it does not know how to lose the people it loves without a fight. Trust that. Trust all of them, exactly as they trust you. Izuku nodded, drew a final steadying breath, and reached for the anchor's activation, the familiar hum of dimension breach surging hot and ready beneath his skin, amplified now by the accumulated resolve of every person standing with him. The scene tore open, not with the gentle, welcoming light of a rescue door, but with something vast and cold and endless, the same colorless expanse Izuku had glimpsed during the trace confrontation, now open wide enough for an entire team to step through together. Together, Izuku said, looking around at every face that had, over these many months, become as precious and familiar as family. Together, the answering chorus came back, immediate and unwavering. They stepped through as one. Chapter 35, The Heart of the Unmaking. The space beyond the seam struck every member of the team with the same disorienting, vast rawness Izuku had experienced alone during the trace, though this time, surrounded by the steady, anchoring presence of the entire vanguard, the overwhelming scale of it felt survivable in a way it hadn't before. They stood at the edge of an impossible landscape, colorless and endless, threaded through with countless fine, glowing lines representing 1,000 branching worlds, and at the center of that vast expanse, coiled and vast and utterly, terribly aware, waited the severance itself, no longer a distant, formless intrusion but something ancient and hungry made manifest, its shifting mass rippling with the weight of every world it had ever unmade. You brought all of them, it said, its layered voice arriving not as sound but as pressure against every mind present, colder and more focused than any previous encounter. I did not believe even your stubborn family capable of this. It changes nothing. I have faced armies before. I have unmade them the same as I unmake everything else. Then you haven't faced one built the way we are, older Momo said, already forming defensive plating with sharp, immediate precision, the entire team falling into practiced, coordinated formation around Izuku with the ease of months spent training exactly for a moment like this one. The severance's vast, formless presence rippled, and from within it, countless smaller shapes began to emerge, twisted, corrupted echoes of 1,000 different worlds worth of grief and loss given terrible, shifting form, an army of unmade fragments arrayed against the single, stubborn family that had dared to trace its way back to the source. There's so many, Nijire breathed, her voice steady despite the overwhelming scale of what confronted them, already calculating tactical possibilities with the same restless brilliance that had defined her recovery. Then we don't fight them one at a time, Tsuyu said calmly, her wide eyes taking in the battlefield with patient, careful assessment. We fight them the way we've learned to fight everything else. Together. The corrupted fragments surged forward, and the battle that followed unfolded with a ferocity and coordination that even the severance's ancient, calculating awareness seemed unprepared for, every member of the vanguard drawing on months of shared training, shared trust, and shared refusal to let each other fight alone. Mirko tore through fragment after fragment with relentless, focused kicks, her restless energy finally given a target worthy of its full, unrestrained intensity, each strike landing with a precision built from months of disciplined training rather than the desperate, unrefined fury she had once relied on alone. Bakugo and Kurishima's counterpart fought in perfect, practiced tandem, explosive force and hardened defense weaving together into a devastating combination that scattered corrupted mass after corrupted mass, the two of them anticipating each other's movements with the easy, wordless synchrony of a friendship rebuilt from the ground up. Both Momo's coordinated defensive barriers and offensive constructs with seamless, engineering precision, adapting faster than the fragments could learn to counter, their combined genius producing improvised solutions no single mind could have conjured under such punishing pressure. Nijire's inventive, unconventional tactics kept the severance's main mass perpetually off balance, never quite able to predict where the next unexpected strike might originate, while Tsuyu's calm, watchful support ensured no member of the formation ever found themselves exposed for more than a heartbeat. Melissa, though not a frontline combatant, proved just as essential from her position at the edge of the formation, her rapid-fire adjustments to the anchor's stabilization field keeping the entire team's connection to the workshop steady even as the severance's ancient, hungry presence pressed against every boundary they'd built to withstand it. More than once, a fragment broke through toward an exposed flank only for one of Melissa's hastily deployed support constructs to intercept it a heartbeat before real damage could be done, her engineering brilliance functioning, in that moment, as its own kind of quiet heroism. And at the center of it all, Izuku fought alongside both Ochakos, one for all roaring at an output he'd never dared push before, augmented by the combined, anchoring presence of an entire family's worth of stubborn, unbreakable will. You cannot win this, the Severance said, its layered voice fracturing with something that might, in a more conventional opponent, have registered as genuine desperation, as fragment after fragment fell before the Vanguard's coordinated assault. I am not merely an opponent. I am the accumulated hunger of 1,000 unraveled worlds. You cannot unmake what has already consumed so much. We're not trying to unmake you, Izuku said, driving a devastating strike through the last of the immediate wave of corrupted fragments, breathing hard but unbroken, the entire team closing ranks around him with practiced, unwavering solidarity. We're trying to stop you. There's a difference. Unmaking is what you do. We're better than that. Chapter 36, What Refused to Break. The battle raged on, the Severance's vast, formless presence throwing wave after wave of corrupted fragments against the Vanguard's coordinated defense, each wave more desperate and unpredictable than the last as its ancient, calculating awareness struggled to find a weakness in a formation that had, through months of shared trust and shared survival, learned to fight as a single, unbreakable unit rather than a collection of individual heroes. It was nearly 20 minutes into the confrontation, the entire team running on adrenaline and stubborn resolve alone, when the Severance finally abandoned its wave tactics entirely, its vast mass coiling and compressing into something denser and more focused, gathering the full weight of its ancient hunger into a single, devastating strike aimed directly at the heart of the Vanguard's formation. Incoming! Momo's warning cut through the chaos a fraction of a second before the strike landed, and the entire team scrambled to reinforce their defensive position, but even their combined, coordinated effort strained visibly against the sheer, overwhelming force of the Severance's focused assault. The impact staggered every member of the team, defensive barriers cracking under pressure they had never before had to withstand, and for one terrifying moment, the formation's careful cohesion threatened to fracture entirely under the weight of an attack clearly designed to break exactly the unity that had frustrated the Severance's efforts so far. Hold! Izuku's voice cut through the chaos, desperate and immediate, and he threw himself forward, one for all blazing at full, unrestrained output, interposing himself between the Severance's focused assault and the rest of the team with a strength that felt, in that instant, like it drew on something far beyond his own physical limits. The strike connected, and Izuku felt every ounce of accumulated strain from the entire confrontation crash down at once, his knees buckling, his vision swimming, the ache behind his sternum sharpening into something that felt, distantly, like it might finally be too much. Then hands were there, catching him, steadying him, both Ochakos bracing his weight even as they continued fighting, and behind them, the rest of the team closed ranks with fierce, immediate determination, refusing, absolutely, to let the formation's cohesion break even for a moment. We've got you, the healed Ochako said, her voice fierce despite the visible strain of holding the line. We're not losing this fight because you tried to take the whole hit alone. That's not how this family works, remember? Together, the Rogue Ochako added, gravity manipulation crackling fierce and unwavering around her hands as she helped drive back the immediate pressure of the Severance's assault. Every single time. You don't get to forget that just because things got hard. Something in Izuku's exhausted, aching chest steadied at the reminder, and he drew on the last of his reserves, not alone this time, but braced by the combined, anchoring strength of everyone standing with him, and together, the entire Vanguard pushed back against the Severance's focused assault with a unified, unbreakable resolve that finally, decisively, began to turn the tide. The Severance's vast, formless presence recoiled, its ancient, calculating awareness registering, with what might have been the first genuine alarm it had felt across 1,000 unraveled worlds, that the family standing against it had not broken, had not fractured, had instead grown stronger, more unified, precisely because it had tried hardest to tear them apart. This should not be possible, it said, its layered voice fracturing further, discordant and increasingly desperate. Every world I have ever unmade eventually stood alone against me. Every family, every alliance, every fragile bond between broken people eventually shattered under enough pressure. You are supposed to break. We already broke once, Izuku said, straightening despite the exhaustion still trembling through every muscle, the entire team rallying around him with fierce, unwavering solidarity. Every single person standing here already lost everything, once, to something exactly like you. We know what breaking feels like. We chose, every single one of us, not to stay that way. That's not a weakness you can exploit. That's the one thing you were never built to account for. Chapter 37, The Unmaking Unmade. The Severance's vast, formless presence began, for the first time since the confrontation began, to visibly fracture, its ancient, layered awareness fragmenting under the combined, relentless pressure of an entire family that refused, absolutely, to let it win. It's destabilizing. Melissa's voice reached them through the connection, monitoring the confrontation from the workshop with focused, urgent attention. Whatever's holding its form together, it's failing. Push now, all of you, this might be our only chance. The entire vanguard surged forward as one, every member of the team drawing on the last of their reserves, one for all roaring alongside gravity manipulation and explosive force and hardened defense and inventive, unpredictable tactics, an entire family's worth of accumulated strength driving forward against an ancient hunger that had, for the first time across 1,000 unraveled worlds, finally met something it could not simply unmake. You cannot destroy me entirely, the Severance said, its voice fracturing into something closer to genuine desperation, its vast mass visibly unraveling under the combined assault. I am not merely a single entity. I am the accumulated hunger of every world's ending. You cannot unmake an ending that has already happened 1,000 times. We're not trying to unmake you, Izuku said, driving the final, decisive strike home with every ounce of strength he had left, augmented by the fierce, anchoring presence of everyone who had ever refused to let him fight alone. We're trying to stop you from happening again. That's all we ever needed to accomplish. The strike connected, and the Severance's vast, ancient form finally, completely fractured, its layered, discordant voice scattering into countless fading fragments, its endless hunger finally, decisively severed from whatever had sustained it across 1,000 broken worlds. For a long, suspended moment, the vast, colorless expanse around them seemed to hold its breath, and then, slowly, the countless fine, glowing lines representing every world the Severance had ever touched began to shift, some fading entirely into whatever fate had already claimed them, others, impossibly, beginning to glow brighter, steadier, as though released, finally, from whatever hunger had been feeding on their unraveling. Is it over? Bakugo asked finally, breathing hard, his usual bravado giving way to something rawer and more uncertain. Did we actually do it? Nizu's voice, monitoring the confrontation from the workshop, reached them with careful, measured relief. Readings confirm the primary signature has been severed. I cannot say with absolute certainty that no fragment of its influence remains anywhere across the multiverse. But the entity that has haunted this initiative since its earliest days appears, by every measure available to us, to have been ended. The vanguard stood together in the aftermath, exhausted and battered but whole, every member of the team still standing, still present, still fiercely, unbreakably together, and Izuku, surrounded by the family he had built one impossible door at a time, felt something settle, finally and completely, into place. We did it, he said quietly, disbelief and exhausted relief tangled together in his voice. We actually did it. Together, Ochako said, both versions of her closing in beside him, steady and warm and utterly unbroken. Exactly like we promised. Chapter 38, the door still left to open. The return through the seam carried none of the violent disorientation of the trace confrontation, the entire team stepping back into the workshop's warm, ordinary light together, exhausted but whole, and the reception that greeted them erupted into a wave of relief and celebration that swept through UA's campus within hours as word of the Severance's defeat spread. Recovery Girl moved briskly among the returning team, tending scrapes and exhaustion with practiced efficiency, though her sharp eyes carried unmistakable pride beneath the professional focus. Nizu, standing at the center of the workshop, allowed himself a rare, open display of relief, his small frame practically vibrating with satisfaction as he reviewed the final confirmation of the entity's dissolution. You have accomplished something today, he said, addressing the assembled, exhausted team with grave, unmistakable pride, that I do not believe any other world across the branches we've encountered has ever managed. You did not merely survive the Severance's hunger. You ended it, together, through nothing more exotic than the accumulated, stubborn refusal of a family that chose, again and again, to stand beside each other rather than face anything alone. The celebration that followed stretched long into the evening, the entire dormitory wing alive with the particular, giddy relief of survivors who had faced something impossible and come through it whole, and Izuku, moving through the warm, familiar chaos of it all, found himself pulled into embrace after embrace, gratitude and relief and fierce, unshakable affection passed between every member of the family he had built. It was late that night, once the celebration had finally settled into quieter, more contented conversation, that Izuku found himself back on the rooftop one final time, both Ochakos beside him, watching the stars burn steady and clear over a campus that had, against every reasonable expectation, held together through the hardest fight any of them had ever faced. "What happens now?" the rogue Ochako asked quietly, some of her old, hollow uncertainty finally, fully giving way to something steadier and more hopeful. "Now that the thing that broke so many worlds is actually gone. I think," Izuku said slowly, considering the question with the same careful, thoughtful attention he'd given every decision since Dimension Breach first made itself known, "that we keep going. There are still doors out there, still worlds where the severance already did its worst before we ever managed to stop it. Still people waiting, the same way you were waiting, for someone to come find them. Of course we keep going," the healed Ochako said, leaning into his shoulder with easy, familiar warmth. "That was never really about the severance, was it? Not at its core. It was always about not letting anyone face the worst thing that ever happened to them completely alone. That doesn't stop mattering just because we won one fight." Izuku looked between both versions of the woman who had, from that very first night in a burned-out convenience store, believed in the possibility of this family before he'd even fully understood what he was building, and felt something warm and certain settle into the center of his chest. "Then we keep opening doors," he said. "For as long as there are people on the other side of them who need one." Behind his sternum, Dimension Breach pulsed, steady and patient and no longer haunted by the ancient, hungry presence that had shadowed its every use for months, ready, at last, to simply be what it had always been meant to be, a promise that no one, in any world, ever had to face the ending of everything completely alone. Chapter 39, The Family That Grew. In the months that followed the Severance's defeat, the Vanguard settled into a new, steadier rhythm, extractions continuing at a careful, sustainable pace as Izuku, supported always by the family he had built, kept reaching across the boundary between worlds toward every survivor Dimension Breach's vision revealed. Momo, both versions, continued their tireless engineering work, developing increasingly sophisticated support technology that made every subsequent rescue safer and more efficient than the one before it. Mirko and Bakugo's friendship deepened into something neither of them had expected but both had clearly needed, blunt honesty and fierce loyalty binding them together in a way that made both of them visibly, quietly happier. Nijire's endless curiosity found a permanent home in Yue's expanding support division, her inventive brilliance matched only by her genuine, infectious joy at finally being free to wonder about the world again. Tsuyu, slowly and steadily, relearned the particular closeness she'd once feared, finding, in Nijire's patient friendship and the wider Vanguard's steady acceptance, exactly the kind of belonging her years of solitary watch had convinced her she no longer deserved. Melissa's father remained a constant, delighted presence in the workshop, the two of them collaborating on increasingly ambitious projects that pushed the boundaries of what support technology could accomplish, and it was Melissa, watching her father's proud, easy smile during one particularly successful test, who finally voiced what had, by then, become an unspoken truth shared across the entire Vanguard. "We're not just rescuing people anymore," she said, finding Izuku in the workshop one quiet evening, both of them reviewing the latest extraction data together. "We're building something that's going to outlast any single mission. A place where anyone who's ever lost everything can find a reason to keep going." "That was always the point," Izuku said, though even now, months into this journey, the scale of what they'd built still occasionally struck him with fresh, humbled wonder. "I just wanted to save one person, that first night. I never expected it to become all of this." "Good things rarely stay small when the person who starts them refuses to stop caring," Melissa said, something warm and certain in her voice. "You didn't just save us, Izuku. You gave every single one of us a reason to become people worth being proud of again." Izuku thought of that conversation often in the weeks that followed, watching the family he had built continue to grow, continue to heal, continue to find, one steady day at a time, exactly the kind of ordinary, precious life that every fallen world they'd rescued someone from had tried so hard to take away. He thought of it especially on the evening, nearly a full year after that first, terrifying migraine that wasn't a migraine at all, when he stood once more on the familiar rooftop, both Ochakos beside him, watching the sun set gold and warm over a campus full of survivors who had, against every reasonable expectation, found their way home. "Any new doors tonight?" the Rogue Ochako asked, her voice steady and settled now in a way that still, sometimes, brought Izuku a quiet, grateful ache to witness. "Not yet," Izuku said, closing his eyes, reaching gently for the familiar pull of dimension breach, patient now rather than urgent, a promise waiting to be kept rather than a wound demanding attention. "But there will be. There always will be, as long as there are worlds out there where someone's still fighting a battle they don't believe anyone's coming to help them win. Then we'll be ready," the healed Ochako said, lacing her fingers through his with the same easy, unwavering certainty she'd offered every single time before. "Whenever the next door opens, we'll be ready, together, exactly like we've always been." Izuku looked out over the dormitory lights burning warm and steady against the gathering dark, at a family built out of love and stubborn refusal, at every survivor who had chosen, again and again, to stand back up rather than stay broken, and felt, for the first time since this entire impossible journey began, something that felt, finally and completely, like peace. The multiverse stretched on beyond them, vast and branching and full of doors still left to open, full of girls still fighting battles they believed no one was coming to help them win. But Izuku Midoriya was coming. He always would be. And he was never, ever going to be coming alone. Chapter 40, Every Version of Coming Home. The morning after the Severance's defeat, before the full scale of the celebration had even begun to unfold, Izuku found himself walking the quiet halls of the dormitory wing alone, exhaustion still heavy in his limbs but his mind restless with a need to simply witness, firsthand, the ordinary, precious normalcy that the previous day's impossible victory had finally, fully secured. He found Momo's two counterparts already awake in the workshop, despite the late hour of the previous night's celebration, bent over a shared project with the particular, easy synchrony that had come to define their relationship over the preceding months. The dorm world Momo, elegant and thoughtful as ever, had taken to treating her hardened counterpart not as a separate person to be protected, but as a genuine partner and equal, their combined engineering minds producing work that neither of them, alone, could have accomplished with the same speed or brilliance. "You're up early," Izuku observed, leaning in the workshop doorway. "We couldn't sleep," older Momo admitted, not looking up from the schematic spread across the table. "Too much energy left over, I think. 6 years of never fully being able to rest. It doesn't just disappear because the threat that demanded that vigilance is gone." "Does it get easier?" Izuku asked, genuinely curious. "Learning to actually rest?" Slowly, older Momo said, finally glancing up, something warm and settled in her scarred, thoughtful expression that hadn't been there in her earliest days at UA. "But yes. It gets easier. Especially when you're not the only one carrying the weight of remembering what it cost to survive." She glanced at her counterpart, something fond and grateful passing between them. "She reminds me, most days, that it's allowed to be over. That I don't have to keep bracing for the next disaster every single moment." "I'm starting to believe her." Izuku smiled, something quietly satisfied settling into his chest, and continued his walk through the dormitory's early morning quiet. He found Kurishima's two versions in the courtyard, already engaged in an enthusiastic, good-natured sparring match despite the early hour, their combined laughter carrying warm and easy across the quiet grounds, and further along, he passed Jiro's counterpart teaching her double a new song on guitar, the two of them working through the unfamiliar chords with patient, shared concentration. Tokoemi and Shoji's counterparts sat together near the dormitory's small garden, engaged in the same quiet, comfortable conversation that had, over months, grown into a genuine friendship built on shared reserve and mutual understanding. Everywhere Izuku looked, the family he had built one impossible door at a time had found, each in their own way, exactly the kind of ordinary, precious healing that every fallen world they'd been rescued from had tried so desperately to deny them. He found Mirko and Bakugo last, in the training gym, already deep into a sparring session despite the previous day's exhaustion, both of them grinning fiercely at each other with the particular, hard-won joy of two people who had found, in each other's blunt honesty, exactly the kind of friendship neither had expected to need. "You're both supposed to be resting," Izuku called out, though he made no real move to stop them. "Rest is for people who don't know how to actually recover through movement," Mirko shot back, ducking beneath one of Bakugo's telegraphed strikes with easy, practiced grace. "Besides, this is basically a celebration. We won. I'm allowed to be a little reckless about it." "She's got a point," Bakugo admitted grudgingly, though the fierce, satisfied grin on his face belied any real reluctance. "We beat something that ate 1,000 worlds. I think we've earned a little recklessness." Izuku laughed, genuinely, warmly, and left them to their sparring, continuing his walk through a campus that had, against every reasonable expectation, become something vast and unbreakable and precious beyond anything he had imagined when this journey first began. Chapter 41, Nijire's Questions. It was Nijire, unsurprisingly, who found him last, catching up to him in the dormitory's central courtyard with the same restless, delighted energy that had defined her recovery from the very beginning. "I've been thinking," she said, falling into step beside him without preamble, her eyes bright with the particular enthusiasm that meant a genuinely interesting question was coming. "About what happens now. Not just for us, but for the whole multiverse. If the severance really was responsible for 1,000 worlds falling, does that mean some of those worlds might actually recover, now that it's gone? Could things get better in places we've already given up on?" Izuku considered the question seriously, the way he considered every question Nijire's restless curiosity produced. "I don't know," he admitted honestly. "I hadn't thought about it that way. I've been so focused on finding survivors, I haven't really considered what happens to the worlds themselves, once whatever's actively destroying them stops." "That's what I want to find out," Nijire said, something fierce and determined threading through her usual bright enthusiasm. "I want to help you build something that doesn't just rescue people one at a time. Something that could actually help worlds recover, once they're free of whatever broke them. Wouldn't that be incredible? Not just saving people from fallen worlds, but actually helping the worlds themselves come back from falling?" Izuku looked at her, at the genuine, hopeful brilliance behind the question, and felt something warm and certain settle into place. "That would be incredible," he said. "I don't know if it's possible. But I think, if anyone's going to figure out how, it's probably going to be you." Nijire beamed, bright and unrestrained, and launched immediately into an enthusiastic stream of preliminary theories, and Izuku, listening with genuine, delighted attention, understood that this, too, was exactly what the Vanguard had always been building toward, not merely a rescue operation, but a growing, evolving family constantly finding new ways to extend the same fierce, protective love that had first brought each of them home. Chapter 42, The Next Door. 3 weeks after the Severance's defeat, once the initial wave of celebration and careful, collective recovery had settled into the Vanguard's new, steadier rhythm, Dimension Breach stirred once more, gentle and unhurried, no longer haunted by the ancient, hungry presence that had shadowed every previous use. Izuku felt it during an ordinary evening in the workshop, reviewing extraction protocols with Melissa and both Momos, a soft, familiar pull building behind his sternum that carried none of the violent urgency of the visions that had marked the Severance's active hunting. He closed his eyes, let the pull guide him, and the vision that answered arrived gentle and clear, showing him a modest, quiet world, not devastated in the sweeping, catastrophic way of the earlier rescues, but scarred nonetheless, a small town struggling to rebuild after some more localized disaster, and at the center of it, working tirelessly alongside a small group of exhausted volunteers to shore up a collapsing bridge, was a young woman with dark, spiky hair and a fierce, stubborn set to her jaw that Izuku recognized instantly. Kendo Itsuka, older and weathered but unmistakably herself, directing the rebuilding effort with the same steady, capable leadership Izuku remembered from UA's rival class, her expression carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who had spent years holding a community together through sheer, unrelenting determination. The vision released him gently, and Izuku opened his eyes to find Melissa and both Momos watching him with familiar, expectant attention. "Another one," older Momo said, not quite a question. "Different this time," Izuku said slowly, turning the vision over in his mind. "Not fleeing something catastrophic. Rebuilding after it. She's not looking for rescue. She's already found her own way to keep going." He paused, something thoughtful settling into his expression. Maybe this one's not about pulling her out at all. Maybe it's about bringing her the kind of support that could make what she's already doing easier. Melissa's eyes lit with immediate, focused interest. You mean sending resources instead of extraction? Support items, rebuilding materials, maybe even direct assistance if the world's stable enough to sustain repeated visits. She was already reaching for a fresh schematic sheet, her engineer's mind racing ahead with characteristic speed. That's a completely different kind of mission. We'd need entirely new protocols. Then let's build them, Izuku said, something settled and certain in his voice, the same steady resolve that had carried him through every previous door. Not every rescue has to look the same. Sometimes the door isn't about bringing someone home. Sometimes it's about making sure the home they're already fighting for actually survives. Nizu, arriving partway through the conversation, listened with characteristic, careful attention before nodding slowly, something like fresh admiration crossing his sharp, small features. An evolution I confess I had not fully anticipated, he said. The Vanguard, expanding beyond rescue into something closer to genuine, ongoing support for worlds still fighting to rebuild. It is, I think, precisely the kind of growth this initiative was always destined toward, once its original, most urgent threat had finally been resolved. Izuku looked around the workshop, at Melissa already sketching preliminary designs, at both Momo's already debating logistics with familiar, easy enthusiasm, and felt the shape of the Vanguard's future settle into something new and hopeful, a mission that had begun as a single, desperate rescue now growing into something far larger and more enduring. Then let's get to work, he said. Kendo's not going to know what hit her when an entire support network shows up to help her finish rebuilding that bridge. Chapter 43, What the Family Became. Over the following months, the Vanguard's mission expanded exactly as that conversation had first suggested, growing from a rescue operation into something broader and more varied, extractions continuing for worlds too far gone to save any other way, while an entirely new branch of the initiative, spearheaded by Melissa and Nijire's combined enthusiasm, developed increasingly sophisticated methods for supporting worlds still capable of rebuilding on their own, given the right resources and the right encouragement. Kendo Atsuka, once contacted and cautiously convinced of the Vanguard's genuine intentions, became an enthusiastic partner in that effort, her own hard-won expertise in community rebuilding proving invaluable as the initiative refined its approach to worlds that needed support rather than extraction. She never did leave her own world permanently, choosing instead to remain and lead the recovery effort she'd already devoted years to, but she became, over time, one of the Vanguard's most trusted allies across the branching multiverse, a bridge between UA's growing network and the dozens of worlds gradually finding their way back from the brink. Izuku found himself, nearly a year and a half after that first terrifying migraine, standing before an entirely different kind of briefing room than the one Nizu had first gathered the staff in, this one filled not merely with UA's own students and staff, but with representatives from a dozen different worlds the Vanguard had touched, some rescued outright, some simply supported through their own hard-won recovery, all of them united now by the same fierce, unbreakable commitment to making sure no world ever again fell to something like the Severance without someone standing ready to help. We started as one boy and a vestige he didn't understand, Izuku said, addressing the assembled representatives with the same steady, earnest conviction that had carried him through every stage of this impossible journey. We became a family built out of survivors who refused to stay broken. And now, I think, we're becoming something even bigger than that. A network. A promise, stretched across as much of the multiverse as we can reach, that no world has to face its worst moment completely alone. Around the room, familiar faces nodded in fierce, unwavering agreement, Momo and her counterpart, Mirko and Bakugo, Nijire and Tsuyu, Melissa and her father, both Ochako standing closest of all, an entire family that had grown, over these many months, into something vast and enduring and precious beyond anything Izuku could have imagined that first sleepless night, alone in his dorm room, staring at a notebook filled with a single, underlined word. Why? He understood the answer now, fully and completely, in a way he hadn't on that first terrified night. Because someone had to reach. Because a door left unopened was a promise left unkept. Because every single person in this room, in every world they'd touched, had proven, again and again, that broken people who found each other could become something far stronger than whatever had broken them in the first place. Chapter 44, The Bridge at Kendo's World. The first support mission to Kendo's world unfolded, appropriately enough, around the very bridge Izuku had first glimpsed her rebuilding, and the sight that greeted the small Vanguard support team upon stepping through a carefully calibrated, non-extraction scene was one of cautious, hopeful curiosity rather than the desperate relief that had marked every previous doorway. "You're really here," Kendo said, meeting them at the edge of the construction site with her arms crossed and her expression carrying the particular wariness of someone who had learned, through years of hard-won rebuilding, not to trust anything that seemed too good to be true. "Melissa's message said you wanted to help with materials and labor. No extraction. No trying to convince me to abandon what we've already built here." "That's exactly right," Izuku confirmed, stepping forward with Melissa and Nijire close behind him, both of them already surveying the half-finished bridge with the particular, eager focus of engineers presented with a genuinely interesting problem. "We're not here to take you anywhere. We're here because you're already doing something incredible, and we think we can help you do it faster, safer, and with a lot less exhaustion than you've probably been carrying for years now." Kendo studied him for a long, measuring moment, and then, slowly, some of the wariness in her posture eased. "The version of you I lost," she said finally, quiet and careful, "died trying to single-handedly hold back a landslide that would have taken out half this town. I've spent 6 years since then making sure nothing like that ever happens again, mostly by refusing to let anyone else carry that kind of weight alone." Something complicated moved behind her tired, determined eyes. "If you're serious about helping without asking anything in return, then yeah. I could use it. This town spent years rebuilding on nothing but stubbornness and scavenged materials. An actual support network would change everything." Over the following days, the Vanguard support team worked alongside Kendo's exhausted but determined community, Melissa's engineering expertise transforming makeshift repairs into genuinely sound infrastructure, Nijire's boundless enthusiasm proving infectious among a population that had, understandably, grown weary and cautious after years of grinding, unglamorous rebuilding work. Izuku found himself, more often than not, simply lending physical strength to whatever task needed it most, hauling materials, reinforcing supports, doing the unglamorous, essential labor that didn't require a quirk at all, just a willingness to show up and keep working. "You could be doing something more impressive with that strength of yours," Kendo observed one evening, finding him covered in dust and sweat after a long day spent reinforcing the bridge's central support structure. "This is impressive," Izuku said, wiping his brow, looking out at the half-finished bridge with genuine satisfaction. "Maybe not flashy. But every board we secure here means one less thing your community has to worry about falling apart. I think that matters just as much as any rescue I've ever pulled off." Kendo's expression softened, something like genuine warmth breaking through her habitual caution. "You know, for a version of a boy who died trying to be a hero the old-fashioned way, you turned out pretty different in your own world. Quieter, kind of impressive, maybe. But I think this town's going to remember what you all did here for a long time." By the time the Vanguard support team finally returned through the seam, the bridge stood complete, sturdier and more resilient than anything Kendo's exhausted community could have managed alone, and the quiet, hard-won gratitude in the faces of everyone who had worked alongside them carried a satisfaction unlike any previous mission, not the desperate relief of rescue, but the steadier, more enduring reward of having helped something broken become, gradually and genuinely, whole again. "This is what I want the Vanguard to become," Izuku said that night, back in Yui's workshop, reviewing footage and data from the mission alongside Melissa, Nijire, and both Momos. "Not just an emergency response to catastrophe. A standing promise that no world, no matter how battered, has to rebuild entirely alone." "Then that's exactly what we'll keep building," Melissa said, already sketching preliminary plans for the Vanguard's next support mission, her exhausted but satisfied smile mirrored across every face in the room. One bridge, one rebuilt town, one supported world at a time. Chapter 45, The Gathering. Nearly 2 years to the day after that first, terrifying migraine had torn a window into a burned and broken version of Yui's courtyard, the entire Vanguard, along with representatives from every world it had touched, gathered for what Nizu had, with characteristic dry affection, taken to calling the anniversary, a sprawling, joyful celebration that filled UA's largest courtyard with more warmth and noise than the campus had likely ever hosted at once. Izuku stood near the edge of the gathering, watching it unfold with the same quiet, humbled wonder that had become familiar to him over these past 2 years, and found himself, as he often did during quieter moments, cataloging every face present, every story that had led each of them here. Momo and her counterpart stood together near a long table laden with food, the two of them mid-conversation with Kendo, who had made the trip through a specially prepared, carefully monitored scene for the occasion, the three of them deep in animated discussion about infrastructure resilience that somehow managed to sound, despite the technical subject matter, genuinely delighted rather than dry. Mirko and Bakugo were engaged in an enthusiastic, good-natured argument about training methodology that had drawn a small, entertained crowd, both of them clearly enjoying the audience as much as the disagreement itself. Nijire held court near the workshop's open doors, surrounded by an eager cluster of younger students and support staff, gesturing animatedly through what appeared to be a detailed explanation of the Vanguard's expanding support mission protocols. Tsuyu sat nearby in comfortable, watchful quiet, occasionally offering a dry, understated comment that sent the surrounding group into fresh laughter. Melissa and her father stood together near a display of the Vanguard's latest support technology, both of them beaming with the particular pride of engineers whose life's work had found genuine, meaningful purpose, and further along, Izuku spotted several familiar faces from worlds he hadn't personally visited in months, survivors who had, over time, become mentors and coordinators in their own right, extending the same fierce, protective love that had first brought them home to newer arrivals. Still finding their footing, All Might found him there, at the edge of the gathering, and settled beside him with the same steady, warm presence he had carried through every stage of this extraordinary journey. 2 years, the older man said, watching the joyful chaos of the celebration with visible, quiet satisfaction. I confess, young Midoriya, that even I did not fully anticipate the scale of what a single migraine that wasn't a migraine at all would eventually become. Neither did I, Izuku admitted, a small, genuine smile tugging at his mouth as he watched the family he had built continue, moment by moment, to grow and flourish before him. I just wanted to find one person. I never imagined it would become all of this. That is, I think, the particular magic of one for All Might said, something profound and gentle in his weathered voice. It was never meant to be wielded alone. Every predecessor who carried it before you added something to its accumulated will, some fragment of their own particular strength, their own particular love. You have added something none of them managed, Izuku. You have taught it to reach not merely forward into the future, but sideways, across the boundless dark between worlds, gathering everyone it touches into something far greater than any single hero could ever hope to become alone. Izuku considered that for a long, thoughtful moment, watching Ochako, both versions of her, moving through the crowd together, laughing, easy and warm and utterly, completely healed in every way that mattered, and felt the truth of All Might's words settle, finally and completely, into the very core of who he understood himself to be. I think, he said slowly, that's exactly what I want it to keep doing. For as long as I'm carrying it. Reaching, and gathering, and making sure nobody who's ever lost everything has to face rebuilding it alone. All Might's weathered face broke into a broad, proud smile, the same fierce, unshakable pride he had carried since the very earliest days of Izuku's training. Then you are already exactly the hero this vestige, and this family, always needed you to become, he said. Go on, now. Your family is waiting for you to join the celebration properly. I believe Miss Uraraka, both versions of her, have been looking for you for the better part of 10 minutes. Izuku laughed, warm and genuine, and made his way back into the joyful, sprawling chaos of the gathering, toward the family that had, over 2 impossible years, become the truest and most enduring thing he had ever helped to build. Chapter 46, The Promise That Never Ends. That evening, once the celebration had finally quieted and the assembled representatives had scattered back into the warm, ordinary business of UA's ever-growing community, Izuku found himself once more on the rooftop that had witnessed nearly every turning point of this extraordinary journey, both Ochako's beside him, watching the sun set gold and steady over a campus that had become, over these many months, home to survivors from a dozen different worlds. Do you ever think about how different everything would be, the healed Ochako asked quietly, if you'd ignored that first migraine? If you'd decided it was just stress, or exhaustion, and gone back to sleep instead of chasing it? All the time, Izuku admitted. I think about how many people would still be out there, alone, fighting battles they didn't believe anyone was coming to help them win. I think about how close I came to almost missing all of this, just because I could have talked myself into believing it wasn't real. But you didn't, the Rogue Uraraka said, her voice steady and warm, the last traces of her old, hollow exhaustion long since given way to something settled and whole. You reached anyway. Every single time, no matter how scared or uncertain you were, you reached anyway. That's the whole reason any of us are standing here right now. Izuku looked between them, at the fierce, steady warmth that had carried him through every impossible turn of this journey, and felt the accumulated weight of the past year and a half settle, finally and completely, into something he could hold without strain, a promise he understood now would likely occupy the rest of his life, and one he would not have traded for anything. There are still doors out there, he said quietly, watching the last light fade gold over the dormitory rooftops. Probably more than I'll ever manage to open in a lifetime. But I think, as long as I've got all of you standing beside me, that's not a burden. That's just what this life is going to look like now. Reaching, and bringing people home, one door at a time, for as long as it takes. Then that's exactly what we'll keep doing, both Ochako said, nearly in unison, their combined presence steady and unwavering beside him, and the three of them sat together beneath the gathering stars, a family built out of love and stubborn refusal, ready, always, for whatever door came next. Behind Izuku's sternum, dimension breach settled into its familiar, patient hum, no longer a burden or a wound, but simply, finally, exactly what it had always been meant to become, a promise, carried gently across the boundary between worlds, that somewhere, always, someone was coming. And he always would be. Not alone. Never alone. Surrounded, always, by every single person who had ever refused to let him fight without them, an army built out of love, ready to open every door the multiverse still had left to offer, for as long as there was a single person left waiting on the other side of it to be found. The stars burned steady overhead, indifferent to the vast, branching multiverse stretching endlessly beyond them, unaware that somewhere within UA's warm, unbroken walls, a family that had begun as a single act of impossible compassion now stood ready, together, to keep that promise for as long as the multiverse itself endured. Tomorrow, there would be more doors. Tonight, surrounded by everyone who had ever chosen to stand beside him, Izuku Midoriya simply let himself be home. Chapter 47, The Notebook. Long after both Ochakos had finally, contentedly drifted off to sleep in the dormitory below, Izuku sat alone at his desk one final time, the same battered notebook open across his knees that had witnessed the very first night this entire journey began, its pages now filled, cover to cover, with 2 years of Quirk analysis, extraction protocols, tactical theory, and, tucked between the more technical entries, small, quiet observations about the family he had built one impossible door at a time. He found the very first entry, faded now but still legible, the single word he had underlined so many times the pencil had nearly torn through the page. Why? Beneath it, in the careful, deliberate handwriting of someone who had learned, over 2 years, exactly how to answer a question that had once terrified him completely, he wrote one final line, closing the notebook that had carried him through the beginning of everything, ready now to be set aside in favor of whatever new chapter waited to be written in its place. Because someone always has to reach first. And I would rather spend my whole life reaching than spend even one more night wondering who I left waiting on the other side of a door I was too afraid to open. He set the pencil down, closed the notebook, and looked out his window one final time at the dormitory lights burning warm and steady across the courtyard, an entire world of hard-won safety that had not existed 2 years ago and now felt, impossibly, permanent. Somewhere out there, beyond the reach of any ordinary door, more worlds waited, more girls fighting battles they didn't yet believe anyone was coming to help them win. Izuku Midoriya closed his eyes, felt the familiar, patient pull behind his sternum, and smiled. Tomorrow, he would reach again. Tonight, he simply let himself rest, held steady by the family that had, against every reasonable expectation, refused, once and for all, to ever let him lose them twice. Thanks for listening.